meeting at Rebecca Hall. I would say for those out there listening, if you join electronically, we welcome you, but you could also join by phone at 301-715-8592. And the meeting ID is 812-913-6366 and the passcode 440860. The purpose of HARC is to preserve, maintain, and enhance the historic character, scale, architectural integrity, and the cultural resources of the town and the town historic landmark district. Before we do the roll call, I need to announce the result of the two site walks today. There was one at 2:15 on July 15th at 239 North Aspen. We only had discussions that related to the orientation of the site, physical characteristics, and layouts. Present were Mark Shambaugh, Sherry Goulet, Stacy Lake, Bob Mather, Andrew Wilkinson, Kristen Clothier, Michael Owen, and applicants Emery Smith and Narcissus Tudor. Had a second site walk at the Carhen site, 700 West Pacific at 3 p.m. And we only had the same discussions about the site orientation. Yes. And present were Mark, Sherry, Matt, Stacy, then Kristen and Michael and staff. Patrick was there. And then Lance, James, and can't read that. Is that Allison? Who's that other? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. And there were 20 members of the public who did not sign in. So we thank all for coming. So we'll call to order. Welcome our town council liaison, Elena. Thank you. From staff, we have Allie, Piper, Kristen, Patrick, Zoe, Michael, James. Well, no, he's not on our staff. Anybody else out there listening? I didn't see. Oh, and Darren. Hi, Darren. I see your hand. Cool. It's like this interesting movie. It was just floating. Welcome, Darren. Do we have a motion for approval of the minutes of the 6/17 meeting, regular meeting?
Are we gonna take roll call?
And we might want to do that. Who's here?
Sherry Gorley.
Stacy Lake.
Matt Lee, Mark Shambaugh.
Bob Mather.
Elisa Bourdain-Aubin.
What would I do without you? So do we have a motion for the approval of the minutes from 6/17?
Let me have that. 6/17. I move to approve the minutes for the Historic Elector Review Commission, June 17th, 2026, as written.
I'll second.
Stacy?
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes. Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
Lisa, you're up.
Yes.
Okay. And I'll make a motion to approve the HARC chair meeting minutes of also that same date as written. Staff announcements.
We have a packed agenda this evening, so no announcements. We can move into the public
Well, I have
hearing.
one about staff.
Sure.
This nice little thank you note.
Yes,
Wow.
thank you. Thank
And
you to
Candy.
Thank you to Tammy Brand, who put that together for all of you. Thank you so much, Mark, for reminding me to thank her. She did a beautiful job. And yes, we have a long one that'll keep you going.
Who came up with the sausage?
Tammy.
And thank you also, Piper.
I can eat that.
All right, that's the only comment I had. Public comment on non-agenda items this evening. If you're out there, you want to come on up or raise your hand on a non-agenda item. See any, Piper, do you?
No hands are raised.
Look like a canceled phone call, but okay. Okay, then we will move on. Our first work item is a work session. It is the Shenandoah Lot L redevelopment project, consideration application for work session on proposed new construction on town property. Pursuant to Land Use Code 5201C, Block L, Bachman Village, according to the plat, plat book 1, page 238, and a replat of 13096, and the rest as written there. The address is at 860 Black Bear Road. Accommodations 2 Zone District, Town of Telluride is the owner. Applicant Design Workshop and Staff member Kristen Collier.
Thank you very much, Mark. So Mark just read the overview and here's the location of Lot L. I'm going to briefly go over the review process and work session.
Oh, should we show the slide? The process slide.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We don't usually do that for the work sessions. Usually that's for public
Okay, I'll wait.
hearings. So that's
Remind me.
where you'll see it for sure. It's in
Good.
there for the next one. So before I really dive in, I just want the public to know that public comments that were received before the packet was posted were posted with the packet and available to everyone in the community through the agenda link and provided to HARC members. In addition, we received a few additional comments subsequently, including a few today. And so I did forward those to HARC members, asked them to review all public comments, and I'm sharing with them paper printed copies of those that were received subsequent to the packet posting in case anyone needs one for reference. But I just want to make sure that HARC members state on the record that you have reviewed all the public comments that have come in for the projects for this evening. So has everyone had an opportunity to review public comment?
Yes, I did not review the car henge since I'm recused from that project.
Yes, great.
When was the last public comment sent out?
It was sent out,
About an hour.
it came in during our site walk, and so it's in this pile
I have
here.
not read that one.
Great.
He's passing around.
So I'll pass those around. We were out on the site walk and the timing was tough. So it is in your inbox as well. Thank you. All right, moving on.
There's one more. I have an email from you with one more.
You can read them and pass them as needed.
Oh, when it
Um,
comes up. Okay.
yeah. The final public comment came in for the final project, so it's not for a while anyways. All right, so review process status and work session overview. An initial HARC work session took place on 6/18/25. So this is the second HARC work session on this project. The purpose of this work session is for the applicant to review progress on the Shandoka Lot redevelopment project and receive input from HARC on the site plan and building form aspects of the latest design. So that is the ask from the applicants, is for you to focus on that. Work sessions provide an opportunity for the applicant to seek guidance from HARC prior to preparing and submitting a formal HARC application. The applicant has incorporated comments received from the first HARC work session, which again was last summer, into the revised submittals. And this work session today is an opportunity for the applicant to have a second preliminary conversation with HARC regarding the Shandoka Lot redevelopment project. So during this work session, HARC is requested to provide general feedback on the information presented by the applicant during the work session. HARC should focus their review on the areas within which HARC has decision-making purview. HARC's preliminary evaluation during a work session is not intended to and shall not vest the applicant or public with any reliance as to the outcome of the formal development review process per Land Use Code 5201C5. So this project is consistent with the goals and objectives of the Telluride Master Plan, as it aims to provide affordable housing options to allow local workers to live in Telluride, support sustainable land use and infill development, reduce car dependency, enhance bike and pedestrian access and transportation linkages, promote a sense of community, and contribute to a year-round economy that supports locals and visitors alike. It's also consistent with the Southwest Area Conceptual Plan, which was adopted by Town Council in 2021. The Southwest Area Conceptual Plan outlines a comprehensive vision for revitalizing the southwest quadrant of Telluride, including the Shandoka Lot, identifies strategies for addressing key challenges in this area of town, including underutilized public land, traffic congestion, limited neighborhood amenities, and inadequate pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. Core components of the Southwest Area Conceptual Plan include development of new affordable housing units, creation of intercept parking facilities to alleviate downtown congestion, establishment of community spaces such as parks, playgrounds, and small commercial establishments, enhanced transit access, and fostering a livable, walkable neighborhood. So history of community engagement for this project, which is important because there was a lot leading up to where we are this evening in this work session. So in the work session packet, the applicant included background on the extensive planning and community engagement efforts that have informed the Shandoka Lot redevelopment project. Input has been collected from Town Council, HARC, and the community at various stages of concept evolution. The alternative to-be concept plan that we have here incorporates feedback received thus far, inclusive of introducing a 4-building concept to break up the massing and intersperse additional green space, prioritizing the pedestrian experience, expanding the neighborhood serving and community spaces, and increasing the underground parking footprint. So this project has been in evolution for some time, and lots of feedback has driven design changes. Land use code compliance. A formal land use code compliance review will take place following the submission of a complete HARC application. Prior to the work session, staff reviewed land use code requirements with the applicant to ensure our land use code requirements and constraints are taken into consideration. Now, compliance with the design guidelines. The overall precepts, as you all know, keep it simple, keep it in scale, respect historic resources, and make all new design compatible with the existing context. In this instance, the accommodations, River Park corridor overlay, and exterior and site lighting standards and guidelines apply. During this work session, as in all work sessions, the aim is to focus on the design guidelines that are particularly pertinent in the early stages of project design before a formal application is submitted. So I included in the packet that you've all received and that is posted online a number of the design guidelines of particular relevance to this project at this stage, which is the work session stage. I'm not going to go through them here, but at a high level, I want to speak to the accommodations treatment area overall. This is from the introduction in the design guidelines. A mix of uses is allowed in the accommodations treatment area. Projects may include both residential and commercial uses. Whenever feasible, establish characteristics of site orientation and street layout found elsewhere in the historic residential areas of Telluride should also be expressed in this treatment area. And there is an emphasis in the design guidelines on the particular importance for projects on large parcels that may have a substantial impact on the area. So special care should be taken when designing the project to ensure that it is visually integrated in mass scale and character with the neighborhood and the town. This project is located within the River Park Hillside Edge category of the accommodations treatment area. So within this area south of the river, project should enhance the river edge as a public amenity. Many parcels in this area have been developed as individual projects with separate identities. So there has not been established an overall sense of visual continuity. So even though a general visual continuity with the older parts of town is desired, this may be balanced with natural constraints and some variety in building character. More variety in architectural design is appropriate here than in other areas, but still looking for that visual continuity with the historic district, with the town. So more flexibility. As seen from a distance, this treatment area should appear to be part of a community with the same perceived street and alley arrangements, building forms, and development scale. So that's particularly important for projects on large parcels or that span several parcels. And finally, natural site constraints may in some cases prevent projects from reflecting the established built character of Telluride residential neighborhoods, and HARC will apply these standards with flexibility. Again, I'm not going to go into design guidelines, but just for the public's information in the packet, you can reference a number that apply in this work session stage, including design guidelines on context compatibility, relationship to the town grid, pedestrian scale, views, positive open space, parking design, mass and scale, building form, architectural character. In addition, this project is located within the River Park corridor overlay, and within that, some of the guidelines specifically apply at this early stage of project design, including views, positive open space, mass scale and form, and architectural character. I can bring these back up onto the screen for reference if needed during your discussion, but I won't go into them in detail here. One thing that HARC has staff to provide for work sessions is a high-level brief analysis of mass and scale as we come into a work session. So in that regard, this project has evolved over the past year with significant input from the Telluride community. The single building concept has transformed into a 4-building concept that serves to reduce the perceived mass and scale. The applicant has also incorporated into the project design a variety of building forms, further articulation of wall planes, and the breaking up of the massing into smaller modules. This is the project with details on heights and scale. And as you can see, there are the 4 distinct modules with one main module that is building 1 that includes the whole parking infrastructure and transit space. So continuing with staff comments on mass and scale, the multiple buildings are laid out in a manner consistent with the town's grid and development pattern. A greater amount of the parking is now below grade, and the parking facility footprint has been reduced. The partially buried parking garage is wrapped with primarily affordable housing. The pedestrian scale of the project has been enhanced with the interspersion of additional green space, improved connectivity through the site to the river trail, and a central park area. Building heights along the river will be below the height maximum for this district. And Building 1 is the most challenging aspect of the project from a mass and scale perspective. This will likely be the focus of your work session discussion, but that's just staff in reflecting on the project. And finally, the revised project does directly respond to a number of HARC's comments from the June 18th, 2025 work session, which included breaking the initially proposed single structure into multiple structures, elevating focus on the pedestrian scale aspects of the project, developing a more contextual and refined solution for the design of the transit hub, and breaking the project into distinct, well-designed modules that fit within the surrounding context. So requested action from HARC is to provide general feedback on the information and options presented by the applicant in this preliminary conceptual design phase. And again, your review at a work session is not intended to vest the applicant or public with any reliance as to the outcome of the formal development review process per Land Use Code 5201C5. So now I'm going to hand it off to the applicant who will share their redesigned project with you and respond to any questions.
Can I ask a question of you, probably for Ally? The letter that we got from the attorney representing the big group of people apparently seems to imply that we can't do anything.
Yes, and I don't know if Kevin is online. He has addressed this issue in front of P&Z. He did so at the last meeting very eloquently. He's got a very good response. I believe Mark was listening to that meeting. It's not something that we need to discuss tonight. If you would like further direction as to whether you can move forward with this project or responses to those concerns by those by that citizen group, we're happy to prepare those outside of this meeting.
In the brevity, because we've got a lot of important things to go over tonight, I did hear Kevin's words. I understood them, and it's actually not going to be the purview of HARC play. So I would, if the board's okay, I would suggest that, we go forward on design guidelines basis. Yeah. It's a work session, yeah.
Yes.
It just was,
I
the way it was written, it was like, oh.
okay.
what
So
do we do?
here we go. And I welcome, and I would like to ask, because we have all studied this till kingdom come, that you be very brief on the old plans. We're most interested in giving you some valuable feedback on your current to be, or not to be, and that we can be most helpful with really focusing on that, so that when you come to your first hearing, maybe we could pass you through and serve the valuable need of affordable housing. Thank you.
Mark. All right, I'll get us started. Right?
Yep.
All right. Well, it's great to see you all again. Thank you so much for your time tonight. We'll try and make this brief so that we can focus on feedback from all of you. I'm here with Charlie, who, you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Charlie Deese with Cushing Terrell, and I was actually with you last June when we presented the original concept. So happy to be back.
And we have Randy with the Cushing Trail team and Becky Zimmerman, who you've seen before with the Design Workshop team online. So they are here and available. As Kristen mentions so eloquently, we're really here tonight to seek feedback on the Lot L site plan and building massing to help us continue to move the project forward. As mentioned, we were here last June in a work session, and you provided us with some really important feedback, and we've taken that to heart. Charlie's going to share a little bit more about the evolution of the design over the past year, and that really looked at breaking up the mass and scale of the building and evolving the design in a way that we're really excited about. So we'll share that evolved site plan with you. We call it Concept 2B, and a little bit more about the building massing overall for the site, and look forward to your input.
Yeah, and before we kick into the specifics, we will just go really quickly through the evolution and respect that request. And Kristen outlined this already, a year ago, a single building We then looked at some alternatives that went in front of council. Council asked us to then bring that back to the public. And we've gotten general feedback that that's going in the right direction. And since then have continued to evolve it to what you've seen today with 2B. And it's gone from 1 building to 3 to now 4.
Yeah.
So
Again, I would say that we have all studied and read it. If you want to just show a picture of 1, 2,
Yep.
and 2B, I think a minute per old one. I mean, we want to focus on what you got now.
absolutely, and that's the plan.
All right. I'll go through this really quickly. The goals of this project align with the Southwest Area Concept Plan as well as the Telluride Master Plan. It's really about creating a great place. And the focus is on improving transportation and connectivity. There's a really critical transportation piece of this project that thinks about the town in whole. It's about bringing housing into the community, addressing that really critical need. Bringing some neighborhood serving commercial, which helps to support that sense of place in the southwest portion of town. And then providing some amenities like childcare and a food bank that can help to support the people who live here. So the existing site is, as you all know, a parking lot, which is used by Shandoka residents, some surrounding uses as well as skier parking. And so this picture here just indicates the current conditions of that lot. The surrounding neighborhood is primarily residential and lodging with some limited commercial. And there is a transit stop that is here that is intended to be improved and enhanced with future designs. Also important part of the site is the river corridor to the north. We know what a special place the river trail is and want to make sure that it's maintained as an important community connection and an important part of Telluride's identity. And there's also a significant amount of bike parking on the site. Another goal of this project is to ensure that bike parking is improved and enhanced and increased so that that's an important piece of this kind of transit story that exists within the Shandoka lot today and in the proposed design that we'll share more with you.
So this is the part we'll speed through, but this was the plan coming out of the Southwest Area Concept Plan, more of a test fit. So this is what was done before it even hit your desk last June. These are the plans as you saw them last June. So single structure, no below grade parking, wrapped with programming on 4 sides. And this is when we started evolving it towards what you see today. Testing, rotating the parking modules to see if we could accomplish multiple buildings on site. So this is what was presented to council end of last year and what we've continued to evolve. And then taken back to the community this March and all driving towards our current plan right now. And again, just general positive feedback about breaking up the scale, providing more connectivity to the river in some of those public places and spaces that it's creating. Here is just an evolution from alternative 1 to alternative 2 with the 3 structures to 2B, what we'll go into in more detail today. Pausing here, we have separated, we've rotated a portion of the structured parking back to allow us to separate that north building basically on the north that ends east-south along the river there. So that's going from 2 to 2B. That was the big there. It also helped us clean up some of the underground parking. And we'll go into a little more detail of why we think that's successful in terms of the street presence of the above grade mass. Anything to add here?
No, great.
Okay.
Right, so let's look at alternative 2B. So you arrive to the site across Mahoney Bridge and immediately turn into the garage or the parking structure, where you see the letter J there. The pull-off along Mahoney Drive is dedicated transit lane, and that is adjacent to what will be a transit center that will have some additional services and support for people who are using public transit, so you can very easily get into the structure and then get on a bus to take you to other parts of town. Along Black Bear Road, we're really trying to focus this on creating a real streetscape here. So large sidewalks, planting, making ease of pedestrian mobility along Black Bear Road and creating a nice walking environment. All the way to what you see is the transit circle at F, which can accommodate a full bus turnaround and provides a secondary transit location on the site. Internal to the site, you can see a B, we have this green corridor that is intended to provide park and space and amenities for residents. We're really looking at this as a series of rooms with different opportunities for people to sit, gather, play with both active and passive uses. Buildings 3 and 4 here will have are the opportunity for residential as well as childcare in building 4. You can see some play structures there. And then building 2 along the river trail will have some neighborhood serving commercial, and we're anticipating some fitness at that location. And then in between, we're really thinking about this as a lovely through corridor. It's a pedestrian focused space between the structure and building 2 that can help to support circulation east-west throughout the site. And so really here we're thinking about spaces that are not just left over between buildings, but really intentionally designed site plan to support neighborhood uses and to support the buildings that are on the site. And then locating some of those commercial and community amenities throughout the site, so that they're really located where people can access them and benefit them the best. And then just overall, we're really thinking about pedestrian connectivity from north to south along Black Bear Road, between the spaces in the building, from Black Bear to the river trail and along Mahoney Drive, so that people can easily move through and around the space.
Is there the reason was just to create open space that you separated building 2, which used to be plugged into the garage, right?
Do you want to cover?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. I think once we get into some of the kind of wireframe massing, the layering effect of having, especially as you come over from Mahoney, having a smaller mass separated from the garage, breaking down the scale of the garage. And that's also part of why we rotated the parking modules kind of back, so they're running east-west. So we got the shorter face of the garage on Mahoney as well. So it was a combination of such.
And on the Black Bear Road side, I thought I saw on the renderings that there were still residents attached. Is it? I'm looking at just this drawing.
Currently on the Black Bear side, we're looking at there's no residential
None.
wrapping that at this point, but using we'll still have trash enclosures
Okay.
and some bike parking. That's the massing.
All right.
How that translates vertically.
And I have a question as well on the transit center, if I may.
Mhm.
Is this planned to be for, I mean, what is it planned for besides our little goose here, town?
So it's that in regional transit too. We've been in conversations with them on making sure it's sized so that they can use it if they choose to in the future, as well as any other intercept type shuttles if there is more private that starts to use it as well. But primarily what we're trying to do is size it appropriately should regional transit want or need to use it in the future, that dimensionally, functionally, they're able to do that.
Okay, so this is quite future oriented, I guess.
I mean, yes and no. This turnout accommodates larger buses than is there now, and allows for more stacking. It also is not, if we were to overlay this, a whole lot bigger than that's here. The turnaround where you're seeing F serves a number of functions: daycare, drop off, just any larger vehicles that find their way back here
Okay.
that need to turn around. So it's not just trying to serve a future potential transit that might not happen.
Thank you.
And the houses along Blackberry Road that were there last time went away because the building 2 then took up more space, and you must have shifted this back away from the river, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
This is just some imagery showing that we're really thinking that there's a variety of different spaces and places and character for throughout the site for people to meet and gather. So we'll have transit-based uses, we'll have areas for respite and places to hang out with your friends and dine, as well as little nooks and places for activity and sitting and enjoying all the wonderful things that are here in Telluride. And we really hope this can be extension of the natural spaces that exist in the community today.
And then here's a little bit more of the bare bones of how the program is laid out. I know we've kind of talked about this in the site plan, and this is tiny on the screen. I know you have it in your packets too. On the left is the basement level. So this is parking that's all below grade at this point. And then it's really, as you translate up, it's 3 parking bays that are extending up to the upper levels. This is about as feasibly as much parking as could be fit on this site below grade. We're leaving just enough room for our civil engineer to route storm and wastewater out of here through outside of the footprint. So
So there's
trying to really.
One level
that.
below grade.
One level below.
900 cars or 8 something?
900 total. Yeah, 901.
And how many upper levels?
How many upper levels? We have, I believe 4. And that's not a normal floor to floor height. And we have
Okay.
some sections to.
Yeah, when we get into that, I get some more questions about that. So go ahead.
And then just again to kind of orient you with use, starting as you come over Mahoney, contemplating some community serving uses like a food and beverage or fitness there to kind of activate that corner on the river as you come into the site. Again, the transit here is center is associated with that pullout. And then vertical circulation with the garage and just a little lobby for access to upper floor units on either corner, as well as bike parking and trash. Some of that is neighborhood serving bike, some of that is commuter serving bike, but aiming to have a good deal more than what we have today. The building 2 to the west is residential units on the ground. Building 3 is all residential with some of the underground parking circulation kind of tucked in there. Just from a functional aspect, that's right here at the far west side of the garage. And then building 4 is contemplated as the location for daycare. Potentially a food bank. We've recently talked with them about maybe a better location. So, and then
No underground parking in 2, 3, and 4. No underground parking in 2, 3, and 4.
So the underground parking extends below every building, and our buildings generally do not go outside the footprint of,
Okay,
of that.
one full story. Okay.
Yep, and that's just mostly for structural purposes and constructability at this point that our building.
Wouldn't that yield more than 900 spots because you didn't have it under those separate buildings before. Oh, I guess because the building was bigger, it was under there. So it got distributed.
Correct.
Okay, never mind.
So smaller footprint that translates above grade for the garage. And that's been redistributed below grade. Yeah. And then here's just a quick look at some of those heights. We're currently, we've had a planning and zoning work session and for most of the site, we are working within the measured heights. And then adjacent to the riverfront, we're even targeting to be below that with around 35-foot mid gable height. And then working through with P and Z on potential PUD for just a few areas of our garage that extend above the use by heights. Yeah.
So we got one level down below. When we had everything above grade, is the overall height of the garage now lower?
No, so it's the footprint is smaller. So you've taken a larger building like this,
Mm-hmm.
smushed it, same height, and then that's redistributed below grade.
But he's asking if the height of the garage is the same as what it was before we had
That did
underground.
not change.
So
Yeah.
the height did not change.
The height has not changed.
And we're like, there's two things on there, 40 and 45 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and really the only things
The
that
stairs and the
are-
elevator runs were the only 3,800 square feet that were above 40, if I.
Yep. Yeah, and here's a diagram. It's really the areas highlighted in blue here are the only things exceeding the measured height.
So it was 40 feet tall, it's still 40-foot tall, and then the overruns.
Thank you.
And then this is hopefully this made it into your packet. Again, lots of little small things. So but really what this is illustrating is some of our kind of key peak heights compared, and this is actual elevation compared to some of the peak heights of our adjacent structures, just kind of showing that neighborhood scale that our project from a height standpoint, it exceeds it in a few places, but it is in line with most of its adjacent properties.
I don't think, we didn't get that in our packet, no.
You did get
It got
emailed it
Oh,
as soon as it was
it's
received.
not in the packet, it's at.
Yeah.
got it.
So it's 281 by 195 is basically what those red lines say. You're making notes?
Yeah, 195 and 283 for the garage, 281 for building 2. Yeah. And then we've I think with our last June presentation, we jumped more in a little
that was the
more
one.
into like suggestion of materiality and character. And given the comments on the very basics of mass and scale, we didn't want to jump back into that level of detail. Really wanted to engage just on the mass and scale and make sure there's a comfort level or get additional feedback on what we could do to get in line there before it really proceeds beyond that. So that's why here again for the work session, just to reiterate that. So this is coming over Mahoney, basically your first view of the site, and wanted to illustrate that layering effect by separating out building 2 from the building 1 parking garage. So that's what you're seeing in the foreground here. And then the short end of the garage is now what's on Mahoney, trying to again reduce the presence of that.
I think that this really shows how pulling the building off of the facade of the structure helps to create a much more pedestrian scale experience, especially along the river frontage and entering the site. Because in this view at eye level, you don't see the structure behind it.
Yeah, and we also wanted to call out that a lot of trees that will be kept along the river path have been hidden in this graphic, just so you can actually see the building. If we were to turn those on,
Yep.
pretty hard to see. So,
Are there any pedestrian path-throughs through that long building?
currently, no. There's the pathway here between buildings 2 and 3. Between 3 and the neighbor, and then there's a connection here as well as at the bridge.
I'm sorry, how do you get, what are those red lines?
Those are the,
It's not through.
It's not through.
yeah, so this,
Yeah.
this is at the edge of building 2 is one pass through. The west edge of building 3. And then the east edge of building 2, as well as the direct connection to the Mahoney Bridge.
And that was because we heard that the river trail should really stay kind of a serene, natural experience. And so to Charlie's point, we have the Greenway corridor that comes all the way through, and then what you see closest to Mahoney Drive, it allows for some kayak access down to the river. And a pull off there to accommodate them.
Okay.
So the elevation change between the river walk and say the level of the building there now is the same as what's there now? I mean, that we got a big bump,
I-
goes up to the parking lot and then drops.
Yeah,
down
the
again.
berm will still
The
be
berm.
there. There's actually a sewer line that runs through that berm, so
Great,
yeah, that will be staying.
okay.
It's a little hard to tell from this view, but it looks like there was some mention of perhaps solar panels on the roof.
Yeah.
But we don't necessarily have a roof plan.
He did.
Well, there's a site plan roof level, but that shows the parking.
There is
Yep.
parking on the roof. That's it.
That's it. So where are the solar panels above the cars?
Well, I don't think,
Yeah.
Yeah, so
uh-oh.
we're suggesting that it's
Mm.
possible to put solar panels in the portion of the upper roof where the roof structure slopes down enough to kind of keep that.
So not on the left side. I'm just trying to make sense of what I see on the roof. That's just roof material, basically.
Yeah, so on the left side, that's just parking deck. Yep.
Okay.
But wait a minute, are the panels stealing parking slots? Or are they above on a,
They're above.
yeah, so,
Okay.
And they're only above where we can keep them around.
Yeah.
50-foot limit now.
Okay.
Yep. And then this is a view you would never see in real life, but we know one of the kind of critical feedback when we were here last June was kind of the character and massing of the east facade. So wanted to at least kind of strip away the foreground buildings so you could see this a little more clearly. But this is our transit center kind of at the center of this. Some covered kind of waiting area out of the transit center, some pass-throughs into the garage. So that you don't necessarily have to go through or supervise enclosed spaces at all hours. Residential units above a portion of this, and then vertical circulation serve the garage. And then this is just from the south east corner. So to your question earlier about is there any residential on the Black Bear side? No, this is just kind of an illustration of how we might start to break up that. This, however, this southeast corner, the upper levels would be residential. This is at the southwest corner of the site, so we're looking at building 4 in the foreground, really trying to get down to that residential scale and character that similar to what's surrounding the site here, and then a real focus on creating that streetscape that doesn't necessarily exist today. And then you can start to see suggestions of how the central green space and along the Shandoka buildings in the connections of the river there might work. And then this is just an overhead view of that. I don't know, Allison, if you wanted to add anything else in terms of placemaking on the exterior or streetscape.
I think this is a really nice view to see Mahoney Drive or sorry, not Mahoney Drive, Black Bear. And how that's drastically improved in pedestrian experience through the project, introducing trees and shade for human comfort, and can also help to bring down the scale of the experience as you're walking along the streetscape here.
Part of the landscaping will be on the Shandoka side of Black Bear.
That part is within the town, within the property. So that, and there'll be a new sidewalk that is also within the property. Falling. It's within. the
Taking it
property.
over here on this side.
That's
Yep.
correct. Yep.
Great.
Because the Black Bear Road is all within the property extents.
And then this is just a view from the northwest. And it gives you a sense of how the kind of main green space translates directly through, kind of giving that broader access, not through a parking lot for all the existing residents. Anything else to add here?
Nope.
Okay. And then, yeah, again, you might be able to see it a bit better in this view, but this is where that solar canopy above the parking could potentially be.
Can I ask, building 2, is that 3 levels above grade?
Correct. And then finishing kind of back here at just kind of giving the broad picture of where we're at with 2B.
Thank you. We welcome any comments and feedback for our team.
We'll I'm sure I have some questions, and then we'll summarize at the end, just like we did with items 1 through 12 with our previous meeting, of which you've hit about 7 of them. There's 5 that have not been addressed, but we'll get to it. So I'm just gonna open up whoever wants to start first. I got a bunch of
We'll
notes,
do
but
public.
well, we're gonna do our questions first, and then we'll go
Okay.
to the public.
I have a question. In your study, since you started digging deep and proposing underground parking, which is great, did you explore the idea of having 2 underground levels so that you could reduce the mass and the height of the parking section or portion?
We have considered that, and I think what we feel we've come up with is just the best mix of those 2. And I think the footprint of the above grade parking is about as efficient as it can be. We're with limits of, just the modularity of how parking works. And then also with some of the slopes we have to achieve. So this is, I think, as tight as we can get it with the above grade. Still meet the programmatic requirements.
So you didn't study the idea of perhaps having a green roof or having a public open space on the roof, which is visible from the ski area? Something we discussed during our
Yeah,
session.
and we have looked at that and talked about it internally. In a green roof or even some plantings on the roof. We're looking at a potential reduction in parking, but we're talking through those options, especially in regard to if you create a public space on the roof, you have to provide accessible like ADA. So at our upper levels at present, that wouldn't necessarily work with some of the parking slopes to create that, but so that's something we are considering further development. Is what, looking down at this, what we can do to reduce the impact. I think we didn't include in this packet, but looking at just the visual impact of looking down at parking versus what's there now. We do have some specific stats on how much better this is than what's at present in terms of the parking they're looking down on. So we can provide that information if it's helpful.
We'll add, this was a comment that was brought up by planning and zoning, and we'll discuss it with them as well, in future meetings.
Thanks.
Lisa, I'd like to follow up on that.
Yeah.
At the last meeting, we asked for 2-story underground parking. And since, and mostly because your challenge is to get 10 pounds, and we need the 10 pounds, the number of affordable housing units and cars. We need it, but in kind of a 5-pound bag, so to speak, with all these site constrictions. And by the way, you've made some really good improvements. But I don't even think we'd have to talk anymore tonight if you would just say the main building is going to 2 stories. The geotech report shows the water at 4.75 feet. And it's a linear, not exponential, increased construction cost to do raft foundations down there. Pumping wouldn't be that much more. Private developers have done it. But and I have the exact locations of these, in Vale, Steamboat, Crested Butte in the village, not the town, Breckenridge, Aspen, Beaver Creek, all have 2 to 3 stories underground. And if this wasn't our last piece of dirt, I don't know that I'd be so animated about it, but to me, you can have this maybe even more affordable housing units, quote me, more. I've done some rough sketches, more open space, more pedestrian scale, less height, and solve, I think, almost enough of the problems. We could just go to the next meeting and sail you through with 2 stories underground. So we asked last time, the world has done it. This is our last chance with the most precious piece of dirt we have left in this town. It just seems like, I think private developers would do it. I mean, we've got to be blind to the applicant, but it just seems like the thing to do here and solve all these problems with the wave of one wand.
I think there's some concerns about going 20 feet into the groundwater, but our team can definitely look into it and explore.
Well, let me ask one other question.
Trade-offs might be.
So what we have now is a 4 stories and then parking on the 5th, right? Because we're only 40 feet tall, right? So that's only 10, 20, 30, 40, that's only 10 feet per level, but the underground is 15 feet. Where I was going with that, if 15 feet, and this is not in my expertise, even though I'm a engineer in the state of Colorado, but this is not my purview, but if you have 15 feet underground, there's no way that can go to 10 if the other floors are at 10, and then you've brought the whole mass down 5 feet. That's a question.
So the thing that's different about the underground level and the floor to floor height is really just the transfer.
The ramps.
It's more about the transfer deck of what's being built on top of it and how all those things align throughout the project. So you've got to go in terms of the upper floors versus lower, you've got to go a little bit lower.
Okay, I'm going to let other people ask questions. I've got more, but I want to hear from everybody. And at the end, we're going to summarize, but I think this is the magic elixir. And you could sail through the next meeting. Your first hearing, at least to the preliminary, but let's see. Well, we started down there. Let's go this way, Bob. Or do you have more questions, Alita?
Oh, I just had a comment. You've covered the stuff about the parking and all that, so I'm happy that we've got that covered. The one thing about the building 2 along the river, I know these are very preliminary sketches, but I think that more articulation of that facade along the river is needed. You know, there's 3 big hunks there. You've got more breaking up because of the stairways on the other side. I don't think the stairways on the outside are right, but I think we could look at some more articulation of that wall. The building 3, I think the massing scale of that is not that bad. I think it works, but I think that it just feels like a wall along the river trail for building 2.
Okay.
I'd like to see some more articulation of that.
Seems like where they had the stairs, if those were, open air decks that connect
Yeah.
3 separate.
And
bodies,
throughs,
so-
yes, some access through or whatever to break it up. I think it's it's close, but I think you need to do a little more there.
Everybody kind of agree with that? So we don't have to go back? And by the way, since we're on it, Bob, let me just add one thing to it. I drew in here, on building 2, so dropping it down, obviously, to the river trail as the guidelines require further, but where you have the inset, I assume, is that bike parking between the units and the garage? What's that big inset on each building? It's about, goes through half the building.
Stairs.
Oh, those stairs up?
Yep.
Well, maybe it wouldn't do any good, but I was thinking of if you broke the building and continued that opening, you're looking at a stairway.
That's what we just
That's
said.
what we just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you meant drop down to, okay,
No.
then I double agree.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Bob.
Yeah, to say it in a different way, I think there is articulation in the wall plane itself, but it's the sheer length of it with no separation. That was my initial question is there any pedestrian access through that building? It's just, I mean, okay, there's a work session, so it's not a requirement, but there's no dimension of the length of that facade, even though it is broken up 281 feet with no break.
Okay, I'm gonna, go ahead, Bob.
No,
Matt.
I don't have any questions.
I don't necessarily have any more questions. I do a couple, I guess these are just sort of statements. I do appreciate that the building's been at least above grade, broken into the separate buildings. I feel like that works pretty well, even though we're, obviously going to continue talking about it. It works along the river corridor. It works what I would call interior to the neighborhood on the west side. There's even some pretty good stepping in and out on the facade on the east side of the transit center. But I feel like those good moves on the river side were made at the expense of the Black Bear Road side. There is some stepping there, but I still feel as a pedestrian or even a bicycle or an automobile, that's going to feel like you're driving past a 4-story parking garage. So, it's push, pull. There's been a good response on the north side, the river side. I'm a little concerned with what that north elevation of building 1 of the parking garage looks like to those residents, because it's purely flat for 200 feet or whatever it is. So articulating the north and the south side of building 1, I still think needs work. And as I rode through the guidelines, I will say AC 20 parking in terms of guidelines is almost impossible to apply. It wasn't written with an envision of a building like this or parking like this. So in terms of tying our discussions about quote unquote parking, those guidelines are for an entirely different thing. So then we're really going to hang on 23 mass and scale. And we talked about this at the last work session, and it's going to continue to be the challenge for me. 23A, similar to those found historically. It's tough, right? I know we want what we want and we need what we need, but that's tough to get around. And 23A2 gives special guidance as seen from the mountains. Now, what I take that to mean is either from a ski run or from the gondola. And that was my question about the potential for not just, and I know what we look at now, we look at a giant parking lot, but we want to do better than that going forward. So it's not simply raising the parking lot 4 stories in the air and saying, well, that's what's there now. It seems to me like there should be a little more going on up there, and it may cause the structure to be marginally taller, but from the mountains, maybe, I'm not saying put a roof over the whole thing, but maybe selected areas could have some shading mechanism. Certainly if they're solar panels done in the right way, that could start to articulate something. And maybe that's just too fine for a work session, but that's where my thinking, as I looked through this was going. I will say, please, as we go forward, I think this document set is pretty good for a work session, but going forward, we need dimensions so we are not scaling PDFs, and we need setbacks to property lines. We need all those things that are, and that'll probably come up later as well. But anyway.
If I could kind of add to that, I think we do have some very flat walls there on building number 1. I can give you an example. If you go to Sedona, they just finished the parking garage there where they actually did some articulation at each floor. Some of them have, curved pieces of metal, and you've got the railing above that, and it broke up that wall. And I'm assuming it's going to be open at each floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you could look at just some kind of articulation of the walls on the Black Bear and the north side. Certainly help that. And I don't think it's going to be that's not a huge thing. It could just be some elements that are added on there or worked into the facade. I think that would help break that up.
I just wanted to just briefly follow up on Stacy's comment. I did request from the applicant dimensions and heights for each of the buildings. They did provide them, and I distributed them,
Yeah, one.
and they weren't required as part of a work
I
session.
said that.
But knowing that, that would be something that might be helpful to you during this conversation. So just making sure the public knows that as well. That information is available in the document center as provided by the applicant. Thank you.
Well, it sounds like they've really worked to get that thing as small as they can and still have the parking. If we can go 2 stories below and lower the whole thing down a bit, I think would be great.
Game over.
And and then some kind of articulation of the exterior walls, I think would help a lot.
It's a catch-22. 900 spaces are needed.
No, you'll have them,
No, I understand. But
just not up in the air.
the comparison to all those heights are ridges, not flat elements that are 200 feet long. So the comparison is even, it's not apples to apples.
Oh, Sherry.
Yep. Yeah, I think I agree with pretty much everything that was said. I think another thing that struck me was the building 2, when you're coming over Mahoney Bridge, to provide some stepping down on the east face of that building, just so it's not a 3-story wall plane that you encounter as soon as you cross the bridge. And also I like the ideas of providing some sort of visual separation along building 2. Maybe it is a good idea to make those decks, as you say, as pass-through decks or that kind of thing. I think that would help a lot as well.
Well, and that's another thing. I mean, I know what putting together a work session package for a project like this or I can imagine what that must entail, but without any window door openings, the mass seems much more apparent. So there's a lot of tools at your disposal going forward to start breaking this up a lot more.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Helpful.
So we've kind of gone into deliberations. Do you want me to
Oh,
say
well,
my
we-
piece, or do you want to have the public?
Oh,
comment?
well, before we lose them, why don't you have a dialogue with either and questions or could you do this or could that? And then we'll go to the public,
Sure.
but I don't want to lose them yet.
I agree with everything that's been said so far. I am having a hard time. I think you've been given a pretty hard task. I'm having a hard time seeing how this mass and scale fits in or is approvable from design guidelines. Trying to imagine, even if you split building 1 into 2 buildings, which would be a nightmare for your circulation and parking, I'm still not sure if 2 buildings would fit within the mass and scale of town. So I don't have a good answer for you unless you can remove parking spaces. I understand the challenges of trying to go 2 stories down into water table. I don't know if active pumping is allowed in town. So I don't know if that might be a non-starter.
They're gonna already have to do it with the first story. The dewater, constant pumping.
I just can't see these number of spaces, this mass and scale fitting with design guidelines. And that's just
Okay.
what I have to say.
Okay. So any other questions of them? Let me try to capture what we've said here. One thing we said of the 12 items last time was create, particularly at corners, 1 and 2 story scale. Well, I don't know how you do that with a garage at the corner unless you can lose some spaces, I guess, right? But to your comment you just made, first of all, 281 feet, there's just nothing like it in town. And we're supposed to have August Ridgelands of 60 feet. So this is almost, 5 times that. So I don't know what we do with that. Obviously, going underground and lowering it 10 feet or 15 feet, to me, helps with, it wouldn't be so sensitive if it wasn't 281 foot long. If it was 100 foot long and you had some height here, it's one thing. I don't think we can improve. But if we add, this is a question to you guys before we lose them here, but because I want to give them a list. What if we 2-story, they lower the building 10, 15 feet, and then they do something with 1 and 2 stories on the corner of this behemoth main garage, lose 8 spots. Well, maybe 4 spots per place, so maybe lose 16. Well, would that help? Do you think get it something that was approval without trying to divide the building in half? I mean, at one time we said that, but I can't even see. I mean, to me that, I don't even know how I asked the question, knowing what your objectives are of, okay, make it 2 garages, although here we are, I don't know how we can approve a length of 281 feet. So I'm coming up with how else could we do this by softening the corners and lowering the thing with 2 stories. Would the board think that you would want to at least look and see what happens if we step down to 1 and 2 stories on the corners? I don't know.
Well, I think going forward, there's gonna need to be a difference between level 2 and 3 and level 3 and 4. Right now, it's just upper levels are
Yeah.
all the same. We'll get there. Taking this as a work session. There can be more, but to Matt's point, we're still kind of, no pun intended, fiddling at the edges. It's a big building unlike any other in town, full stop. And if we're gonna end up having to hang our hat if we approve this on a substantially compliant argument. And we're gonna have to turn a blind eye to 23 mass and scale. I mean, we will have to approve it right now. To Matt's point, even if it's split in 2, each individual building,
Well, the guidelines only go up to 3 stories and we got 4 and
I
then
know.
a 5th floor. So
I'm just thinking out loud.
Underground. It has to go down. I couldn't vote to approve it if there weren't 2 stories because of what it does to the mass and scale and so forth. Plus, I'm all for preserving the same number of affordable housing units that we can get. And you wouldn't lose 1. But the length is the length.
I would prefer to see it tall. And divided up than just 2 stories in the same footprint. I mean, that doesn't, the verticality helps break up some of the mass and scale. I think if it were to be approved, it would be hanging our hat on pedestrian scale and pedestrian experiences. We're going to fail at overall mass and scale at this design.
So that would mean 2 garages?
I mean, I'm
Well, it can't be 3, but I mean, something.
I'm been debating, do you have one level that's the same size as this ground level footprint? And then do you come in different areas and lose parking? The more we chip away, the more we try to articulate, the more it's just going to destroy the efficiency of the garage itself. It's going to be really challenging for them. But I don't see how this size of building is approvable in town.
The length.
I mean,
Of course, the height,
the
but
whole,
the
the
length.
whole mass of it itself, if you're
200 by 200.
I think even if you,
183, not 195 by 283.
even if you split in 2, you still got 2
Still
big
big,
buildings
massive, 2
with a space
units of
between them.
buildings.
Doesn't do much good.
The only thing bigger would be the high school,
Yeah, which is,
articulated and broken.
well, yeah.
And set up against a big hill. Well, let's do this. We're going to summarize this, but let's go hear from the public first, get their input, and then we'll make a summary list. Try to get some consensus on a list. I don't know about this last one. It's the elephant in the room, but let's do that. So public, we would ask that you come up in 3 minutes or less. And if the person has already spoken about height, mass, and scale, better than use your 3 minutes would be to say, I totally concur with those comments and not just repeat the same thing, the same thing, the same thing. We do have a lot of letters here that we've all read and take seriously. So who would like to start? And 3 minutes, and Piper, you'll help. You're welcome. Welcome comments.
Starting in the room.
Well, we can start in the room. Chris, you up?
Go to the microphone, please. Yes.
Yeah, just read your name in the mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Do it again. Test.
Testing, 1, 2.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay. There? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good. Chris Myers, 532 West Colorado, 26-year resident. Let's see. Thank you, HARC. I really appreciate the comments that I've heard thus far from you, and I think each and every one of you have touched on something, and particularly the mass and scale is hugely important to our community. I do appreciate, I didn't come to the work session last year, so I see an undeniable improvement over last year. So I think we're headed in the right direction. I still have, I guess I'm with all of you in terms of scratching my head in terms of mass and scale. These are big buildings, and Stacy, I appreciate your comment, like, how can we get some pass through on the building along the river and not just have that long wall, the north wall of the main parking structure. If you're in that space between that and the river building, it's just massive. Let's see. I also think that part of the reason I came to Telluride is because I think we see things just a little bit differently here. And Elitza, I appreciate you coming up with the comments of can we do this differently with a green roof? Are there spaces to make this more livable for that community in terms of a community garden space there? I don't know. I do have a question. I'm curious how many parking spaces are at Shandoka now compared to 901. So I want to understand a little bit more about the congestion that putting all this parking in one area of town, what is that going to do to the community and the people and the neighbors on Mahoney Drive? A lot of Shandoka cars, I think, sit there maybe all year long. And so maybe pushing the parking underground where somebody's just going to park their car and not drive it for a long time, that's an expensive parking space. I was thinking of maybe there's a compromise. I don't like the idea of pumping year round, which I think is not legal in town, but I can't speak to that directly. And Mark, I think it was great that you looked at other towns to see that they have done it and gone 2 stories down. I love the concept. We are right on the river, so I don't know. Maybe we're 1.5 stories underground. So maybe it's not just 2, but you ask for 2, maybe we get 1.5 underground. Love the idea of the photovoltaics on the top. I'm curious about the other buildings in terms of roof angles and appropriateness for PV, not just on the building 1, but on the other buildings. I know we're just in a work session, but seeing these drawings with lack of building penetrations or fenestration windows, it feels cold and massive. So if there's a way that we can get a little more information as to building details.
Sounds like you get almost out of time. You want to give us a summary?
I'm just turning my page to make sure I got everything. Let's see. Registration. Curious about how many parking spaces, green roof. I think that's about it. And part of me, that my last comment, I guess, is this much parking in one place? Is that efficiency or is that very untelluride? Thank you.
Next. By the way, the applicant can tell us, but go ahead, go on up there. I think the total number of places is about equal to, Lance knows, and James, Carhinge plus Shenandoah now, right? Isn't that about 800 something? Those 2?
They're all flowing from the southwest area concept plan.
Yeah.
So it's what's in place now, plus Carhenge, plus additional uses on site, plus additional commuters.
But to answer his question, what's there now, Carhenge was 288, right? Lance, you know, go ahead, tell us.
288.
Plus Carhenge 600.
Yeah, the existing parking lots, 330, sometimes 320, and Carhenge is 288.
Thanks.
Repeating that, Carhenge is 288.
288.
Huh?
And Lot El Shenandoah lot is 330 if everybody parks.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
600 is reading 300 more.
There's 300 additional spaces, but some of those are allocated to the new housing.
Right.
And some for the new commercial.
Mhm.
And so that reduces that down about 60, 70 spaces. They will get about 230 for new commuter type parking space or visitor parking. That type of, the town can decide the right uses for the park.
Thanks, Lance. Okay,
Thank you.
come on up. Sorry, I thought it was important. Go ahead.
Curious about it. I agree. Everything Chris says.
Could you
I-
state your name, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Really?
Hi, Deborah Nunn. Moved here, I bought my house in 95, so I can't do the math for me. So it's 503 West Colorado Avenue. And then I own my house at 148 South Davis Street. I mostly came for the next session, but I have to leave. But I agree with what Chris had to say. I didn't know that much about this. They obviously spent a lot of time with this, working on this, and I appreciate everything you were saying. I'm wondering if they could go down more a little bit. I realize it's a wet area, but I would totally agree with going down a little further for parking. Because it sounds like, what did you say, 60 spaces? That's all we're getting from all of this? Is that what the end result was, 60, Chris? Is that what the end result, we're only gonna get 60 more spaces for commuters?
Lance is saying 230. 60 for new housing and commercial and 230 for commuters and visitors.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. I didn't know that. I just want to add what he had to say. I think everything he's saying is correct. I think more windows and have more of an open unit, because I think about what it's going to look like with the facing of it by the water, and the river trail. That's not going to look that pretty. But anyway, I am going to just say my little piece because I have to go now. The next complex we're talking about is just so ridiculous. And I'm hoping that we can make do with what we have here and perhaps also put in another boarding house. I think that is an amazing unit for our community. And I own an employee housing unit, and owning that over the years, the one thing that people have always asked me is, hey, can we take off for off season and not pay rent? And that's where you are. Why the boarding house would be another boarding house situation would be great. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Then we'll go online. Okay, electronically raise your hand if you'd like to comment on this project. Okay, Amy, welcome. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, and thank you, everybody. I agree with Chris and the last speaker. What we've heard from a lot of folks in the Chair 7 group, legal issues aside, is just, please don't turn a blind eye to mass and scale. Obviously, that would be a terrible idea. You've talked about things that exist in the world in terms of going underground for parking. There are also lots of towns in the world that have less parking and are less friendly, I guess, for lack of a better term, to cars. And, we already have seen a dramatic increase in traffic. I live in Cimarron. And in town in general, we've seen a dramatic increase in traffic. And I think it would be great if we considered the fact that maybe we're trying to cram too many parking spaces into that spot, and perhaps there's no realistic way to do it and to remain consistent with the nature of the town of Telluride, and just to think creatively and outside the box. We would just say no, that we don't have room for that many parking spaces, and look more to outside of town, and less into turning this, as we've heard repeatedly, last precious piece of dirt into a piece of dirt that's for cars and for a transit center and for increasing what already feels like an unsustainable amount of vehicle traffic in town. I think that there's big problems with that, and I think mass and scale is one way to we've it's put this into context that folks on HARC are looking at and trying to solve, and maybe the solution is it's just too much. So thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Next is Madeline Whiteman.
Madeline, please
Oops,
unmute.
lost her.
Good evening. I just wanted to, again, I agree with the last, all of the speakers that have spoken tonight. And I do think that, like everybody, and as the commission is saying, that the mass and scale is not Telluride. And we do want to keep the character of our town. And I understand that, parking can be a problem, housing can be a problem, and these are not unique to our town. But if there's a way that we can make it better, it's not going to be perfect, but make it better without losing the character and not having these, huge buildings that are oversized and just don't work here. The other thing I wanted to say about the garage and parking was that today the size of the cars are longer, they're wider, they're higher, and I think that all needs to be taken into consideration when you're designing the parking lot. And I agreed with the commission also that these plans would, I think, mean a lot more to a lot of people, including me, if there were dimensions on them, if we could see, the size of the buildings. It's fine if they're just laid out flat, but is it 20 feet here? Is it 50 feet here? I think that will give us a whole new perspective. So thank you for my time.
Thank you. Roz Strong?
Hi, can you hear me here?
Yes.
Yes, great, thanks. I just wanted to reiterate what I've heard for the last couple of people say, and all of you who are discussing this, the board, and all of your comments about mass and size being too big. And I think the edges, I think it's too square. Like everybody else has said too, it needs pass-through areas and softening or step downs. I would love to see it go down a whole floor. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to go underground. I've seen that happen in Telluride, and it doesn't seem to work really well to go down deeper, but that's, I don't know, just in general, I think it's not Telluride. And I think it's so gigantic, and they're trying to put all of the parking in one place in a residential zone is not fair to that particular community. I don't, for safety, for one thing, I think it's not as safe to put that many people down there, and fire danger. I'm wondering what the fire department would say about all of this. Let's see, I guess I'm just in support of it not being so big. And maybe thinking about what Telluride's really about. And I appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Jennifer? Lisich?
Hi, yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I echo everything else that everybody else is saying. I also wondered about the material on the outside of this, and I don't know, I joined a little bit late. I don't know if you discussed it already, but what kind of material will we be looking at on this long wall? Like, is it wood? Is it, like, is it going to be, is it interesting? I mean, because we look at the scale, it's huge. It looks like a big flat wall. have you ever discussed anything about what type of
At-
materials you're
at-
proposing?
At the work session, we almost never talk about
Okay,
materials.
okay,
But
sorry.
those questions are key questions and
Yeah.
they'll be answered coming up at the first hearing.
Okay, thank you. And then the other thing is that to second what Roz just said about, I understand that there's a need for more parking, definitely for housing. I'm totally behind the housing. But why does it have to be all, impacting this neighborhood? I think that's a great point. I know you're saying that this is our last piece of precious dirt, but it is really unfortunate that you would just pull all of this right into that one area. And I live in that area, have a property at Etta, and it's already very, you already have a lot of traffic and, things going on there for like, when the different events are happening, etc. And it's just, I mean, it's just ridiculous. A lot of kids are riding their bikes there from Shandoka. A lot of people are trying to have like, just some area to skateboard or whatever they're doing. And I just think it's a nightmare. I think there's going to be problems. It's going to be dangerous. And to Roz's point, also that density in this changing environment with fire danger, it just does not look good. It doesn't feel good that we're just going to dump all of it right there. So that's my feeling, and I agree with all of the things about making it more interesting if it has to go up, making it as interesting as possible for everybody who's going to be looking out their windows, looking towards the trail, and they just see a big wall, that would just be horrible. So I feel very emotional about it, but I just think, I know change happens, but it's just ridiculous how big this is. And, maybe we need to be more of a walking town. You park your car somewhere and you walk into town, or there's shuttles like they're doing in the parks now and stuff like that. Um, anyway, I just hope there's a different solution than this. Thank you.
Thank you. There a Danny out there? Sorry? Yes.
Is there a Danny?
Yeah, I saw a floating hand. It said Danny something.
People have started using a thumbs up function, which I don't know how to
Okay. never-
shut down.
All right.
So
Any other public comment? Before we
Karen.
Thought she did already.
wasn't that Karen just hung up? Was that a different Karen?
No, that was not Karen. This is
Oh.
Karen.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I wanted, since there's clearly strength in numbers, just won't belabor the point about
Is this Karen
scale.
Straitman?
Yes, Stratman, thank you. I won't belabor the point about mass and scale, except just to add that earlier in the session at the beginning, reference was made by one of the HARC members to the letter that was written by the Chair 7 Coalition, and the mass and scale is a big piece of that letter. And there was also reference made that there is an answer or a response to that, and we would just end that, but it wasn't provided. So just saying that we would, for those of us who are involved in that coalition, and it is the properties and that were referenced in the last two sets of comments by Jennifer and by Roz, that those of us who own homes there would love to hear that answer.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
no other hands are raised.
All right. Seeing none, this is informal. And by the way, I said it last time, but I really commend the applicant, the town, for coming to a second work session on something that is so complex. And I think you've heard some positive things about how you've gained traction to try to get compliant on some issues. So I'm going to try to summarize the 5 items that I wrote down, but I'm going to get consensus first before I just speak it. I wrote down drop down or step down on the river trail ceiling, and also break up the pass-throughs 3 times on building number 2. Right? Number 2, 2-story underground parking lot. We don't even have 4 stories in our guidelines unless it's a rear setback, so our design guidelines go to 3. So I think 2 stories would solve the height issue, the mass and scale to some extent. We're gonna talk about the length separately, at least the height. And open space and pedestrian scale all in one fell swoop. Number 3, building 1, drop corners to 1 and 2-story elements or articulate the walls. What I was listening to from several people that brought this up was thinking of kind of like a plaza feel, wherein, and I think Matt said it, if you set back levels starting at level 2, but then more significantly, I don't mean to make it look just like a pyramid, but number 3, and so far those aren't, I don't know if they're 5 feet or 10 feet, but then the third one, maybe even more proportionally, you'd minimize the loss of cars per floor. But there are 3 floors and you'd probably lose a couple cars per floor. But I, for one, would like to see a rendering of that in 3D with dimensions to see how much that softened this. Not that we can overcome the question that has been asked, how are we going to prove 281 feet? But I guess we owe it to at least look at it, but don't just set them back a foot. This is never going to work that way. And it might not even work this way, depending on how the board feels.
What you're saying is consistent with what we do with other projects. We almost always ask for a break in the vertical plane. We'll need to see that here in addition, but you know, especially on Black Bear and certainly on the north side, it's I gather, a 4-story plane. Vertical planes.
Okay, but it needs to be significant. And then number 4 was adding more decks and balconies along with the change in wall planes. There are guidelines, as you know this, that talk about using balconies and decks, and Kristen referenced some of them here. But when we rewrote these in 24, probably people asked me, what's the biggest change you made? And with the help of these 2 guys and then the whole board, was the change in wall plane. Decks and balconies are not alone by themselves enough to show articulation, not and won't be voted forward with that. So those are the 4 things I picked up. Additional ones or amplification of these points before we leave them?
The green roof part,
Sorry?
bringing some vegetation to the roof of building 1, which refers to improving the the views from the mountain.
Now that may raise the building because then they're gonna say we just lost 100 cars.
It will work if they go down in the ground more.
Oh, okay, if they do.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's-
consider, yeah, I mean, we'd all see, and I did go up in the gondola today, actually to look at the story poles. But I could imagine somewhat this, and it's just a shocking change. I encourage you, while the story poles are up and or to imagine it, to take a ride. It's, I don't know. I will say this, who likes looking at all these ugly cars scattered around there? It's not, I mean, there's more green space employed here than what there is now. Somehow we're gonna have to balance all that. So I thank you for that part, but can make more. Other final charge? Okay. See you in September, is it? When is it? Well, I know we don't have to make a motion, but is it likely September or what is it likely? I'll just ask the applicant.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Well, I'm thinking about other things coming at us, but okay.
We'll circle back with our team
Yep.
and we look forward
Okay.
to submitting at the next stage.
All right. Thank you very much and good luck. And you're in control now.
Thank you for your feedback.
We gave you a pathway. Okay. The next item is our first public hearing item of the Car Hinge redevelopment plan.
And I need to recuse myself.
Okay, Bob Mather is,
Give me a couple minutes. I need to go back and go to the green room and go to the restroom.
Yeah. I'll just read the introduction here. Well, let me start with the process. Kristen, give you a hand, but just so everybody knows. So, and there were letters asking about this, but we're just going to focus on HARC's purview here. That we're going to cover all the buildings, I guess at once, one presentation from the staff, one presentation from you rather than 3 times saying the same stuff. And then the board is going to break up the 3 projects and deliberate and make 3 separate motions. I mean, maybe that's obvious to everybody, but just want to clarify. So the Carhenge redevelopment plan is the preliminary, and there'll be another step, preliminary, large scale buildings A, B, and C. And how am I going to do this? And D1 and 2 and E1, E2, and E3, okay? And it's consideration of the preliminary large scale application for new construction outside of the THLD to contain more than 5,000 square foot of floor area. Pursuant to land use code 7203B2A1, slots 34 and 34B, Bachman Village. According to the recorded in the June 29th, 1979, under reception number 212301, County of San Miguel. 700 West Pacific, the Carhenge lot, accommodations 2 district, owner town of Telluride, applicant, design workshop, and staff member Kristen Collier.
Hold it up here.
Can I ask just a question,
Yes.
clarification?
Sure.
So we're essentially opening 3 items at once.
Yeah. That's right. That's a better way
So
to
you
say
just
it.
opened 3 items.
That's the better way to say it.
Okay.
ABC, D1 and 2, and E1, 2, and 3.
As Kristen gets started, I would love to know why this is 3 different projects and not just one project. Seems overly complicated to do it this way.
I'll have the applicant answer that. That's how they applied. And so they submitted 3 separate applications. They can speak to that piece. So I'm going to get started here. So I'm just going to quickly go over the process for the public on screen, just so that everybody sees it, if you don't mind, Mark.
Read it. So
What's-
the HARC chair introduces the projects and staff gives the presentation. The applicant gives one presentation covering the full site inclusive of the 3 applications and then answers HARC's questions. Then the chair opens public comment on all 3 applications at once. And then the public is invited to make comments. We ask for 3 minutes or less, and there's no dialogue allowed back and forth. Now we are in a formal hearing, not an informal work session.
And Mark, what I did do, just for clarification, is per discussion amongst staff, the determination was that we should allow 5 minutes or less per person because it's the 3 applications and the comments are, that was the path forward determined by staff. So I included that in these notes here.
Okay, the way to do this.
I mean, hopefully everybody can say what they need to say in 3 minutes because it's redundant. I mean, what you're gonna say is referring same thing, mass and scale to all 3 but all right, we'll see. And then after public comment, the applicant can make a rebuttal and then the board will start deliberations. And after they close public comment and then make a decision on 3 separate actions.
Great. Thank you so much for going through that, Mark. I just wanted everyone to be on the same page. Standards for review are just here for reference for the public. Action by decision-making body after hearing the evidence and considering the comments of all persons interested in a matter, the reviewing body is going to render a decision accompanied by any necessary findings and have them entered into the minutes. In its findings, the reviewing body should report the facts found and its conclusions and whether the development application is approved with conditions, recommended for approval by another body, tabled or continued pending receipt of additional information, or denied. The reviewing body shall not be required to take final action on the development application during the same meeting at which evidence or testimony from interested persons has been taken, and may continue the matter in accordance with the limitations set forth in Land Use Code Section 5205C. Mark opens up the public hearing on all 3 projects related to Carhenge. This is the property. The request is to construct a mixed-use pedestrian-oriented neighborhood inclusive of attainable housing for local residents and expanded public amenities on town-owned property. This is within the AC2 zone district, the AC treatment area, accommodations, and also within the River Park Corridor overlay. It's not located within the Telluride Historic Landmark District. A concurrent large-scale subdivision application has been submitted to combine the two lots, Lot 34 and 34B, into a single lot with a total lot size of 179,336 square feet. The three applications that the applicant submitted pertain to buildings ABC, buildings D1, D2, and buildings E1, E2, E3. The review process status is that an initial HARC work session took place on September 17th, 2025. A second HARC work session took place on May 20th, 2026. These work sessions provided an opportunity for the applicant to seek guidance from HARC prior to preparing and submitting a formal HARC application. On today, a first public hearing will be held on the preliminary large-scale application. The applicant has incorporated comments received from HARC work sessions into the revised submittals. Today, a site walk took place at 3 p.m. at 700 West Pacific, the Carhenge lot. During the site walk, we only had discussions that related to the orientation of the site, the physical characteristics of the site, and the layout of the site. Story poles were in place 72 hours in advance of the HARC meeting and will remain in place 24 hours after the HARC meeting. It is to be noted that per staff's direction, the applicant placed the story poles conservatively. So this illustration shows where the story poles are located, and in some cases, there's actually less mass and scale in those areas because they provided the most restrictive, most conservative grouping as they place those story poles. Consistency with the Telluride Master Plan and Southwest Area Conceptual Plan. This project stems from the community values outlined in Telluride's master plan and the Southwest Area Conceptual Plan adopted by Town Council in 2021, which outlines a comprehensive vision for revitalizing the southwest quadrant of Telluride, including the Carhenge property. The Southwest Area Plan identifies strategies for addressing key challenges in this area, including underutilized public land, traffic congestion, limited neighborhood amenities, and inadequate pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. Consistent with the goals and objectives of the Telluride Master Plan, this project aims to provide affordable housing, reduce car dependency, increase walkability, promote a sense of community, and contribute to a year-round economy that supports locals and visitors. In terms of the design guidelines, I will state this again just because other members of the public have likely joined for this public hearing. The overall precepts of the design guidelines are keep it simple, keep it in scale, respect historic resources, and make all new design compatible with the existing context. The design guidelines that apply to this project are the accommodations treatment area, River Park Corridor overlay, and exterior and site lighting standards and guidelines. So starting first with the introductory section of the design guidelines for the accommodations treatment area, which relate to this project, a mix of uses is allowed. Projects may include both residential and commercial uses. Whenever feasible, establish characteristics of site orientation and street layout found elsewhere in the historic residential areas of Telluride should also be expressed in this treatment area. Again, particularly important for large projects on large parcels that may have a substantial impact on the area. Therefore, special care should be taken when designing a project to ensure that it is visually integrated in mass scale and character with the neighborhood and the town. This project is located within the River Park Hillside Edge category of the accommodations treatment area. This area south of the river has steep slopes that require different technical responses. Projects should enhance the river edge as a public amenity. So most projects have been developed as individual projects with separate identities. They have not established an overall sense of visual continuity. Even though a general visual continuity with the older parts of town is desired, this may be balanced with natural constraints and some variety in building character. More variety in architectural design is appropriate than in other areas, but visual continuity should be maintained with the historic district. And as seen from a distance, this treatment area should appear to be a part of the community with essentially the same perceived street and alley arrangements, building forms, and development scale. This is particularly important for projects on large parcels or that span several parcels. And again, natural site constraints may, in some cases, prevent projects from reflecting the established built character of Telluride residential neighborhoods. HARC will apply the following standards with flexibility. the applicant provided, and these are incorporated into the document center for reference by the public. These were provided to HARC in advance of this public hearing. Some aerial depictions, aerial views of the project so that you can see the context. So you can see that here. This is from a view from straight above. This is looking towards the project from the south. And you can see the orientation if you look towards where the river lays out. So this is looking from the west. And this is just zoomed out from that. So you can start to see how this project fits within the overall context. And I will start there just for visuals. We can go back to those later if you'd like, or the applicant may bring you to those in their conversation. So the design lines for this treatment area recognize that large-scale projects on large parcels may be built in this area and provide specific guidance in these cases. Special importance is placed on the design of larger-scale projects to ensure that they are visually integrated in mass scale and character with the neighborhood and the town. As seen from a distance, as we discussed, projects should appear to be a part of the community with essentially the same perceived street alley arrangements, building forms, and scale of development. This is an overall staff analysis. The project is designed thoughtfully with respect to community character and fits well within the neighborhood context. Larger buildings are divided into smaller articulated modules, reducing the perceived scale and breaking up the massing. The project is designed to step up from the river to the mountains. This is contextually appropriate in this part of Telluride. The steep pitch of the roofs gives the perception of lower height. Separation between structures and structure modules creates positive open space in addition to preserving view corridors and improving solar access. Positive open space between building forms and the community gathering space play area enhance the site and further break up the massing. That said, there are specific aspects of the project that could benefit from further refinement in order to demonstrate compliance with the design guidelines. So now I'm going to go very quickly through. I'm sharing one design guideline and then I'm going straight to the conditions per HARC's suggestion for these public hearings. So first, just starting with AC1, context compatibility. New interpretations of traditional building types are encouraged such that they are seen as products of their own time, yet compatible with historic resources in the vicinity. Historic proportions of height, width, and depth are very important to be compatible with the historic mass and scale of Telluride. Staff's analysis for this is the project is situated outside of the THLD. Although general visual continuity with older parts of town is desired in this treatment area, the design guidelines allow more variety in architectural design and provide more flexibility in finding an appropriate balance between the natural constraints of the site and the built environment. This project responds to the local context of Telluride, incorporating forms that mirror the region's historic attributes and utilizing materials that reflect the natural character of the town. Viewers will perceive the project as a product of its own time. There is compatibility with the region's historic and architectural heritage at scale. So yes, this complies, that's A. And then for A3, the project strives to provide a contextually appropriate building scale by breaking up the massing into distinct modules and using design elements to give the perception of an array of smaller structures on the site. A further reduction in the perceived mass and scale could be achieved through the approaches outlined in condition 1. And this is for further discussion by HARC, and I'm now moving into the conditions, beginning with condition 1. For the public, the HARC members and the public posted online on our website with the agenda packet. We're provided with a detailed staff memo that includes all of the analysis, the design guidelines that were viewed, et cetera, and where there's compliance and where there's opportunity to improve the project. I am just going to the conditions that were included in the motion and walking the board through those as a way to refine this presentation, and then the applicant will share the project in detail. So in the motion for HARC members, condition 1 is to reduce the perceived mass and scale of buildings A, B, C, D, E, D1, E1, E2, and E3 by incorporating additional variations in vertical wall planes, increasing articulation of horizontal wall planes, stepping down facades towards the roads and pedestrian pathways, breaking up the roof ridges, varying the building heights, and/or increasing the number of building modules consistent with a number of the design guidelines. Again, HARC, there's an and or in there. HARC may decide to narrow that down. But I think giving some flexibility to the applicant so that if you were to move forward with this condition, they could be flexible in how they meet that condition might be beneficial. I'm showing some examples of areas as outlined in this condition that could be improved to reduce the perceived mass and scale. Again, potentially incorporating variations in vertical wall planes, increasing articulation of horizontal wall planes, stepping down facades. And so these are a couple of those examples. These are a couple more where those improvements would be very beneficial per staff's review. Condition 2, refine the design of the north elevation of building A and the northeast module of D1 to step down towards the river more intentionally by incorporating a lower roof form, breaking up and reducing the size of the windows, shifting the window openings further towards the center of the north elevation of D1 to align more closely with historic patterns of development, and or adding a deck element consistent with a number of the design guidelines, including those in the accommodations and the river corridor overlay. So starting with building A, and I'm just speaking to building A and D1, the northeast module of D1 in condition 2. Building A is very visible as pedestrians, bicyclists pass by on the trail or come over the bridge. The north facade would benefit from a refined design which steps down towards the river less rigidly and which provides a more contextual and welcoming entrance to the project site. So I include the small clip of the map there just so you can see the orientation. This is the north elevation, and the north is the part facing the river, of course. For the northeast module of D1, the northeast module of building D1 is the first building encountered head-on as one crosses the bridge into the project site. It will be visible from the river trail and the multimodal path. While some revisions have been made to break up the north facade, the two-story projection, rather than reducing perceived mass and scale by stepping down towards the bridge, is perceived instead as a massive square block projecting outward. Further refinement, perhaps by incorporating a roof form, breaking up and reducing the size of the windows, shifting the window openings further towards the center of the north elevation to align more closely with historic patterns of development, and or adding a deck element would benefit the project overall since this module is situated in such a prominent location. Moving on to condition 3, break up the continuous roof ridges for buildings B, C, D2, E2, and E3 by varying the ridge height or offsetting the ridges so that no roof ridges extend continuously for a length greater than 60 feet, unless modified by HARC, and that's per the land use code. HARC does have the ability to modify that length but per the land use code, it would be the 60 feet. Consistent with consistent with the number of the design guidelines. I won't read those. So the proposed maximum ridgeline lengths for B, C, D2, E2, and E3 are shown here, which are higher than the 60 feet. And then I'm just showing you one of the visual examples of why we would be looking to have that ridgeline broken up to be consistent with a number of the design guidelines. Okay, condition 4, reduce the amount of glazing and break up the multi-story vertical window expanses consistent with consistent with the number of design guidelines. Sorry, I keep saying that. And this is specific to building A, the east elevation, building B, the north and west elevation, building C, the north elevation, building D1, north, south, and west elevations, building D2, north elevation, building E2, north and south elevations, and building E3, north and south elevations. So these are some of the examples of those elevations where a reduction in the amount of glazing and breaking up the multi-story vertical window expanses would be beneficial. These are very visual, very distinct, very much visual public impact, pedestrian impact facades of these buildings. I want to note that although the window patterns within the interior courts are complex, these windows are located in the interior courts between residential buildings serving numerous residential units. So since these interior court windows will not result in offsite impacts, staff suggests that providing those living in the residential housing units with some additional natural light is beneficial to the project and the community members who reside there. So going back to the condition, this is very much focused on where there will be visual impacts to the community offsite impacts, impacts towards the river trail, et cetera, in terms of the specific elevations that are referenced in this condition. Okay, moving on. Condition 5, limit the total number and size of dormers throughout the project and specifically reduce the widths of the A, West, C, South, and E1 North dormers consistent with AC 26D and D1. So these are two of the three examples just to show you those and something you could think about for consistency with the design guidelines. Again, these are just staff review and recommendations, staff analysis. Condition number 6, expand the proposed landscaping plan to further enhance natural buffers, vegetative screening along the northeast and west property boundaries to reduce potential offsite impacts consistent with a number of design guidelines. And note though that all landscaping plans will also need to be reviewed for compliance with the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, and staff will do that analysis if revisions are made to the landscape plan as the project moves forward. So these are just some clips of some of their landscaping plan. Again, they submitted 3 applications, so these are drawn from 2 of those applications, the application for D1, D2, and for E1, E2, E3. But there appears to be opportunity to provide some additional natural buffers and vegetative screening, even within the constraints of the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, and it's something that could be considered consistent with a number of design guidelines. Finally, condition 7, provide a lighting plan that demonstrates compliance with ES1, ES2, and ES4. That can come later. I want to make sure it's included in the conditions if HARC were to agree, just so that's carried forward and that becomes part of what they bring forth at the next meeting, given the project scale and scope. So additional requirements subsequent to the HARC review process. Building, planning, and public works staff will ensure that items that will need resolution prior to building permit issuance are addressed at the appropriate time, including permanent drainage of site runoff with a specified retention infiltration capacity on site based on final plans, a landscaping irrigation plan, a detailed utilities plan, confirmation of adequate on-site snow storage based on final plans, etc. These items should not impede the HARC review process. I have provided HARC with 3 proposed motions, one for buildings ABC, one's for D1, D2, and one for E1, E2, E3 for reference, because they will, as we discussed at the very beginning, once we've completed these presentations, once we've completed public comment on all of the applications at once, HARC will then go into deliberations per individual application and be required to make a motion and take action on each individual application. So HARC has those. I can bring them up again later, but they are specific to those applications, consistent with what I just went over, broken up per application. So that is all I have, and I will tag in the applicant to share the project in much more detail, which will answer likely a lot of questions as we move forward. I just didn't want to say everything on this end. I wanted you to take it away and share your project.
Does anybody have any questions for Kristen?
I have a question for staff.
Sure.
So when I was writing down my notes, one of my first questions was, where are the floor areas? And the reason I asked that is because I go to the drawings first. There are no floor area plans. Additionally, there are no site coverage plans. Now, I did go back to the narrative and I found those numbers in the narrative. There's no corresponding demonstration. How did you verify that those numbers?
So they do have dimensions for the floor area, but in the accommodation zone district, there are no floor area
I understand.
limitations.
No limitation is not the same as.
It is not, but they are dimensioned on your drawings. You just have to look.
I see the dimensions.
Yes.
I don't see an area plan.
Yes. And
As an
so,
applicant to HARC,
Mhm.
I spend hours on area plans and
Yes.
site coverage plans. They're not here.
So I can show you this site. So let me clarify for the public. The land use code compliance review is done by staff outside of the HARC meeting, and HARC's purview is not a land use code analysis. That said, given that you asked the question, I'm going to bring up
All I need to know is that you're satisfied.
yes, and I can,
Compliant.
but I'm
It's hard for
happy.
me to tell. that.
And I'm very happy here. Let me just do this because I think it's important if a question's coming up that I address it. Let me see if I can get this up very quickly. Just for confirmation and reassurance. But again, land use code compliance
So we
is
probably
not,
don't need to specifically talk about floor area, because like you said, there's no limitation. It's still
Right.
important to know that it's been accurately demonstrated, though.
yes, and I can request that the applicant provide additional information at,
Let's do that.
as we move forward. I'm happy to
Spend
do
time.
that.
Yeah,
Happy to
so
do that.
my-
But yes, it was
Is that
checked
okay?
by staff.
Is there concurrent replat associated with this?
Not, they do have a concurrent subdivision application. Yes.
The 39.9% site coverage, is that in totality?
That is in totality. Yes. And that is why in those land use.
Will be there, it'll need to be broken out per plat, per lot.
So in the land use code compliance table at this stage, it is for the entire site, and you are correct. And I'm showing you that here. This is an illustration provided by the applicant, just so that you can feel reassured of the land use code compliance review. This is showing the total building footprint, 71,527. The site coverage is 39.88. The site lot area for the two parcels getting combined, again, concurrent subdivision process to combine those two lots is 179,321. So just want to sort of show you the behind the scenes of doing that analysis.
It'd be nice if it wasn't behind the scenes.
And yes, again, it's not part of the purview of HARC, but that is something we can
need to have
include.
confidence
We can
in
include it
as-
in the next
Let's
packet.
just show it at the next
Certainly.
meeting, if that's okay.
Happy to do that.
Applicant, I'm sure you're okay with it.
Absolutely.
All applicants do this calculation.
Yes.
Be great.
So I hope that was helpful though, at least for now, and then, but it does comply. So, thank you.
Okay. Oh, other questions? No? Okay, let's hear from the applicant.
Okay.
Oh, and again, we really don't need to see the previous versions. Let's just go to this.
We don't have any of that. Let's
Thanks.
just jump right in. Well, hello again. Great to see you all. Thank you all for joining us out on site today. For those of you who could make it, you've met Justin online, but Justin is here with our Olson Kundig team.
Hey, everyone. Yes, I'm from Olson Kundig. Happy to be with you in person finally. Nice to have the conversation.
Online, we have Becky Zimmerman in our office to help provide for it as well. So we look forward to the discussion this evening. As you noted, we have 3 separate applications for this. Thank you, staff, for making the procedures so clear and working with us as we move forward through the approvals process for this HARC preliminary application. As noted, A, B, and C are application 1, D1 and D2 are application 2, E1, E2, and E3 are application 3, and this allows us to get key specific feedback on each of these buildings as they relate to the site. This image here demonstrates the location of those buildings. So A, B, and C are along the river corridor and are generally smaller in nature and scale. These include some commercial uses in building A, as well as residential in buildings B and C. As we spoke about on site, buildings B and C include tucked under parking. So those are the spaces that you see there. And those are situated along the alley, which is really the primary entrance to the site. Moving to buildings D1 and D2, we have commercial uses on the community space to the furthest west. And that includes some neighborhood serving commercial on the western portion of those buildings. The rest of those buildings are residential. They have subgrade parking that is accessed to the north of the site, which also serves for deliveries. And so those buildings include a mix of commercial and residential units. Then looking at buildings E1, E2, and E3, these buildings have been broken up since the last time you saw that into a configuration that we think better responds to the site based on your feedback. We still have commercial in the bottom corner of building E1. The rest is residential uses. The parking access is on the eastern edge and northern part of building E3 to access subgrade parking in that application. And so each one of these buildings groupings have their own characteristics, and that's why they have been grouped into these separate applications.
All right, so we're gonna kind of summarize what we heard from you last time. We went back and listened to the recording several times to listen to the summary that you gave at the end of the workshop that we had in May. And we kind of grouped these into a few categories, and I just want to go through those and summarize those. You requested that we provide more detail and dimensions and the floor plans, which we've done in this application. Individual floor plans for each buildings and dimensions have been provided at the parking garage and ground floor levels for each building, and the courtyard spaces in between the buildings. You also requested that we reduce the building height. The project no longer is pursuing a PUD height increase. That has been removed from the project. That was the intent during the workshop, and that is no longer the intent. The project complies with the measured building height and maximum ridge height of the land use code for the AC2 treatment area. And 4 of the 8 buildings are now significantly below that measured height limit. Next category was on the building mass and scale. In particular, you highlighted design guideline AC23A and AC23A.2. Also in the mass and scale discussion was the reliance and scale of the dormers, which we can talk about more today. And then breaking up of 3-story facades, especially as Kristen mentioned at building A north facade and building D1 north facade. We've continued to update the mass and scale, which we'll review throughout this presentation. We believe the project complies with this guideline. The number of dormers has been reduced throughout the project by about half, and I would love to get into a detailed discussion with you on that. The number of 3-story facades has been more limited, and the north facades, as Kristen has mentioned, of A and D have been revised to step down toward the project's entry. And another comment from the work session was circulation is too tight around buildings at the southeast corner of the site, which we walked during the story bowls today. The pedestrian circulation along the north face of building E3 in the property line has been eliminated as it was in the workshop and relocated further to the west. Another comment was on materials, specifically revising the wood siding finish to meet the guidelines, and revise the corrugated roofing that was shown also to meet the guidelines. In the application, the wood siding has been revised to stain, which complies with the guidelines, and will comply with the 2026 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code and local codes. The roofing material will be the standard theme as has been revised to show that as well. And then as Kristen discussed, windows, discuss reducing the amount of glazing and the window to wall ratio. So we look forward to discussing that as we go through the building today, but we did intentionally reduce the window to wall ratio along the river. That was a very poignant comment during the work session. All right, some other comments that we received from different workshops or from the public was concern that the project was overall too dense and the project was too tall. So as I mentioned, a lot of these comments, especially the AC2 23 comment that you highlighted at the end of the workshop, we really wanted to dig in to the AC2 zone and understand what the other projects were doing around us, especially as far as site coverage goes and building heights and how buildings were broken out. So this is just a study that we did that we wanted to share with you that shows the different percentages of site coverage in the zone around us. We are right in the middle of that image in kind of the mustard yellow color. The lighter yellow color and the beige color are under 35%. we're sitting in a 36 to 40%. And then there are projects around us in the AC2 zone that are above 40%, and even above 50% site coverage. So again, this is just a study for us to understand what's happening in the zone as we move forward in our design. Next, we wanted to look at the building heights in that same zone. So just I mean, you can see the legend, but the lighter blue color are lower roof planes. And as the color gets darker, those roof planes are taller. I wanted to highlight a couple key features. One is that the dash line that sort of goes through the river is just a notation that everything north of the river, the maximum allowed measurable building height is 35 feet, and south of the river it is 40 feet in the land use code. Second is you'll see those red tick marks on a few of the ridges, particularly at Cimarron and some of the other projects in that area. Those are ridges that are above 45 feet that are within the area. But again, just a study for us so that we understand what other building heights and other in the breakups of the buildings as well. Is sort of what we wanted to highlight here is, were we breaking up our buildings to fit within the fabric of what's happening around our site? Another comment that came up and as part of the AC 23 guideline is trying to compare this to what's in town. You know, the AC2 zone district does have more flexibility to be larger in scale, but what we wanted to do is we grabbed a couple areas of town, specifically in the town core around Fir, Pacific, Colorado, and Pine, and just looked at the density of those blocks and how the alleys were working in that area. And then also over by Lulu in that area over there at Mahoney Drive and Pacific. But again, just we're trying as a team to study other parts of town and what's happening. I felt that's what you were asking us to do. Kristen shared some images of the aerial model that we shared with her and that I understand was passed on to you. This is an image from the Southwest. Looking at the site, I won't linger here too long because Kristen did show these already. This is zoomed out from that same view, just again, kind of looking at the size, scale, and articulation of the building in its context as we look down from the mountain. Again, that context as we look from the north back towards the hillside. And then how the building and roof planes are broken up in our project in relationship to the projects that are around us. Let Allison talk about the site plan for just a minute.
We've shared quite a bit about the site plan in past meetings, and we recognize today's conversation is really focused on the architecture. But I'll just reiterate that the orientation of the buildings and how they relate to one another, especially closer to the river, is intended to have lower densities towards the river, building the mass and scale towards the hillside, and really building the series of E buildings into the hillsides to kind of reduce that perceived mass and allow it to naturally transition. I think that there's some really nice synergies, especially looking at those block studies about how the alley structure or the roadway structure that we have on this site really responds to some of the alley type conditions you have in the core. And then we talked a little bit about this on site, but the intent behind the design here has always been to bring cars into the site between buildings B and A and focus that circulation towards that north and east edge, moving cars through the site in a car designated zone. And then the pink line that you see here, really focusing primary pedestrian and bike circulation in these community spaces that are focused towards the ski resort, and activating those spaces with ground floor commercial. And central to the site, which I thought it was just really nice to stand out on the property and look at the orientation between buildings D and the E buildings and see how that really framed views to the east, as well as opened up this pedestrian space between the buildings towards the ski resort, and how the mass and scale has been brought down using the roof eaves in those spaces to make those feel very comfortable and accessible for pedestrian and for people to gather, to spend time in these spaces, and some of the programming that might be able to support community and livability here within the project.
All right, now we're going to get into the architectural elements of the buildings themselves. We'll start with building A, B, and C. And just again, to orient you, A, B, and C are the buildings along the river and the entry into the project. This is an updated rendering since what we've seen last time, but what we're showing here is these buildings are significantly below the maximum measured building height. We've reduced the amount of glazing to window wall ratio in these buildings. And, you know, I think one thing to note is we've removed all the vegetation for this view so you can see the facades. When we stood out there today, much of this facade is actually screened when looking from the river trail. And then you can get a glimpse of the bridge off to the right in building A with its lowered mass on the north side. And I would really invite HARC to interrupt with any questions you have. Then we're going to be going through the plans and elevations, which you all have in your packet, but I'm happy to keep going, but please feel free to interrupt with comments. I'll start with the plan in the upper left. As Allison mentioned, the ground floor of building A is a commercial use, and then everything above is housing. In building B and C, we have pull-in parking with residential on the ground level facing the river, and then also housing on the upper floors as well. And there is a break between building B and C, and in the workshop that was connected with a roof, and now those roofs have been disconnected into separate buildings.
So A is the only one without parking, right?
Correct. These are the elevations of building A, which you've seen Tristan's spoken to a bit in depth too. But again, I just wanted one of the biggest changes to building A since a workshop is the stepping down of the 3-story facade that was occurring on the north side of the building that is facing the entry in the river. And this is just some of the mass and scale that is in your packet. This is an overall of building B and C together, just to illustrate that gap that's happening between buildings B and C and the no longer connected roof that I was mentioning just a few minutes ago. And elevations of building B and C. The mass and articulation with pull under parking in the image in the lower right.
And since A doesn't have parking and B, C, and all the D1s and D2s have, well, is it at ground level? It looks like it's kind of like sloped 3 feet below. What is it?
And are you specifically talking to this parking or building D?
Well, let's do one at a time. B, C,
BC
and then
is
D1 and D2.
B and C is just on grade.
Yeah.
Pull under parking. D is low enough that it is a basement garage. So what we've done is maximize parking efficiency and pushed it as low as we can for a ramp that doesn't start destroying all of our parking counts. So that's really what's pushing us down there. And I can go through a section for that with you in building D.
Later, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then E has 2 levels of parking.
Yeah.
What I think significant from the workshop is underneath building E1 and E2. That parking has been pushed down approximately another 7 feet into the grid. So the parking is a little bit higher back at E3, and then at E2 and E1, it has been pushed down. We can go through that in sections as well.
Okay.
This is building C. Massing of building C. And then this is the entry view from the bridge as you enter into the site. Building B off to the left, and building A with its step down facade to the right. And then straight in front of us is building D1, which is approximately probably 80 to 100 feet from the right of way. But that you're looking at the north facade of D1, that's the feature straight ahead of us with the step down facade to a 2-story facade. Previously, we had a 3-story facade along that edge. And then you're getting a great glimpse between building A and D to the mountain and the ski slope still. Okay, building D buildings, D1 and D2. To orient you again, those are the buildings in the center of the site. What's really important here in building D1 and D2, as we walk today, is that these, even though we're calling building D1 one building from a land use code perspective, that building is actually experienced as 2 buildings. There's a 20-foot gap in between those two, which is the courtyard where the residents circulate to their units, which has been really successfully used elsewhere in town at Voodoo and some other projects in the core of town. So very similar to what you see there. I'd also like to note that the cut through running north-south from B and C also ties into the 2D buildings and then also into the E buildings as well. So there's sort of a circulation path running north to south through the project that's stitching the project together that way. Right, building D. So building D, we have at the ground floor, we have a commercial level that is actually elevated from the parking. I know this plan shows them all in one plan, but the commercial level is up at about 28 feet and the garage is down, I believe, at 23 and a half. So to answer your question, Mark, how sunken is that garage?
And would you repeat that number?
So the commercial is at 28 and the garage is at about 23 and a half, I believe.
What's the ground level? What's the grade?
The grade around the building. For the north of the building, it's around 29 or 30. And then as we go down the south, and what I was describing today is where the building has a commercial use, grade is down at about 28, 29 because we have the outdoor seating.
It's essentially on grade, the commercial level.
And then that grade is going to start to is starting to go up that 5 feet that I described today on site. And so that edge of the parking garage is not actually experienced at all in that park area. It's actually covered.
The park area begins to slope upwards to meet the grade as you get into the site. It is still ADA accessible. It's a 5% slope for that pathway. But that allows the grade to be raised up between the buildings. And actually we can design some fun features into that as well within the park space. So that park space starts to rise gently between the grades at where the community plaza is to where you might be passing between the buildings in that north-south connection that Justin shared earlier.
So in D1, D2, and C, is there any way without going to completely underground parking to get 2 or 3 feet lower and then still reconfigure the surface area? There must be.
I think what happens in our studies is we start really losing parking efficiency with ramps, and it causes a parking issue on the site. The nice thing is the parking really isn't experienced, that face of parking that you're talking about is an experience from the main community park area. It is a little bit more where you entered the garage along the car corridor, which is where the entry to the garage is along that vehicular corridor. And that's where the garage is really seen the most. Otherwise, it's screened by the commercial space where people are walking by, and in the park, it's also screened.
So to answer the question though, on the side where you have the entry and you do see the underground, without doing ramps, you can't just slide underneath and take another 2 or 3 feet out of that. I'm thinking of the building height.
Mhm.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. We've done some pretty intensive studies in regards to that. And like I mentioned, the building is under the measured height limit. So, what we just want to do is find a facade articulation that.
Okay, we'll
meets the
discuss it. Yeah.
guidelines. And again, you've seen these plans, but I wanted to point out again that building D1 and D2 are really broken up into distinct buildings with sort of in-out articulation. And then as the building gets higher up to the next level 3, it actually starts to read as 8 buildings and not just 2. Because the sections in D1 that are connecting them are only 1-story sections. And there could potentially be a loft level in some of these units, and there's our roof plan. These are the combined architectural elevations of D1 and D2.
Are those 912 pitches?
812.
812.
Yeah, 812 in most cases, and again, just to reiterate for the workshop, why we did that was to reduce the pedestrian edge as much as possible.
You do a study on 712?
We have, and in fact, in some areas you'll see in the package, we did go to 712 where we really needed to go into that area, but really it's become a balance. You can see at actually the gable form roof of building D1 that is a 712. Well, I'll go back. You can see the section in the lower right there, mark how submerged that garage is. It's more submerged than it was the last time we met. And these are some of the courtyard views and elevations.
Can I ask you a question about
Yeah.
the north and south court elevation?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. The very top on the south court, the left building component, those units on the top, and similarly the units at the north court, they seem sort of like unrealistic type of units, just as far as where the roof pitch is and the. Can you explain?
We do have some test unit layouts in those zones, and we do feel like we can get those units in those areas. They may not be the bigger units in the project, but there is a way to get units into those areas.
And another question on here as well. You have those elevated walkways that go from those units over to the other, to either the left or the right unit, but you also have stairways that are descending within the area of the unit itself. Are those elevated walkways? What is the purpose of those, or?
The walkways, again, if you've walked through like, are you saying stitching maybe the 2 forms of the 2D buildings? Like, do we need to connect those?
Right, from so if you look at just the South Court elevation, for example, with those triangular units on the top.
Stair exit routes, right? From any building, we need 2 means of egress. So we do have to connect stair runs as we look at this building in totality. And as we all know, we've talked about these buildings potentially being phased. So we also need to think about it from that standpoint as well. So I hope I answered your question, but is there a specific
No.
thought or request, we'd be happy to entertain it. Okay, this is the massing of D1. And then this is D2. Very similar in shape. It has the opposing shed roofs. It does not have the gable form that you saw on the west end of D1. And the massing of this as well. It might be worth a discussion here. These buildings relied on more on dormers, and now we've actually changed that into a roof form as opposed to a dormer. So it's not reading as a dormer that's out of scale, but actually it's calculated as the roof form. And this is that view from lift 7. Again, we've looked at this rendering quite a bit. The D1 building is on your left. And the community park in alignment with the mountain view is central here. And then the next thing I want to point out as we move into building E, the west edge of building E1 has been also significantly reduced since the last time we met. You'll remember this facade was quite a bit taller on this end, and that's a product of taking all of E1 and E2 and shifting it down, and a product of creating a larger stepped articulation on the west.
How many feet lower is that ridge on E1 than before?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. That ridge right now is under the maximum ridge height of the base land use code.
But it's still an unarticulated wall plane, just as an overhang, right? 3 stories. Straight up, right?
It is yes, it is 3 stories, has a base element to it, and then material change to the residential units above.
3.5.
And then we'll go into, the E buildings. They're along the mountainside. They no longer follow the town grid. They follow the hillside and sort of nestle themselves into the hillside to reduce their mass and scale. This is another view of the community park and the articulation that we're working on the north facade of building E. We basically have a series of different facade articulations on this north facade. You sort of start with a 2-story facade articulation that you look at the farthest west, then a 3, and then you go to a 1 with a dormer above it. And we sort of repeat variation as we move down these buildings. So if you remember before, our roof line was much more linear as it went all the way across the project. So in this case, we're taking a repetition of 2, 3, and 1 story with dormer roof forms. And the floor plans, level 0 is completely below grade. Level 1 is a basement garage, primarily below grade, with a little bit of commercial and some residential units that are on the northwest corner of that building. And then as the rest of the building is all residential. And as I mentioned, building E3, the parking steps upward because that is what the topography of the site does in that case.
But E1 and E2 are 2 stories underground. Well, one's half underground.
Yeah, and we'll continue to go through sections here, but yeah, so E1 and E2, we push all of that down.
I'll wait for the section to see.
And as I mentioned, residential units above. Same interior courtyard strategy as we have at D1 and D2. Then this is the building E combined elevations. E3 on the east, E2 in the middle, and E1 on the west. Each building stepping down as we move west, and as the grade slopes down in that area. The entry to the parking garage is between building E2 and E3.
And what is the ridge length of building E1?
Kristen had that earlier. I don't have that right in front
I
of me.
didn't find it. It was we had E2 and E3 ridge lengths, but not E1.
I think we have, I can actually,
Thank you.
hold up, I'll pull it up for you real quick.
I think it's 45 feet height.
But the height, yes, the height
Length.
is, I think specifically you're asking for the length,
The length.
which would be a great comment.
Well, it's about 71 feet.
Yeah,
right?
right. All heights are within the 45 ridge
Mhm.
maximum and the measured height. The length is longer. We're getting into the 70s. And I think it would be a great moment to have a conversation with you all. As Kristen mentioned, the land use code says 60, but could be increased by HARC. And I don't know if you all have any thoughts about that or feedback on that.
Well, my feedback is envisioning a project with a single ridge where maybe there were some constraints where they needed, 65 feet for some reason that they could demonstrate, we'd consider it, or I would consider it. But I mean, we're talking about multiples here. I don't know that maybe I could wrap my head around one if there was a specific reason. But we have multiple ridges here that are pushing that limit, if not exceeding it. So I think my answer personally is let's step the ridge so we don't exceed.
You have to break it up somehow.
Yeah.
Does it fit within, I mean, there is quite a bit of context in the area where the ridges are that long, or that maybe the simplicity of roof forms would be nice against the mountainside. I totally understand on A, B, C, those buildings that are really abutting the river in town. But what about at the mountain?
Well,
side?
I don't think it
seems
has
on
to be
the-
as severe of a step down if you're up against the mountain, but I think
Could be a small
I
articulated.
believe there'd have to be some breaking up, but let other,
Yeah.
while we're on
We-
this, other
and-
people
and to be
comment.
fair, we do have,
I don't want to get into deliberations while they're still presenting.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
but you have, okay.
Articulation, but it is.
We
It
should
is
probably
something that we
announce
could
it
discuss.
that Andrew joined us a while back, the record.
I did want to mention, as we sunk buildings E1 and E2 down, those buildings, along with the buildings on the river, are significantly below the measured height. In fact, I think one of them is just above 30 feet for a measured height. So they're much smaller than they were before. I believe one's under 35 and one's under 30 feet for measured height at that E1 and E2, and that's,
I'm sorry, isn't building C 45 feet to the top of the ridge?
yes, you're right. I misspoke.
So what do you mean it's a step down?
Well, the measured height of, that is the ridge.
Yeah.
Of C. I was talking about the measured height. I'm not talking about step downs. I'm talking about the overall measured height of the building. This is a E1. So Mark, what you're seeing here is that we're cutting through one level of the garage because that is the basement garage. And then the dashed line that is below grade shows the fully below grade garage. But you can see at some side that garage is fully submerged, and others it does daylight a bit. Continue to go through here. This is the mass of E1, was pretty well articulated in that rendering that we saw just a few minutes ago.
You go back one
Sure.
slide. What is the pitch of the roof for that southeast?
Yeah,
view of
that
one.
one's, that one is lower. That's more in the 412 range, I believe. E2. Again, illustrating how that garage, the garage that you're cutting through is the basement garage, and the dashed line is the second level that is fully below grade. Courtyard elevations. Massing of E2. And then we get into E3. And the elevations of E3. I do want to point out that the elevation, the north elevation of E3 is different than the original packet. I believe with more, as we went out and did the surveying with the story poles, we adjusted grade. So you do see more of the lowest level wall there in the north elevation. And also on the east side of E3, we've stepped down to a 2-story mass, so sort of similar to how we did on the north elevation of building A. And courtyard elevations.
So the E3 parking, what?
It's 2 levels.
Still, along with 1 and 2.
Yeah, so it's sort of E1 and E2 are down here, and
Okay, and then
shifts because all the grade is higher.
Okay, so they're all the same E1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, it just that E3 just steps up in elevation with the grade. This is a rendering from inside that community park looking toward lift 7 with the studied articulation of the facade of building E1, that you see that 1-story articulation with dormer above, and then this 3-story feature in the background. Again, trying to find variation and rhythm and height to break these buildings up more than they were in the workshop. And we added a couple more elevations in here. I'm going to walk you through a full site elevation as if we were cutting down the east side of the site to show you the side of building C, D2, and E in the E buildings. And then we'll also show you a full elevation from the west side looking east as well. So this is looking east, site section through. The river is to your right, the hillside is to your left, and the buildings, similar to what we discussed in the workshop, ascend towards the mountain and descend towards the river. And that the plaza courtyard space is cut through at its narrowest place. It widens as we move westward. And then this is looking west. You see the facade of building B along the river, building D central. Now the wider courtyard plaza spaces were on the west, and building in the facade of building E1. And I'll end here. This is a view that we all stood out on site today and walked today. So I appreciate your time. I'd love to hear your thoughts and your comments.
One just follow-up questions on the 45-foot height buildings. Well, maybe for the whole campus. What are the plate heights ceilings on the 40, particularly on the 45-foot tall buildings?
Right. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head right now.
Somebody on the team does, I guess.
Potentially. I think we're somewhere around, probably once we get structure in 6 to 9 foot ceiling.
Can I ask, I didn't see any elevators in the project. And I don't know, maybe Elitza would know more about any kind of requirements for ADA type of units or those kind of things. Is that something that's contemplated
There
or?
will be ADA units. There are elevators in the D buildings and the E buildings.
Do they go all the way to the top? Will the elevator shafts be
They go
protruding above
to the
the?
parking garage and up through the residential units.
And I
We have not
apologize.
identified specifically which units are the
Oh.
ADA units.
And then I just want to confirm, we're not looking at affordable housing project here, right? This is just normal.
This is the main target of this project is affordable housing.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
I'm glad I asked that question. then.
Yes.
Thank you.
But how many free market units are the free market units on E? I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think there's a small percentage of free market units. I don't know what that is.
Mhm.
There are a total of 220 units that were listed in your packet.
But they're over in E, I assume.
That would, not my
Oh, you don't know?
expertise with the, I don't know that right now. Kind of a market study.
It's yet-
type of thing.
That's yet to be determined, and a limited number of the units will be free market.
Thank you.
Quick question on the materials. I know this isn't a full material sheet, but all of the architectural element sheets show metal corrugated siding, but I didn't see that on any of the.
That's more of the darker tone in the render. So the lighter tone is the stained wood siding and the darker tone is the corrugated metal siding.
So like this western face of
Correct.
building E1 is corrugated. Okay.
Thank you.
Another question.
Sure.
With regard to the area that building E3 is proposed in, was there any kind of environmental impact study done for that area? It's quite a natural forested area. It seems undisturbed. It's maybe, I don't know what, a half an acre or whatnot. Is that something that's required? It seems like.
We're complying with all the requirements of the application, so we can circle back with our team to understand if there's additional studies. But no. We do have a geotech report that has been done and I believe was submitted as part of this application.
Other questions?
I have some questions. Kind of more procedural. Why did you guys break this up into 3 applications?
There were different elements of each of the buildings that we wanted to be able to get specific feedback on.
Would you consider consolidating it into 1 application moving forward?
I'd have to review with my client team.
Okay, I think it'd be much easier for us to review if you did that. I don't think it's going to advance the project. I don't think we're going to approve one and not approve them, get them all at the same time. I don't think it's going to change your approvals, period. So I would highly suggest you bring it all into 1 application.
I would say, Matt, not to disagree with you, but it's hard for me to sit here and process so many buildings at once. So like we already established, D is really seemingly 4. There's D1 North and D1 South really, and then you indicated it breaks down even more as you go up. So I have comments that are specific to those 4 buildings. The A buildings are different. I have different comments for those, and then the E's are separate. So I think breaking them apart like that maybe is functional from that. Just trying to compartmentalize comments instead of making a single comment that then they have to apply to everything. I think the way we're hearing this as 1 is difficult because it really wants to be at least 3, maybe not separate, because like you said, we don't want to approve one and not the other. But just the sheer volume of things to consider here. It's so easy to, depending on where you start, give a certain amount of care to the first sort of hour. And then by the time you get to the end of it, it's so much that you've rushed through it where your eyes glaze over. So
I understand what you're saying, and I think that's another way to look at it. I just think the way we tend to craft motions, I think I'm just afraid we're gonna lose something or replicate something that might not be necessary
I agree.
when it's 3 different applications.
But if it is one, we're gonna go, A, here's an additional condition. B, here's right? I mean, we're gonna go
Well, we'll get there.
anyway. I
That
guess.
would take, in this instance, a lot of condition crafting on our part right here live.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure we don't get too caught up in this. For better or worse, it is the way that the applicant has decided to apply and move forward. You can make that recommendation, you can make those comments. However, I also want to make sure that when it comes time to approve or deny or continue, that we are reviewing it in the way that the applicant has submitted the application, and that we wouldn't deny one because we won't approve the others, that you won't. So please just review them one application at a time when you're doing those conditions, and make sure that we're looking at them separately. Mhm.
But it's okay if, well, I'd like to hear what the rest of the board says about next time. Maybe if it's more efficient for all concerned, applicant included, to come through with one. I don't know, well, let's see.
I know
Okay.
it's not necessarily a choice, it's just a recommendation. I think it'll make the process, I think to make the process smoother in the
Okay.
end.
Well, my only thought, and this is really high level academic kind of thing, but we owe the community the same level of care for each one of these individual buildings that we would give to a single building. And my fear is that it's so big, there's so many things to consider, that we're just gonna skim over too much. That's
If it's one.
if we have to consider the whole
If
thing.
it's one, we're gonna go building by building with our conditions anyway.
Okay.
We're not gonna have a blanket condition right away on
Well,
mass and scale.
I believe you, but that's not how this reads.
Yeah, okay.
I think something else to consider is that there are a lot of commonalities between it as far as the pedestrian circulation, the landscaping plan and those kind of things. So, to kind of break those into segments also is maybe not necessarily desirable.
So we'd be redundant 3 times, yeah.
Especially if we get approval 6 months away from another, there might be new things that we see or discover, and then we've already approved something and it's changing. I just think it's.
I want to avoid that for sure. Yeah.
Well, let's see what this end of the room thinks.
So I think that the scale is massive, and as Stacy put it very nicely, we owe it to the community to review every building and in detail. And as presented, this is extremely difficult. I mean, there aren't any floor plans with usable dimensions. I mean, it's like, this is kind of a master plan that what we're looking at today. And the way I see it, like moving forward, we're dividing it into 3 applications. Today, we are giving you, I guess, overall, almost like direction and like follow the guidelines and keep applying them. But perhaps I hope that for the next application, I assume that there will be another submittal. We see more detail for every building and more information that we need.
Okay.
I also appreciate looking at the project as a whole, as a site development, as a circulation, and like how it works, because there are a lot of it reads together. But I really do hope for the future to see a little bit more detail per building.
Andrew, 1 or 3?
I kind of like I'm okay having it as 1, but I would like to have, because this is so massive. I mean, think about how much it's going to increase the population in town, and how dense this project is I'd almost rather have all applicants blocked out for the night for this. This is so long, and it takes so much attention to detail that, like you said, I don't want to miss anything, approve one, come back to another. That when we see this again, I would like if staff could somehow do it to where this is the only thing that we're looking at for an entire evening.
I mean, but 1 proposal, not 3. 1 or 3 is.
One application a night for the night.
1
for the night.
Okay, again, as Ally said, we can only recommend. And I think I'm gonna come down on the side of one, even though we will go building by building, because all the commonality of circulation comments, landscaping comments, it could go on and on. And as Matt said, what if we approved another one that we one and then we learned something at a future meeting that we didn't recognize on the drawings? But I think Lance would like to say something. Actually like to hear what you have to say about that.
Thanks,
It's
Mark.
just a recommendation.
So one thing to consider is that we could have come in with 9 different applications for 9 different buildings and received comments and received approvals as those buildings go through. Some may take longer, some are pretty easy. Remember what happens when you have a CA for a project. You can pull a building permit for that. You have to complete the whole project or, under that CA. You can't just say, oh, we're gonna come close out a building permit and go back to another project because the CA expires when the building CO is issued. So we're not saying that this is exactly how the project would be phased. We thought breaking it up would be easier for the board because there's some issues that are necessarily less complicated. There's some that are going to require a lot of review and extra time. So I would not get too hung up on whether it's 1 application or 8 applications or 3, but rather just start reviewing the project itself and seeing how you work through it. But be very thorough, review each building, review all the facades of each building. It will take a while, but you need to start somewhere. And so I would just suggest starting tonight. Maybe you start with the first application, which is the smaller buildings. That might be easier to work through. And with respect to like detailed floor plans and things like that, that comes as you go further through the process. We're at preliminary right now. And so there's a lot of things that are might move around. Roofs may move around, walls may move around. So going into detailed floor plans at this stage is not really productive for us. We need to get the shapes refined with the board before we start taking those next steps. Thanks.
So the phasing was one of the primary considerations of construction.
It was more not being able to have the whole project tied to one CA, which would require issuing a building permit for the entire project. We do not intend to build this project all at the same time, but we don't know still what the best approach to phasing would be.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm just cognizant of what our condition, what us putting together a motion is gonna sound like.
Yeah.
If it's just one, or in this case, 3 motions.
Oh, it'd be divided up.
No, I understand. It's just gonna get,
But the CA thing, if they're not building them all at the same time, I get it.
That makes sense.
I guess I.
So I'm gonna retract my suggestion. if
But
it's more
now we
phasing.
know.
Mark, I apologize for interrupting. Andrew brought a very good point that we should be reviewing this project for one meeting. This is gonna take for a long time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, I've got my notes. I'm ready to add conditions and make motions, but
Okay.
I don't know if everybody else is. But let's put it this way. I mean, I can tell the sense of the board, it's gonna be continued. We don't have enough, we're missing some dimensions, et cetera. Go ahead. You wanna say something?
I think if you're asking for more time on an agenda for this project, we may need to consider having a second meeting 1 month in order to make that work, because we have a high volume of applications coming in, and it would be not right to put other applicants off for a full additional month just to have one project on one agenda. But we could add a meeting if you feel that's necessary, and then split up what would be appearing on, the agenda so that you can cover it that way. But I want to say there are a lot of projects in the queue and your agendas are going to be packed.
Well,
for
we've
your
done that
monthly
before
meetings.
and we've done that for town
Yeah.
projects, but
Yeah,
I'm
up
gonna
to
have,
you.
I'm gonna have to agree with Andrew and I think everybody else that if we get in deeper than just mass and scale tonight. Well, that's all the deeper we're gonna get if we get there. This is an all night, one focus, one, I agree. Like nothing we've ever seen, right? 130 story poles, I've seen 20 before in my life.
So I'm not opposed to scheduling an extra
Alright.
meeting on my end if that's something the board
What's the
would like
queue
to have
looking like
happen.
now? How many months out are we?
well, we could ask that after.
Yeah, but maybe not during the vote.
I'll keep this moving.
Okay,
Yep.
well, it's a good question. We'll talk about it at the end, but I mean,
I'm happy to start if you want me to.
I've got another question still.
Oh, that was
Another
great.
question. Can you
Well,
talk
we have
about the
public comment.
proximity of building E3 to its neighbor to the north? It seems like it's just right on top of that. In fact, the roof overhangs from one of your views seem like they're encroaching. Doesn't seem like a practical solution. Can you comment on that a bit?
Yeah, there are sort of corners or tips of that building as we saw today that come within 5 feet of the property line. And as we mentioned earlier today, is that mountainside actually encroaches over on our property. So we do need to continue to look into that with a lot of care.
So is your intention to pull the building back, or are you going to ask Mountainside?
Of course, we're not
Demo part of the
not gonna
building?
move mountainside, but it is something that we also on our walk take a lot of care. Continue to refine that.
We look forward to your feedback.
I do have one more question. Sorry, I didn't get to it. On the site plan, there's a ski easement indicated at that southwest corner, but it's not graphically indicated where the limits are. You've investigated that. Do we feel like that story pole, that building corner is outside of that easement? Looks like Lance is prepared to answer.
Yes, if it's okay.
Go ahead.
Answer. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, there's poles that are in the ski easement. We are in discussions with the Telluride Ski and Golf Company about that.
Okay.
They're aware.
Enough.
Yeah.
Because the Kansas snowplower is not going to get through there.
Um,
Okay, forgive me. Okay,
I have another question that is, people seem reluctant to answer, and it could be my naivete with the town governance process or whatnot, but so tract Y right now, which is where the base of the lift is, they have some plans, or maybe in conjunction with the town, to build a hotel there.
Sherry, I'm going to stop you there. There has been no application submitted for that parcel, and that should not
We
be
had a work
part
session.
of your discussion.
we had a work
here.
session for the intent, so
But we-
that's why she's asking.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess my question is, so presumably there would be an easement through the property to access that parcel, which would relate to that area. So when you come over the bridge, you turn left, that's our major circulation pattern. And there is pedestrian area there, but presumably a road would need to be built through there in order to access that parcel. Is that something contemplated by this project?
Yes, there's an intentional design solution behind that, and access will be incorporated into the community space for different uses. So we're aware of it, and it's been incorporated into the just.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have anything else?
I just have a simple question for the overall access across the river. See that the vehicle access is also tied in with the pedestrian. With the amount of people that we're hoping that this encourages to be on foot, would it not be a little bit simpler to, if it's allowed, and I don't know this answer, so I'm asking, could we create an own pedestrian bridge that's meant for the bikes and pedestrians, so that they're not getting in the way of the vehicles coming in and out?
There's a walkway proposed to be moved on the bridge for pedestrian and bicycle access, separate from the vehicle.
Separate from that, so, but in this rendering, it looks like it's the same. It is on the same bridge. Yeah, it's just a little bit more peaceful to not have to go by and be breathing in, carbon monoxide when there's how many parking spaces here? It's gonna be highly trafficked area. And it's just, we can look into it. And then there's gonna be so many people going across to get to the bus stops and stuff, carrying their skis. You just.
Yeah.
We can look into different alternatives.
I think
Because
that's,
pedestrian connectivity is a important priority of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
and to his point, now I forgot how many parking spots in this campus?
225.
125 plus all the pedestrians.
225.
My God. Okay. I think the pedestrian bridge would be good. Good idea. Thanks. Kids and, dogs and can't walk on the same bridge. All right. So we'll hear from the public. So wait, who wants to start? 3 minutes desired, 5 minutes possible limit. 3 minutes desired.
Hi, I'm Dave Peterson, and I just wondered, there's mention of an overall circulation plan by the town about all of these projects. And Lance and I just had a little talk, and there's a great reliance on Mahoney to take a lot of this back to the main roundabout. So when are we gonna get a presentation on the overall circulation of all of these projects? And then is there does the town have an idea about phasing this financially? I mean, that's kind of where this would start, I would think.
Well, the question has to be for the board.
Yeah,
Uh,
right.
and we don't know, but when the applicant gives the rebuttal, let's see if, hopefully they can answer that question.
And the taxpayers have to pay for it.
And that's definitely not our purview, but yeah,
Right.
but
But
we all are taxpayers. Yeah.
it's all part of the deal.
Okay,
And that's all.
good questions. Thanks. Who's next? Same group.
Oops, maybe I'll just crouch down. Let's see here. I'm gonna try and keep my comments to HARC, but I'm a bit confused as to what's going on with this project, which ties in a little bit to Dave Peterson's question, because but let me speak on HARC things. When I see that rendering, I like, it's not being critical of the architectural design, but the verticality of the windows, I think, emphasize the verticality of the experience. If the glazing were broader and wider, it would, and less glazing, particularly on the north elevations. I see a lot of energy being sucked out the north elevation. And so those tall windows seem to emphasize the tallness of the building. Mark, I appreciate your comment. Can you get us 2 to 3 feet? And Elisa was asking for dimensions. My big question is, what are the internal ceiling heights? And we heard 8.6 to maybe 9. I think there's 2 to 3 feet that can be squeezed down out of that, depending on, are they 8'6"? Are they 9? Are they 10? Are they 15 feet because they're creating loft spaces? So I think there's some information missing that would help us bring down the mass and scale. Too much glazing on the north side, it's too vertical. Andrew, I liked your idea. This is a dense project. And I walked across that bridge today and there was 6 feet of sidewalk on one side and they're talking to move it to the other side. I think the conflict between pedestrians and vehicles, and as Dave is alluding to with Mahoney Drive or Mahoney bringing a lot of traffic in here, there could be some conflict. So maybe another bridge needs to be considered. I would love to hear something about, I love the roof angles facing south. Is there potential, are we looking at solar on those south facing roofs? And I would, as a citizen, I would love to have more understanding, and I think this is a question more for town council. How much of this is free market and how much of it is employee housing? I'm not quite following that. Too dense, too tall. We heard that. I think, yeah, I'm gonna echo Dave's comment. I kind of need to see how all the pieces fit together. And you guys are in a tough spot. Is it 3 projects? Is it 1 project? And there's commonalities. I think we are hearing from the applicant, but I think the applicant is really the town. And these are the representatives that are designing something for the town. And the town would be asking you to give up more time for a full meeting just devoted to this for the town. There's some questions that are making me scratch my hairless head. So
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Anybody else in the room? Please go up, read your name into the mic.
Nancy Landau, 542 West Galena. I'm not going to speak about dormers and roof pitches and design details, which is I know what you guys are about today, but I did the site walk. I talked with a lot of the folks that were out there that were not staff people. And I made a few notes. Too big, too massive, too dense, too tight, too many buildings, not enough breathing room, not enough green space. Does it fit with town character? No. Does it feel integrated? No. Is the scale right for the town? Doesn't seem like it to me, especially when you do the aerial view and it just looks like a pricey ghetto, maybe. I'm not certain. Let's see, visual continuity. There's a lot of it. Too much, I think. Let's see. How many people will be added to our town with the development of this size? How many cars and parking spaces are added? And is it right to put such density in one spot? Especially, I mean, I did the walk, the E3, is it, that goes behind Mountain Lodge is crazy. It is crazy dense. We barely had room on 2 pathways to get behind the building that's there right now. Is there going to be anything green that's left? I think it'd be surprising if there is room. I know there'll be some landscaping. Let's see. I think the gathering spaces look very small. How many kids can play on the little playground area? How many adults can gather on that? Even the wide west end, and then it goes skinny. And yeah, you're looking at Ajax, but boy, you're in a canyon, really, with 3 stories on both sides of you. I'm not sure why. Well, I asked this question. Why is the garage entry not closer to the front of the project so you don't have your cars driving through it, get to the backside to go down? And they said, well, it's a price issue. It doesn't seem that good of an idea to have your cars, traipsing through the whole place, really. Where do visitors park? Do they get to park underground, or are those designated parking spaces? What about the water flow off the mountainside? We already have a problem over at the base of Chair 7. I know that was created by a broken water line, and the hillside slumped and hit some buildings. What is the natural flow of water? Is that taken into account? That's not talking about the water table. What is the flow? And these buildings being right up against the back of the mountain, or front of the mountain, I guess you'd say. And fire resistant materials, I'm wondering about that. Shedding snow in the little canyons between the buildings. How dangerous is that? And I'm assuming there are elevators in some buildings. I did hear that spoken to for some ADA compliant units. Those are some of the comments that I heard today and some of my own, and thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Who's next? Okay, we'll turn to online. Raise your hand electronically if you'd like to comment on this project. Okay. Welcome again, Ross.
Hi, thanks. Thanks you guys for being here. I know this is a long meeting. I guess I'll just ditto all the comments I've heard. Dave talking about the circulation of the vehicles around this area, I think is really important. They did all of that work on Davis Street and they kept it one way, and I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense to me with all of when you're going to put more and more people in this area. And I'm concerned about this, the size and scale of this new project and the number of parking places there are. I mean, each did I hear there's going to be 220 units? And most people have at least 2 cars, and is there parking enough for that really to sufficiently be, made? That wasn't very well said, but you get the gist. I think a lot of these projects that get built around town, there's not enough parking, like the one down by the post office, and so Pacific is now taken. A lot of that parking is taken with the new structures down by the post office. And just the size and scale, although I heard them say many times that they've lowered the roof heights of everything, it's not low enough yet. And the density of trying to put buildings behind buildings on those hillsides and fire and, it's just too big. So parking structure, parking is a concern. And I did like to hear about having a pedestrian walkway as well, a bridge. I think that's a smart idea because of the number of people, but also how is Davis Street going to handle all of this? So thank you very much and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, Elizabeth Reagan.
Can we turn that up a little bit?
Hi, thank you for hearing my comments. Having been in the community as a part-time resident for about 20 years, I'm finding myself very frightened about what this process means for the community. I don't think that the perception of loss and value for this project has been really addressed properly. As a community, this land is one of the most valuable things that we possess. And this project has gone at it with the notion that the project should maximize the amount of building space that's been put up there for people to use, but those people will be not our existing community. So our existing community is going to lose this space. We're going to gain more traffic. We're going to gain more people. I love people. I don't love traffic, but it's overall a loss for the community. And then I'm going to reiterate that it's too big. It's too much volume. It's too much size. Building into the hillside is crazy, and the stability of that land up on the mountain is absolutely not there. And I think a geological review of the structure is critical for this. And so I'm very concerned about the decision-making around the size and scope of the project. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, Madeline.
Good evening. One of my concerns is building A. It backs up to wetlands, and I don't know if there's been any studies about that, but where the current bike rack is, within feet of that is wetlands. And so you're planning on putting a building in that space. And I don't know how it will affect what the restrictions are for building, next to wetlands. But if you go down there, there's flags right on the other side of where the bikes are. So that is one concern that I have. Again, with that building, where is the commercial parking going to be for visitors that come into that building? Is that part of the parking on buildings B and C? Or is that not taken into account where people come into the commercial units? Where are they going to park? The other thing I was wondering, and somebody brought this up about building E, about the hydrology. Has there been, any studies on how the drainage comes off the mountain and how that is going to affect any buildings that are back there? I also, as everybody before me has said, I do think the whole project, the size and scale is really big. I've said that at other meetings as well. And then I was also kind of amused when I saw, you talked about the site coverage, and I saw the map of the property, and the site coverage was 39.88, but a lot of the property is across the river and into the park on Pacific. So to me, that sounds like, it's a little bit skewed. But whatever, those are just my observations, and I would like somebody to check into Building A. I think it's way too close to the wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you. Cami Nichols?
Yes, thank you. I know you all have on the record a letter and some submissions from Diane Wolfson, an attorney for the Tier 7 Community Coalition. I just wanted to, as a member, put on the record at the hearing that an objection to any approval at today's hearing with the unresolved issues that have been raised. I mean, it sounds to me like the board is leaning towards a continuation. I think that would probably be appropriate at this point. But also, I'd just like to point out that I agree with everything that, that Dave, Chris, Nancy, Roz, Elizabeth, Madeline have mentioned. I think mass and scale is still a huge issue. Density is a huge issue. Um, people aren't opposed to making room for new neighbors and having affordable housing and having employees be able to live in town, but problems with empty existing affordable housing should be addressed first. And the incredible density of this plan seems over the top and like it's putting too much in one place and taking on too much. So, again, everybody I think has covered everything well. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but we would object to an approval at this point, even an approval with conditions. I think that'd be premature. And I'm assuming that there's a concurrent, Kristen mentioned a concurrent subdivision process. I would presume that there's going to be a revised, perhaps preliminary PUD submitted to reintroduce some of these dimensional variations that seem to have changed. And an answer to the question of whether D1, D2, E1, E2, and E3 are all truly structurally independent buildings, or if they have a combined podium, or that their foundation is actually the same. So anyway, that's it in a nutshell, and I appreciate all of your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, Vip?
Yeah, I'd like to just reiterate everything Cami said, as well as the pretty much everybody online and in the room. I've said just about mass and scale, and just the number of people I think is the biggest problem. And it's really the number of cars. I mean, if you have 225 units, I think there's 225 spaces, so that's no parking for the commercial, there's no parking for guests. If the average is, I'm assuming it's a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom. If the average is a 2 bedroom, I'm guessing it's not going to just be 2 people in a 2 bedroom. Maybe the average is 3 people. I mean, you could have some 2 bedrooms where you could have 4 people in them. You could have some that have 2. You'd have some that have 3 just to share the rent. So if you're looking at 3 times 225, I mean 775 vehicles, but parking for 225 and 0 parking for commercial. Where are these cars going? Where are they parking? When they're leaving, where are they going? The other thing I'm actually concerned about is a lot of these workers, both here and then if we're doing a parking garage on Shandoka, there's a lot of vehicles in there. I mean, I guess is Telluride just thinking no more Sprinter vans, no more work trucks, no more super duties, because there's not going to be any open parking spot. Everything's going to be a parking garage now, so there's going to be no more length or height for that type of vehicle. And there's a lot of people that live in town, and I think even what these buildings are being built for are people that are going to be working in town that are going to have these vehicles. So my concern is that there really isn't a thought on this, and it's more of just how much can we put in a small space, and let's not take in consideration all the domino effects of parking, traffic, which is already failing at Davis and Colorado. All these other things that should be addressed first before this should even be talked about. So hopefully HARC, denies the current motion and continues it to the next meeting, and we can see some better revisions. Thanks.
Thank you. Yep, Brett? Brett?
Hey there, Brett Porterfield. I own some units over at the Mountainside Inn. I want to just echo one point Ryan made there, where it kind of seems like this cart is getting pushed along a little bit too fast before the horse even gets out of the barn on that Lot L conversation, because that seems so crucial for this to even become a reality. And then also just wanted to reiterate what I brought up in the previous work session about pedestrian connectivity. Mountainside Inn's parking lot in this rendition is still just the thoroughfare for at least buildings D2, E1, E2, E3, and likely building C. So I hope the next rendition kind of includes a better solution that would encourage these new residents to exit north over the existing bridge and onto the river trail. But logically, I think most people would choose to walk just due east if they're going into town. And just finally, I appreciate the notes from the members of the public and HARC for the proximity of building E3 to Mountainside, because it is pretty tight over there. That is all.
Thank you. Roz Strong?
You have already spoken. Do you want to go to the next?
Yeah,
one?
well, it's Karen. Karen Lawrence?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I'm Karen Lawrence. I'm also with Chair 7 Community Coalition. I wanted to again affirm what most of the other people commenting have said. And also just to emphasize, over and over and over again, our group, as well as many others in town, has really emphasized too big, too dense, too many people. And, when Ryan was just talking about the number of people that we're looking to house in this, as it's currently proposed, is probably upwards of 400 people. And right now, the resident population of Telluride is less than 2,500. So you're proposing to increase the population by close to 15%. And then look at the area as it is a proportion to the overall town. It's a much smaller than 15% of the town. It's a tiny area that we're going to cram all these new people into. And this is why we all keep saying too big, too dense. And, this meeting started out with talking about how the variances are no longer needed for more density and bigger buildings because they've split the buildings up. They haven't changed the number of units. It's still the same huge number of people. And, so just once again, it's just so much in one small space that's going to completely change the character of that whole end of town. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No other hand raised.
Okay. Any rebuttal from the applicant or comment on any of the questions?
Appreciate the continued comment.
Okay.
So regarding the wetlands, they have been delineated and we will comply with all local regulations. We do have drainage plans, and that has been considered within the design process. For parking, we will park per the land use code based on what the requirements are of the site. We are currently, as noted, building to what is allowed when it comes to building heights and site coverage. So that's all appropriate within the building or within the code for the AC2 accommodations district. We agree that we can continue to look at different ways to divert people away from Mountainside so that they are not impacted by additional pedestrian traffic. The lot, we're working within the current zoning of the lot. And we're not trying to rush through anything. We're very much trying to work within our team and a schedule that's appropriate for our team in the town.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. Well, public
I
comment.
might add one thing.
Oh,
There
go
were
ahead.
comments on fire and safety, and we will comply with all fire regulations, all safety regulations, and we will comply with the Colorado Wildfire Resilience Code in all development.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so deliberations. I have an idea.
Can I say one thing quickly? Sorry.
Sure.
I haven't stood up in
Well,
4 hours.
well, mate, can we finish this project at least?
I don't know. I cannot.
Oh, well, go ahead. Well, no, okay. You want to take a bio break?
Start
in the middle of
deliberating.
it?
I'll listen.
Let's try to, before we take a formal break, let's gut it out and try to finish this. Talk loudly.
I want Stacy to be a part of it.
Yeah, well, I wasn't gonna deliberate. I was gonna suggest a process,
Okay.
and which he'll be back in.
Silence.
That's a long moment, is that? No, my idea was to, we owe a response. This is very complex. There's no question. I agree with everybody. I think it needs to be one session. I know we've done it before and it hasn't been done for a while, but we can talk about that later, when, how. But she has 6 or 7 conditions, Kristen does, for every one of these. And my suggestion is that we only talk about mass and scale. Preliminary, number 1. I'm sure Stacy would agree with that. You agree, Stacy? We'll just talk about mass and scale so far? Okay. She's got 6 or 7 conditions here that are all relevant. I don't think any of us would, I mean, we've been around this rodeo many times. I don't think, unless somebody disagrees with any of them. I
I
mean,
didn't scratch any of them.
yeah, it's more of what we're gonna add. So, if we just talk about 1, 2, and 3, 1 is mass and scale, basically AC 23 and 5 others, and 2 is step downs, not just to the river, but if I go to the, and I know here's where it gets, like, step down to the river and then step down to the alleys and the roadways. And 3 is break up roof ridges. That's common to, and I know we just talked about this. That's common to all these. Okay. I think the only thing we could do is add comments to 1, 2, and 3 on each one. We take them one at a time, as we have been instructed to do so. And add comments to make them more compliant with mass and scale, or different ideas that we discussed here. I don't have anything new. And leave them with that, and then they come back for preliminary and go from there. So we only discuss 1, 2, and 3, and we add to 1, 2, and 3, but let's not spend our time going through 4 through 7. That's my first idea. And unless somebody has a different idea, because we already agree with it, she's got 4 through 7 that we don't disagree with. So we just do that and see where we get to. I don't think it's gonna take that long. Cause, on 1, on A, B, and C, she has listed pretty much all that we've said, we've heard public, concern about. But we haven't talked about it in depth. So, and 2 is just step down more, and 3 is break up the ridges, which I think we just leave 3. What do we need to talk about on 3?
I have a question on
Too long.
3 as far as roof pitches. It does talk about having steep roof pitches, but there's quite a few roof pitches that are, I mean, even down to 2.5 to 12 and 4 to 12 and that kind of thing. And I think, some sort of discussion of that, because that really doesn't impact, what they might come back with on their.
Sure.
subsequent.
That's relevant, totally. Well, I mean, what else can we do? And this is what we've got in front of us, so. Is that okay? We're just gonna talk about 1, 2, and 3? Okay, well, I would just suggest on A, B, and C, we discuss adding the following. Consider 6 foot plus or minus, or
You adding to a condition or are you adding another?
I'm adding a condition, well, I'm adding it to one,
One, okay.
because I want to keep mass and scale all together. So,
So you're adding it to one for item one,
and I'm gonna, yes. On A, B, and C.
A, B, and C.
This is only relevant to A, B, C.
Do you think it would be easier just to keep
Or add a new
Kristen's
one.
conditions as set? They're so precise with the citations. that
Okay.
Just add a new condition, even if it's
I'm okay with that.
partially covered in one of her
Okay.
conditions.
That's fine. So I would propose we discuss, not making a motion, but at number 8, that would say at least consider. And I know with with some applicants, then they just blow that off. But I'm gonna trust this applicant won't just blow this off. If they want to get to at least pass preliminary in another hearing, consider a 6-inch plus or minus reduction on each floor for a net 1.5 to 2 foot height on A, B, and C. Which is basically, I can just say AC 23. And that covers that. I'll take them one at a time. So that's one thing. Now, look, they made the point that they're not requesting a PUD on height. But this is not what this is about. Our job is to look at the site in the context and determine if, even though there is a maximum and they're below it, we've done this many times, where we're on some street and for some reason it needs to be a lower gable than, context of neighborhood, whatever. So that's my first proposal. I only have 3. Okay with that?
I am.
Okay. Just say no if you're not, otherwise we're gonna go. This pedestrian bridge idea that Andrew had is a must, right? And of course, that goes with A, B, C, D1, D2, here we go again, E1, E2, E3. We're gonna have to repeat it.
I think ideally a pedestrian bridge is nice, but I do think that there's a way with guardrails or with planters to separate the drive lanes from the pedestrian lanes.
You think it's wide enough now?
Don't necessarily have to be 2 bridges. It can be a wider bridge with, planters or something in between to keep traffic from running
Okay.
into folks.
But I thought they're using
People that are crisscross.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
We can do this and/or divide up with barricades, but I thought they're using the existing bridge. Just somebody shake their head, yeah.
Just gonna push it. So,
But this is a scary safe.
Have people walking, don't walk on
So
sidewalks.
pedestrian bridge either protect and separate with pedestrians with guardrails or separate bridge. Is it okay, Matt?
I'm actually back to where what Andrew said because of the crossing of the traffic. Yeah, so I would say 2 bridges.
Oh. Okay.
He just said
Separate.
separate, yeah.
Well, I mean, that is not an expensive bridge necessarily. Pedestrians is not that wide, but at least it's only pedestrians. Well, okay. Is everybody okay with that? All right. Okay. And that's per, oh my, what guideline is that?
Let's just scale, I don't know.
Should be under site planning or site circulation.
Okay.
Something.
Who wants to look that up while we're? Remember 10 years ago, we used to stop and we'd wait until somebody found it. Half an hour later, we'd add it and.
Policy 6, pedestrian scale, continuity of pedestrian routes is a goal of the town, both in terms of connecting projects and blocks.
Policy 6. Bless you. Thank you, Stacy.
You, Stacy, didn't even have to look at the photo.
Okay, and my third one was to consider lowering B and C because of the sensitivity of the river trail. 2 to 3 feet in the garage entries and correspondingly lowering the heights of those buildings. I know they studied. I think there's a way to get something a little lower, a little more climate scale along that riverway with B and C. Unless you guys are all fine with the height of B and C.
I think the entire project needs to step down, so I'm fine with reductions. Along the road.
What about A? Are we okay with the height of A? I mean, there's no parking. It's kind of off to the side. It's a different, and they step down to two-story building right as you come in, the visual.
I think
I don't
they
know.
stepped down on the north elevation, but not
On the south.
east elevation, which is very perceptible.
Yeah, so that's changing wall planes and step down and, which she actually already has that
Yeah.
in here on her one.
Condition
So
one.
I think with those three, unless you have other mass and scale issues, maybe we can,
Or two.
maybe we can move on A, B, and C. I'm open to any other elements.
I think on condition two, I would add, because that pertains to building A, the north elevation of building A and the northeast module of D1. Stepping down, those are all kind of at the entrance. And I would add or suggest adding also the west elevation of building B, which as soon as you cross the bridge, it's on your left and it's a pretty much a straight 3-story wall plane. Good point.
So just a two and say, it can be this, it's the same conditions, but, and also step down building B,
The west
west elevation.
elevation.
That's a good one. Remember, we're gonna see this again. They actually have heard a lot of our other comments, but that's a good add on number 2.
This is a general comment, but it's applicable to A and B and C, so I'll make it now. I think the eave overhangs, generally speaking, are too large. They increase mass and scale. And they're not particularly traditional. There's no dimension given, but I'm looking at an eave on the south elevation of A that to my eye appears to be perhaps 2.5 or 3 feet. That's substantial. Given the thickness of it, which this structure is not our purview, but that's going to need some sort of a brace. I think if the eaves were pulled in, it would serve to be more traditional, which is in keeping with policy 26, and it would reduce mass and scale, which is in keeping with policy 23.
And save the town money.
Well, it's not.
Okay. Okay, I thought
Never
that's
interested. No.
All right. Okay, so that's number 10. Now, going once, going.
Well, if everyone agrees.
I'm doing the straw poll.
Oh.
Going once,
Well, I agree.
going twice. Reduce the, I mean, it does reduce mass and scale. If they're 3 feet and they were only at 18 inches, what do you think? But then there's the step down.
I think so, because they also impinge upon that view as you're looking.
Well, I just want to keep an eye on it because as this as this project moves forward, that eave's going to get, the fascia is going to get thicker. It will, or there's going to be braces or brackets or other things. The perceived mass and scale is going to increase as a function of being able to be built and withstand snow load. So I'm just raising a concern now.
I'm going with the architect's flow. What do you and Matt think?
I know
Length of eaves.
it's an architectural feature of also Kundik, but I don't think it's particularly applicable for our town. These long eaves are adding to the mass and scale, so I would vote for reducing them.
I'm fine with reducing them, yes.
Okay, that's number 10. And then we're on A, B, and C. We'll get to that comment on the rest. A, B, reduce A, B, and C. What, that's AC 23, length of eaves. AC 23. Hope somebody's making notes.
Can I ask another,
Yes.
on condition 2, there is that story pole that is like right plopped kind of on the side of the Telluride Trail, and I think maybe bringing in that corner of building E1.
Well, we got to get to E though. Can you wait for E?
Oh,
Yeah, we're
sure.
kind of A, B,
We
C.
did-
Oh, okay.
Remember how we're segmented? Okay, A, B, and C, but I made that
Gotcha.
note too.
Okay.
I know on my way. Oh, can we move on to my one other comment?
Yes.
I know on my way back from the restroom there, we said we weren't going to talk about glazing. It is condition 4 though. I would like to just, it doesn't have to be in addition to a condition. I would like to articulate for the applicant what
Yeah.
my thoughts.
Yeah.
So this is specific to doors, but typically speaking, floor to ceiling or doors that are 8 or 9 feet are 2/3, 1/3 glazing. So I see a lot of glazing that's floor to ceiling. I don't think floor to ceiling glazing is
Yeah.
approvable at all. It does, verticality is preferred. Heights that are 2 times, I mean, you guys have read the guidelines, so I don't have to hammer away at it, but the glazing that is floor to ceiling is a no-go.
Okay, thanks for the specificity and.
And that's covered under 4.
Yep.
I just wanted to be more specific.
Yep. Okay,
Just real quick, the roof overhang, I think you should reference policy 26 and not 23,
oh,
roof forms.
policy 26. AC,
Yep. Roof form.
all right, wait a minute, me,
You're writing it down.
huh? We're gonna have to, somebody's gonna have to take some of these. I'm not gonna do all 3, but anyway, I'll be glad to take one for the team and do the first one. Is that it on massive scale, which is all we're gonna talk about?
I have one more concern with the roofs of buildings B and C slope directly toward the river. And I'm just concerned with the runoff, snow and rain, and the runoff into that area. I know that there's some conditions regarding retaining all of the runoff on site, but it seems like that's going to be a particularly difficult area to control the runoff and keep it from flowing into the river, which is.
So how would we phrase that as a condition? I mean, we've mentioned it. I mean, it's there, they have to show us, but I don't know if we're in that level of detail yet, but is it enough to tell them, or you want to make that a number
Maybe
11?
it doesn't have to be a condition necessarily, but just maybe on the next provision, show how the runoff is going to be retained on site.
And snow removal between these buildings? I mean, I don't know if that's, what are they, 20 feet between those gaps? The architects again can.
20. Well, now we're on to kind of D, but yes.
Okay, and Matt, you had another comment?
I've got a series of comments here to
Oh,
try to
yeah.
dive in.
Yeah.
They pertain to the entire project and we can dial them back for A and B. I think first of all, it's a great presentation. I really appreciate all the graphics and exhibits. We'd like to see as many 3D renderings in the packet as possible, both the aerial views from at least 4 cardinal directions and the site, the pedestrian scale perspectives. I know this is a large project. It's hard to demonstrate those well, but something that I still don't have a full grasp of is how building E, because building E is one building, even though you're starting to successfully break it up in modules. I don't have a sense of how that meets the ground and if that feels like 3 separate buildings or one building. So the more views and perspectives you can put in the packet, that helps us out. So we're not trying to make decisions or observations on the fly and the public can see it. Could you bring up the aerial view 1 that you sent out this afternoon, which is the view looking to the south?
Went through a lot of slides today. The one from up on the mountain.
Yep,
No.
that's it. That's it there. No, so the one you had.
one I-
Yeah,
yep,
Yep.
right.
So let's see. What I'm sort of struggling with is the simplicity of the design, the simplicity of the architecture. It's beautiful. I'm struggling though with reconciling the beauty and simplicity of these forms with the design guidelines and the desire to break them up into modules and smaller pieces that are more compatible with our historic town. So if you look at the field of the roofs here and you look at the buildings in the foreground and around, now, of course, all the roofs are not articulated, but you can tell these roof planes are massive. And as we start to pick away at articulation, as we start picking away at glazing and proportions, you're going to be forced to compromise these design language that you've set forward. So if there's a way for you to sort of anticipate that and to break these modules down much more, I think you'll be able to keep that same language and be successful in smaller modules moving forward. Another thing that we haven't discussed, and it'll come later, but the materiality, I think my guess is the board's going to want to see different architectural character and materiality to break up, so it doesn't feel like a campus of one language. So I think I would keep that in mind as well as you move forward. We've had projects that have been successful in sharing some of their language and some of their details, and some that have completely different character. That's kind of up for you to propose and us to decide. I think the sort of the elephant in the room, as a lot of the public comment astutely suggested, this project is too big and too dense. And I think for HARC's purview, that comes down to the mass and scale, and that's very prevalent in this view when you see these massive wall planes, these massive buildings contextually within what's not even the neighborhood. I mean, this is a whole section of town that you're sort of rendering here. And I do appreciate this kind of view because it gives us a sense of the scale of this. So, I mean, if you could cut a third out of this project, I think you would be very successful with the mass and scale and the open space and pedestrian way. And we wouldn't be arguing about trying to go deeper with garages and open space and less traffic, and even traffic's not in our purview. But I'm just trying to get ahead of what I'm hearing the public say and what I am seeing on the screen. And in this packet, this mass and scale is just too large to be approvable. And so that's kind of my overarching comment. And I would suggest that we added a new condition to each of these applications to say significantly reduce the mass and scale. And we can just say of the entire project, buildings A through E, or we can break it out and say all buildings and keep that within each packet per AC 23, AC 6, AC 13, and AC 14.
Not to quibble, but that's what one says.
Except for the word significantly would be added.
Significantly
Is, I think, what Matt's lobbying for.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can support that because, you know, if you just can't get all 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag, can you get 9.3? And as Matt said, then we wouldn't even be talking about going further underground or something like that. But that's not up to us. You know, there's multiple discussions you can have with your client and figure it out. But for us to approve it, we've got to find something that, and I do think, Matt, that your number 11, break this up and further into modules, should be on each of these as a condition, don't you?
I think it's going to, I haven't crafted a condition to that, but I do think that's the direction we're going to go. Whether it's captured already in Kristen's.
No, it's not. It's not.
Oh, so in a sense, number 1 does do it. That says it
Break up the
different.
well,
It says
but I think
increasing the number of building modules. It says it towards the end of condition.
Oh, well then. Good job. Okay.
Are we gonna be making one motion for all?
No, one each.
Okay.
ABC, here comes one. And then somebody else is gonna do the rest of these. Right?
So
Okay.
I know we're just, go ahead.
Oh, no.
No, we're,
I know we're just kind of throwing stuff out there. That's just the nature of how this is gonna go. The staff memo does mention AC 23 roof form in the first 3, but not with regards to roof slope. There are many slopes that I find appropriate. There's 10/12s, 9/12s.
Sherry brought that, yeah.
And especially on A and B, I like those numbers. They are directly in keeping with policy 26. However, we have large subordinate roofs that are subordinate yet maybe roughly equal in area, that are 312 and 412.
Yeah.
The guideline itself describes occasionally as low as 4.
Yeah.
And here we have,
Sheds or something.
yeah, I mean, so not to be too specific on the east elevation of A, it's really the prominent form that is 312. It's surrounded on the south side by a 10-12 slope.
Roof forms and slopes.
I think the use of the shallower slope needs to be used much more judiciously. And this is a bigger statement that I think we're gonna have to go to battle over, Mark, but as HARC's effort to push ridges down is causing applicants to flatten their roof pitches, and we're getting fat, squat buildings that are not in keeping with the traditional proportion of the buildings we see traditionally, which were 10-12 and 12-12.
Well, we can't do that.
Can't do what?
Go to 312s.
Well, I see a 312 here and a 312 here and a 412 here and a 412 here
Well-
for big roofs. These aren't dormers. These are big expanses of roof. So that's a long explanation. I'd like there to be just a condition that
Well, can it be included in one and add roof forms and slopes?
sure.
But
But again,
What are we gonna
one
communicate?
speaks to ridges,
yeah,
and
well,
I'm specifically concerned about large expanses of 3 and 4.
3 speaks to
12.
ridges.
And maybe no, look, I'm saying this out loud. I think the elevation that we were looking at on the screen is indicative of what all those flat roofs do.
Yeah,
They cause it just to be a bigger,
fat.
squarer
Yeah.
building. Fat's not really a term we should probably use, but it's a
bill.
it increases mass and scale.
So you want to add it in 1 or in 3 when they're talking about roof ridges?
Well, one starts to get pretty long. It's already pretty long,
You
but
want to add to 3?
I would add it to 3. I would say break up continuous roof ridges. And consider reducing the area of low slope roofs,
Okay,
or maybe not even consider.
So consider and reduce.
and reduce area of low slopes. Okay. Thank you. That's a really good point because in fairness to them, now you've given them some specific marker. So thanks. Anything else? Okay, I'm gonna try this first one. I want somebody else to take only 2 buildings, D1 and 2. I'm doing 3. And somebody get ready to take E1, 2, and 3, okay?
Sorry, I thought we were addressing mostly just A, B, and C right now.
Yeah.
I have one with mass and scale on D, building
Well,
D.
can we wait?
We're not
till
doing
we-
that yet.
Yeah.
But don't lose it.
No, I'm not gonna lose it.
Write it down. In fact,
It's written down.
I think this is cause for you to do the motion on D1. That seems fair.
Can't read my own hand.
Keep speaking up. Okay. Unless somebody really wants to take it. Okay. Well, now, the last thing. Continue to when? Because, you said we've got applicants now we're gonna push out of the way in the private sector. And I don't know,
September.
well, but we don't know what date, because if we're gonna have a separate section, there's no way to figure that out now with our calendars tonight at this minute. A September time to be determined.
Want it separate?
Post,
Yeah.
it should be after this meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, after the regular 16th.
Isn't there language about date certain?
We would, and to avoid having to
don't want-
notice, we would have to continue to a date certain.
So it's either we pick a date for an additional meeting, or we continue this one to September 16th, and we could consider a second meeting for other projects possibly. But other projects I think may have been continued already to that same.
No, I
date.
think I know some continuations. People are standing there waiting.
That's what I'm saying.
I'd say it should be after the 16th.
No,
but-
hear you.
And, and look, if we're doing one, and if they come back and have this right, it'll be a shorter meeting. But I don't.
Well,
wanna-
we could continue to the August meeting, knowing that we're going to be continuing at the August meeting to that next date certain.
Discussion.
Once we know, what everyone's schedule is.
Thank you. If you lose that job, come join us.
Can I bring up a quick point here? Okay, so there is the limitation on how many times you can be continued.
Yep.
And so
Oh,
we'd rather
ooh,
have meetings and not just go to a meeting that we get continued to another.
yeah,
meeting,
and then you
which
lose
I
one.
appreciate the effort, but I
Yeah.
don't think that.
So you lose one whole iteration.
Yeah, that's it. And then we have to go to
Without
manager.
discussion,
Oh, we haven't been counting them without discussion.
we have been continuing without discussion, some applications recently.
Yeah.
Just about.
Well, I,
So,
So the limit, I think is 4, Ally? Yeah, 4. On the 4th one, you need the town manager approval.
yeah,
The ones that you're considering hasn't reached that point, the 4th, because I do remember I have in the past been asked, so maybe we haven't been very consistent.
Well, and remember that protection is there for, that requirement is there for the applicant's protection because they're entitled to a decision at some point. If the applicant would like a continuance, then the argument really becomes moot at that point.
oh, it doesn't count.
Well, it counts, but if the applicant would like for the manager's approval to allow another continuance, it's not a prohibition on additional continuances. You just have to get the town manager approval.
Which I.
Mhm.
All right, so we're gonna go to the 29th and then continue our discussion and name a date certain, and then if we need a 5th one, so they're not robbed. So they're not robbed of one iteration of, as Lance was concerned, they'll get it.
The 19th, not the 29th. Hang on one second. It's the 19th.
Well, why don't we just get it right on the next hearing and then we won't have to worry about this. Oh, okay. Okay, I was about ready to make a motion.
Yep.
But now it's to the 29th
To the 19th of August.
or the 19th. All right. And I'll be very open to any friendly amendments if I miss something. So, and again, Andrew, you start looking at D1 and D2 and I'm just gonna sign this. Somebody else on this end of the table, look at E1, 2, and 3. You only have to do 2. Okay. I move to continue to August 19th, 2026, HARC meeting, the preliminary large scale Carhens redevelopment plan at 700 West Pacific, buildings A, B, and C, based on findings and staff memo dated July 15th with the following conditions. 1, add the word significantly. 2,
Significantly reduce. and
yes, sorry.
The
Yeah.
rest of the condition as written.
Yeah, sorry. 2, as written, except for add, where it says step down the river and say step down the west elevation of building B.
Step down towards the river, the west
Oh,
elevation.
no, step down towards the river and then after that say, and step down the west elevation of building B. 2 different, so. 3, break up the continuous roof ridges and then insert, or excuse me, for buildings B and C by varying the ridge height or offsetting the ridges so that no roof ridges extend continuously to a greater length than 60. In other words, let's do it this way. 3 as written, and I'm going to add this change. Also, reduce the area of low slopes on the roofs consistent with AC 23.
26.
And AC 26. 4 is written, 5 is written, 6 is written, 7 is written, a new number 8. Explore 6-inch plus or minus reduction each floor. Or net 2-foot height on A, B, and C buildings per AC 23 is relevant to mass and scale. 9, add a pedestrian bridge and bicyclists and pedestrians per policy 20 AC 26. And number, that's 10.
You sure that's 26? Does not.
AC 26 is
Root
root
forms.
forms.
Sorry,
AC
6.
AC 6.
Okay, AC6, thank you.
That's for number 9 about the pedestrian bridge.
Yeah, yeah, that's number 9. Okay, and number 10 is consider lowering 2 to 3 feet the garage entries to affect a correspondingly lower height of B and C buildings on the river per AC 23, again, mass and scale. Okay. Well, I guess I should read it and then we'll ask for a second and friendly amendments. Revised plans incorporating the, or excuse me, this motion is based on evidence testimony provided public held on July 15th, 2026. No such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code. And the rest as written. Do we have a second?
I have a friendly amendment, but I second first, right? I'll second.
Okay, second. And so do we have any friendly amendments?
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment to add the citations in the AC district to condition number 1 to include AC 6, AC 13, and AC 14.
6, 13, and 14?
Yes.
I accept that. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Let's vote.
AC, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Elitza, yes.
Thank you. Okay, Andrew, you're up. Up to bat.
Well, are we gonna have discussion
Frank
specific?
discussion.
Sure.
Do you want?
You lead the discussion. I'm retiring.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, no, on elements of D1 and T2 that you think should be
Yep.
added to her. We've already agreed to leave her conditions. And well, everybody can chime in. You're just gonna write this motion.
One thing, and I was just gonna pitch this to the board, starting with D1 and D2, and this will carry over through E1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Okay. Is your guys' thoughts on the stairwell, these stairs that are connectors? And I have a couple of things when I'm looking in here, AC 23 under F1, connectors should be subordinate to the structures they're linking. Connectors may not block important views, and they should not alter the perceived proportions or orientation of the buildings. I feel like they are adding mass and scale to them. And then it goes on, the other one that may or may not be a reference says bridges. So would you call those connectors a bridge technically?
I don't think so.
I think it's a good thing to cite that, but for me, the fact that they separated out, essentially these are sort of gable forms that they chopped the middle out of, or they pulled them apart. What's happening internally to those is not as much of importance to me as what you see from the public way. And it's a technique for them to break up the mass and scale. If they didn't do that, if they had just more larger, they've got to be able to get egress in and out of these buildings.
I mean,
I don't want to see one, these massive graded decks connecting all of these.
so furthermore, to that point, projecting elements, so this is under 28 building components, projecting elements such as dormers, bays, stairs, chimneys, cornices help provide visual interest for a building and can influence its perceived scale. These features should be compatible in size, shape, type with those found in historic buildings. There's a lot of historic buildings in this town. I've never seen this type of amount of stairs on there. And
these guidelines aren't written for buildings this massive.
And it's well, just the wear and tear, the amount of traffic that's going to be on them. I mean, I'm sure these people had a vote, they'd really appreciate if they were internal. But I could argue that if you're standing in between these, there's a view in every direction in this town, and it technically is blocking the view. The guidelines
And through the corridors, you can see it from the externally as well.
You're correct, and you're not wrong. I just think the implications of forcing them away from this circulation path and this language will have much worse adverse effects on the rest of the project if they have to internalize circulation.
I wrote down something similar. I came at it from pedestrian scale, which, you know, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but routes, pedestrian routes throughout larger projects should provide safe interrupted access. Anyway, I'm imagining these 3.5 story, 20-foot wide. I mean, these are Gotham alleys. They're not going to see sun except very early in the morning and very late at night, and that's even during the summer. I worry about 3.5 stories on either side of a pedestrian and what that feels like for that. Well, and every single person that lives on that elevation. I understand what it's doing for the project. It's externalizing
Any more square foot.
entrance and exit, and it's breaking apart the massing, and it's doing a lot of positive things, but the way it's done at the highest point, it really creates a canyon. I don't have a solution in mind. I understand that this is almost work session level thing I'm raising, but I don't know that we saw this articulated. We certainly didn't see these elevations at work session. So it's a concern for me. I mean, when you look at, and I'm sorry, I'm still on the ABCs, so I got to fast forward 60 pages, but those elevations, I get it. It's an internal elevation, internal to a building, but oh my God, just look at that elevation. It's crazy what we're looking at. It's a 3.5 story flat elevation, 75 feet wide with a bunch of punched openings in it. What guideline are we okay with that on?
Well, we don't have guidelines for 4-story buildings. We don't have guidelines for 281 foot long buildings. We don't have guidelines for 183 or we just, I mean, we don't. And the reason we don't is because it wasn't contemplated. It's not part of the historic term. I mean, it's just not, but
I think if you want to, I think you have both you have great arguments. If you want to add this thing that will further reinforce that they need to reduce the size of this project.
Well, it's in keeping with your slice a third out of the project.
Oh, yeah. It is.
I would like greater articulation in the court elevations in the wall, in the 3.5 story vertical wall plane. Especially at the corners where you absolutely perceive 3.5 story corner.
I mean, the only thing I can think of off the top of my head comparable is Voodoo, but it's taking, circulation corridors and the site planning massing is pulling them apart to where they're almost alley scale elements here internally.
Well, we don't want to call these alleys.
No, call them alleys. I'm just talking about, they are more in the
interior
public eye and the presence than they would be, say, at Voodoo.
well, do we want to do what we did on Shenandoah and add the 1 and 2 story elements to try to soften that? I know we're talking about the stairway.
Stairway, yeah, I mean, and then the porches too. It's like, porch should be covered by a roof. That's in 28B1. That says the placement and size of decks and balconies should be similar to those found historically, traditionally within the treatment areas. It's just red flags all over it.
Go ahead.
Are you, in regards to the alley between
court, let's use the language court. Yep.
Right, with those massive elevations, actually, again, policy AC6 pedestrian scale specifically talks about, okay, E, provide visual interest at all facades and elevations that will be seen from the streets, alleys, and pedestrian ways. and that if they follow this guideline, they should take care of it. Then building should express human scale, yes. Sorry, I lost my other point, but basically, if they follow pedestrian scale and the articulation of the walls that that interior court and this massive walls should be broken down. And I think that we need to bring that to kind of tie it up to, it's not just to mass and scale, but we do need to bring it.
I'm the one that brought this up, so I apologize for being circular,
Mhm.
but I really want to consider everything. Is it maybe that these aren't in fact pedestrian pathways?
I wouldn't call them pedestrian pathways. I think
They're fire escapes.
They're circulation.
Or circulation.
I think though, as you get glimpses of them from sort of potentially the gable ends for the most part and some of the breaks, that's when the complication or the abnormality from what we're used to seeing is really present here. I'm just having a hard time trying to require that I don't see how they resolve this and still keep this scheme of breaking these buildings apart.
Yeah.
I think it would do more harm than good to require them to resolve this at this scale. I mean, who knows what they're gonna come back with and what we're gonna see next. If they're further broken up in modules and mass and scale, maybe there's a way for them to articulate a little bit more. And I would say we'd save this for a later review.
Well, but it should have been in it early, but this is the first one.
Okay,
I mean, work session.
well, yeah, if they had shown it to us, then we could have told them,
All right,
but,
I'll back off of that one.
well, but I mean, if, Andrew, you want to phrase that as
That's my 2 cents. You guys.
consider resolve or, reducing the impact of the stair connectors by, redesign that. Something like that, we could do that and then see what they come back with.
I think for a second,
Okay,
before you guys continue.
okay, and then, but Lisa, your point was more step down to the corners. You wanted to do massive, like we did on Chandoka? And like the guidelines tell us to do
Oh, yeah, those things.
about that.
I mean, policy AC6A develop, sorry. The ground floor. Oop,
You want?
no, sorry, going back. This is about the first floor, and I'm sorry about that. It's not about, I got confused, I'm sorry. However, ACE provide visual interest on all facades. I mean, this is an important one that they didn't follow.
How do you want to word that?
Um,
It's under mass and scale, number one, reduce mass and scale by doing what
okay,
for AC3? By,
give me a second, please.
okay,
I think also policy 20, use some language in there. This is building form.
24.
I would add to all the policies because it's very well written already. Also, I would add policy AC6.
Not add any more other than reduce the mass and
C6E.
scale.
Well, it's reduced mass and scale.
For AC 24.
And provide visual interest on all facades and elevations. For policy AC6E.
Okay, I mean, we could just, by the way, are we gonna add the word significantly here or not? like we did on ABC?
I would say yes. And I think we would add building D2s,
And
not just building
Which,
one.
which I did, but Elisa, is it okay just to add these two policies and then they can read them and they can come, it's all under reducing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
okay.
follow those policies.
So if you want to add those two, that's fine.
And I think we
AC
should-
24 is already listed on AC 24-A3. Is that correct? Or do you want to add another part of AC 24?
I think all of AC 24 applies.
All of it. Okay. And then we can leave the AC A3, but we can add AC 24 and AC 6E. Got it? Okay.
No, I'm sorry, I'm doing my own.
Oh, okay.
Just working on mine while she's doing hers.
Okay, we'll help. We'll rehearse this. Okay. Other additions to 1, 2, and 3 for D1 and T2.
With regards to D2, the entirety of the roof pitch is essentially 3.5 or 412.
So it's the same one we added, the same language as the low slope.
Yep. And additionally, on the north elevation of D2, the east half of that building, the eave does not step up at the edges and almost entirely obscures the windows behind them. I know that's trying to keep the forms, all the eaves from being repetitive, but in that building, I think that's problematic.
Yeah. Okay, you want to write those sentences down and we'll have you give that to,
Note cards, remember my recommendation? Note cards.
I brought them every meeting and we never use them.
In that drawer.
Okay. Well, we can write this down. We can also do it with some friendly amendments, but everybody agrees with that, right? I mean, okay, Stacy's comment, okay. Who else wants to add something to mass and scale 1? I think we got it. For tonight. So, Andy, you want to read what you have and then we'll add Stacy's sentence and well, you already probably, and we'll add Elisa's conditions on number 1. But go ahead and just do a trial run here. See what we have. But what do you want to say?
Exciting.
Okay. And while he's thinking, who would like to start working on E1, 2, and 3?
I was working on it.
You are? Okay, good. It's great to have volunteers.
Mark, I also think that condition 1 should apply for both buildings, D1 and D2.
We said D1 and D2.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
Yep. Well, it's preliminary hearing. You don't have to catch every single item in. It's the big picture, mass and scale.
So you want me to start?
Well,
Or
no,
give me
don't make a
what I
motion.
have to
Just share what you're gonna change on 1, 2, and 3, or any additional conditions.
Well, tell me if this needs to be an additional condition. Reduce the mass and scale of all stairs, connectors, and porches.
Additional.
So this could be number 8.
Yeah.
And the only thing I didn't get is the one that she was adding.
She's just adding AC 20 to number 1, AC 24 and AC 6E. And we are adding D1 and D2. That's all. Just pencil in D2.
Significantly. Significantly.
Yeah, I got you.
reduce. to C6.
Six. Okay, and then Stacy, what was yours?
I have it here. I've already written it down. You want to just hand it over? Reduce low pitch roof areas and cut back the eave overhang at the edges of D2 at the northwest. D2 at that, D2 is really two buildings. Like D1 anyway. So let me start over. Reduce the low pitch roof areas and cut back the eave overhangs at the edges of D2 northwest to not obscure the windows beyond for AC 26 and 26D.
It's on separate.
Perfect.
Number 9.
Thank you. Good teamwork. That's number 9. And I'd like to propose a number 10. It's real short. Lower garage entries on D1 and D2 by 3 to 5 feet. Further underground to affect correspondingly lower heights of D1 and D2 buildings.
By 5 feet.
I said 3 to 5, but what do you want to make it 5?
I
I know we had
think
dial.
we should talk about that more than.
Okay. Yep, we can. I just heard him say they did a study of it, and it seemed like 3 to 5 feet would be the high end of what we might be able to affect and still have a reduction of height. Thus mass and scale, but go ahead with your thought, Matt.
I mean, it seems that they've got that commercial floor is essentially a walkout, and then as you walk up the internal side of it, there's a sort of a raised planter or walkway that sort of mitigates the grade 5 feet to the other side. So I think it seems to be successful right now, whether or not. I just had contemplated moving it, the whole thing down 3 to 5 feet. Not sure how that would work with the commercial space and walking out and grade. It seems like a pretty significant thing to ask.
Okay, you want to try 2 to 3 feet?
See what other people think.
Or use the word consider, which is milk toast for,
I don't think.
please think about it. Or not, anything.
Is it possible to bring up some 3D views of the garage entrance that show where the grade meets? Do you have any of that?
Let me.
D1, D2.
D1, D2?
Just one moment.
I think I'd almost want to re-enter conversation with them a little bit more about it, but then we've got to open up public comment.
And it's,
Well, I know we have 2 more hearings, but it's up to you.
You enter the garage just to the left of the 2-story box on the.
Are we talking about the upper or lower?
In the upper image, the 2-story step down that's on that north face of D, just to the left of there. That's
Okay,
where
thank you.
enter the garage.
Mark.
Yeah.
In regards to parking, I think that if they follow our first conditions about mass and scale and break it down and reduce the height, they'll figure out the parking with it. It's just part of the achieving the overall goal. So I would not put it in a additional.
I'm good to give up on it. Because I'm about ready to add the language that you just spoke to that we also put on A, B, and C,
Okay.
which would be the new number of 10. consider, and it's the same thing we did on Andrew on A, B, and C. Consider reducing each floor 6 inches plus or minus for a net 2 feet height reduction on buildings D1 and D2.
Plus or minus.
6 inches. Reduce each floor to accomplish a 2-foot height reduction on buildings D1 and D2 per AC 23.
Just a comment that's gonna probably frustrate us, but we're catching things as we move along. It's almost like we should dry run through all the conditions of all these 3 applications before.
I'm good to stay till midnight,
We already.
but I mean, I understand it. But I think we do the best we can tonight because we're gonna see him again. And, you know, to go back through all these, I mean, I don't know.
I say, I'm not saying tonight, I'm saying moving forward. Like
Oh.
it's like dry run these to make sure that
Oh.
we're catching something that shouldn't apply to another one or something that's not going to advertently mess up something with a previous.
The one thing I'm double checking is what we say on one. I'm asking myself before we go to, should we do it on this one? Just trying to catch exactly what you're asking. And that's why I just brought this one up.
Right. Consider reducing each floor plus or minus 6 inches to accomplish 2 feet height reductions in buildings D1 and D2.
Yeah, per AC 23.
Right, so that's number 10, that's 10.
10.
All right, anything else? Bueller?
I guess. Give it your best shot.
All right, and then September is good.
August 19th.
August.
And just to reiterate for the record that we intend to continue without discussion to a date certain, just so that everybody's aware.
Yeah. Do we need to say that in the motion? I don't think so. We'll just do it at the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Here you guys won't interrupt me. If I trip. I would like to propose a motion. I move to approve.
Continue.
Sorry, move to continue to August 19th, 2026, the preliminary large-scale car hinge redevelopment project at 700 West Pacific Avenue. Do I need to state buildings D1 and D2 based on the findings in the staff memo dated July 15th, 2026 with the following conditions. Number 1, significantly reduce the perceived mass and scale of buildings D1 and D2 by incorporating additional variations in vertical wall planes, increasing articulation of horizontal wall planes.
Say the rest.
Okay, I'll say the rest. Okay.
As written.
The rest is written and then adding AC 6.E. 2 through 7 as written. Number 8, reduce the mass and scale of all stairs, connectors, and porches on all facades consistent with AC 23, F1, F2, AC 28, C1, and C3. Number 9, reduce low-pitch roof areas and cut the eave overhang at the edges of D2 northwest to not obscure the windows beyond per AC 26D. Number 10, consider reducing each floor plus or minus 6 inches to accomplish 2 feet height reductions in building D1 and D2 per AC 23. This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at a public hearing held on July 15th, 2026, with notice of such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code.
Matt will second, and would you consider a friendly amendment?
Yes.
I would like to add to condition number 1, the citations of AC 24 and AC 6.
Accepted.
Okay.
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Elitza, yes.
Rockstar. Thank you. Good team effort. Okay. So now we'll discuss, there's a carryover of some of the same, E1, E2, and E3. And we're gonna agree that 1 through 6 stands, and we're gonna talk about, what do we want to add to 1, 2, and 3 regarding mass and scale? Again, these are equal to the tallest buildings in the place, and Kristen has many comments about reducing mass and scale, but what do we want to add here?
The word significantly.
Yep.
And I think you added a citation to AC6E that provide visual interest on all facades and elevations that'll be seen from streets, alleys, and pedestrian ways.
That's 16? Which one?
That is policy 6E.
Oh, 6E, okay. We all agree with that so far? Good. Keep it rolling. What else?
I think with regards to 2, I think in the last one, you actually added a condition regarding the low pitch roof area. So you could either add it to 2 by adding something like also reduce the area of low slope roofs consistent with AC 26, I believe. So we could either do that in condition 2. I think that's what we did with buildings ABC, or we could have a separate condition, which is what you did with buildings.
In 26D, D speaks to dormers being subordinate. And some of these dormers are almost,
Roof cells.
they're actually the dominant roof.
I think it's a separate condition, just like Stacy did in the last one, but just not referencing necessarily where on, just the whole.
Okay, so reduce low pitch roof areas as per AC 26 and 26D, is that right?
And roof overhangs. However you
The overhang length or
No, that one's a little different. Well, that's it, 26A.
26A and 26D.
Then there's the same stairs and walkway comment.
And that one.
Should we pass those notes back?
One?
They're applied to the same project, I think.
Could you repeat the one from the last, from the D?
Mass and scale, Andrew, which one did you pick? Guideline.
I picked AC 23, F1, F2, AC 28, C1, C3.
And that was, could you read the language of that actual condition?
Yeah, that's cool. Is that on this one? Yeah.
Andrew, would you read me the language of that actual condition?
Or do you want me to? Let me share this with you. That'd be
You
easier.
got it, okay. Oh, that's the low pitch roof.
We're gonna need the note cards for the next meeting.
Thank you.
Oh, number 8.
Okay, all right, good deal. All right. All right, let's see, another one that I would like to propose is refine the design of the southwest corner of building E1 to be set back from the Telluride Trail, consistent with AC6. I wasn't really sure which one to pick. That's kind of the pedestrian scale.
That'll work. We don't have a ski trail setback condition.
No. So 2 would be as written, 3 would be, it does discuss the amount of glazing on E2 and E3 north and south elevations, but actually that elongated glazing, the floor to ceiling glazing appears on essentially all facades of E1, E2, and E3. So I would propose changing 3, revising 3 to include reducing the amount of glazing and break up the multi-story vertical window expanses consistent with AC 32, B1 and G on E1, E2, and E3 all facades.
Everybody good with that?
Yep.
Okay, keep going.
All right, or I think as written, on 5, I'd like to propose something with respect to the landscape plan. The landscaping plan essentially on the east end of lot 34B sort of cuts off maybe 10 or 15 feet into that section. And then there's some sort of new plantings shown on the very, very end of that, but there's a vast amount of forested area between there and mature trees and whatnot. So I would like to propose that they expand the proposed landscaping plan to encompass the entire east end of lot 34B. And then the rest is written.
Everybody good with that? Landscaping extension? Okay.
Let's see. Do we want to also add the condition, consider reducing each floor plus or minus 6 inches to accomplish a 2-foot height reduction as per AC in buildings E1, E2, E3 as per AC 23?
I think not to, my overall comment is I think everything needs to come down, but in this particular instance, because it's the hillside, because the guidelines say that projects could be taller than the other hillside, this is a good example of where that should apply.
I agree. And we have other examples of hillsides. Yeah.
So it doesn't need to?
No.
Okay. All right.
They already have 1.5 stories underground parking, so not much to say about that.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to raise about building E3. You look at the north elevation, there's about a full story of board form concrete, which we could get into, I guess, at the next.
Materials.
Yeah, so we'll leave on material.
But you did have the E3 reduction of size you were contemplating or something. Did you already mention that?
I did not, but what I would like to propose, because I think generally, and again, I haven't been around here as long as many of you guys, but that whole section where E3 is, you know, basically a habitat. And so from what I understand that Telluride does require habitat and wildlife surveys when they're, especially when they're going to be clearing forests or hillsides. And it doesn't appear that there's been any environmental impact report done or wildlife protection studies or those kind of things. So I would like to propose a condition. I don't know, maybe that's more under the land use code, but that the applicant demonstrates that there's been appropriate wildlife studies, environmental impact studies and whatnot before
E3.
you know,
I
the
think
clear cutting of that section.
I think that's land use code compliance.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's a guideline.
Yes, so Sherry, I think the applicants heard that comment and so is staff, and they'll make sure that that is addressed in the land use code, but your conditions have to relate to the guidelines. So I would acknowledge it, but probably not include it as a condition in this continuance.
Sounds
But
good.
did you want to do anything about the size of E3 or just?
I've got a condition.
Go ahead, Matt.
Chair, I got a couple of suggestions. Could we add additional citations to number 1, AC 24, AC 6, AC 13, and AC 14? And then I have a proposed additional condition for building E3. I would say significantly set back building E3 from the neighboring building to the north for AC 23.
All right.
That's 10.
Oh, let's see. We got it. 1, 2. Let's see if I got this low pitch. Yeah. And stairs connectors. So I think we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You want me to give it a whirl?
Partway through there, I thought you were, that's what you're doing.
We're ready.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. All right, I move to continue to the August 19th, 2026 HARC meeting, the preliminary large-scale car hinge redevelopment project at 700 West Pacific Avenue, buildings E1, E2, and E3 based on findings in the staff memo dated July 15, 2026 with the following conditions. Condition 1, as written, except add the word significantly before the first word reduce. And also add guidelines AC 6, AC 6E, AC 24, AC 13, and AC 14. Sorry, those are not in order. Condition 2 as written. Condition 3 as written, except add after as follows, buildings E1, E2, and E3, all facades or all elevations. Do you want me to pause, Piper, or just keep going? Do you want me to read that one? Yeah, okay, so 3 would be reduce the amount of glazing and break up the multi-story vertical window expanses consistent with AC 32, B1 and G as follows. E1, all elevations, E2, all elevations, E3, all elevations. Condition 4 is written. Condition 5, revise as follows. Expand the proposed landscaping plan, add encompass, expand the proposed landscaping plan to add encompass the entire east end of lot 34B and to further enhance natural buffers, vegetative screening, and the rest is written. Condition 6 is written. Condition 7, refine the design of the southwest corner of building E1 to be set back from Telluride Trail consistent with AC 6. Condition 8, reduce the mass and scale of all stairs, connectors, and porches on all facades consistent with AC 23, F1, F2, AC 28, C1, C3. Condition 9, reduce low pitch roof areas, buildings E1, E2, E3. Does this have the eve overhang issue as well? Probably not. I'll just say, as per AC 26A and 26D. Condition 10. Reduce the mass and scale of, not sure what, I seem to have lost my notes there. As per AC 23 F1 and F2, AC 28 C1 and C3. Does anybody remember what that one was? Reduce mass and scale of. Was that yours?
Speed writing seems to.
Where was it? Okay. Forgot to-
Consider reducing each floor plus or minus.
We scratched
You
that.
scratched that one. So which one are you reading now?
That might have been that one.
That one's trash then.
Okay. So condition 10. Significantly set back building E3 from its neighboring building to the north per AC 23. Let's see. This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at the public hearing on July 15th, 2026, with notice of such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code.
Matt will second.
Stacy, yes.
Any friendly amendments though?
Oh, sorry, jumped the gun.
No friendly
Okay.
amendments.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Elitza, yes.
Okay, I think you just witnessed the definition of teamwork. Now we're gonna test our endurance. We need a bio break. Thank you, Sherry.
8 square.
Okay. Piper, ready? Okay, we'll resume the meeting at 10:25 by break here. Okay, the next project is 726 East Columbia, demo and small scale construction, consideration application for small scale construction of a single family residence, accessory structure per 7203B1, and insubstantial scale demolition of a non-designated structure located outside of the THLD but within the HPOD per 7306B. Legal description is lot 6R, block 26 East Telluride. The rest is written at 726 East Columbia, zone district residential, owner 1311 Land LLC, Texas LLC, applicant Salt Architects Dylan Henderson, and staff member Michael Owen. Michael?
Thank you. Okay, so the earlier projects, this slide was slightly different, so we're just including it again for the record. Just a quick recap, public testimony, no more than 3 minutes. The applicant may address any comments made by the public. And then hopefully, HARC will deliberate and then vote on the application. This is a small scale application, 726 East Columbia. Again, just for the record, we're including this. This presentation is public, action by decision-making body. The project is located within the East and West Telluride treatment area. And previously there was a work session in March, in which case the commission gave the applicant a lot of direction. The demolition was discussed as well as the small scale construction. This is just an aerial shot of the picture, and a nearby non-contributing without qualifications building. We may come back to this slide later. It's just showing the neighboring property at 730. This might be a little bit relevant to the secondary structure shed on Shadow Lane. So I may just come back to this slide later if need be. Very quickly, this is the north front of the building, and the current structure proposed to be demolished. South with context. Just going again, the applicant, the staff is supportive of the demolition since the resulting building will be more in context with the treatment area. Just a number of the relevant treatment guidelines, East and West Telluride, alley, shed, and secondary structures, exterior lighting guidelines, and then the land use code that's relevant to this is 7306B. I won't read all the sections, but it is in the staff memo, which is public. This was shown on March 18th. Very quickly, this is the newer rendering. Right off the bat, you can sort of see how the dormer windows have been restudied to be a sort of a single larger dormer following the commission's guidance. I have two slides here.
You cycle back between those two.
Sure, and I can go back and forth on the next ones as well. So here is March, and then there were 5 dormers at that time. And so part of the discussion was there was a few too many dormers. And so the applicant looked at the roof line and those dormers and consolidated 2 of them. I think that these next views will more demonstrate some of the multiple changes. And I'm going to scroll kind of back and forth here. So here's March 18th work session, and here's currently proposed. And if you can see my cursor. So some of the things just to kind of highlight at the front facade, the verticality of this window has been changed. It's a little hard to see that in the rendering, but the applicant did respond to that, making it a little bit more narrow. The commission discussed at length the porch that wraps around the house. And there was some back and forth discussion on that appropriateness. Ultimately, I watched the video again. The commission was very comfortable with how this sort of at the front facade, the porch canopy shed roof, if you will, wraps around that corner. One of the things that I felt was still a little unresolved from the work session was breaking up that shed roof that wraps the corner. And I think breaking up was even the term used during that work session. So again, here it's sort of very similar. I think staff would also be comfortable if it was just reduced slightly. Perhaps the north-south run is just reduced slightly, or breaking it up in some form. Staff wanted to include that for commission discussion, consideration. Again, we can see some of the dormers here on this elevation, sort of top right. You can kind of see how that has changed.
Could you go back to the old one, please?
Yep. So we can look at whatever you like, and I'm going to address the secondary structure next. But at the top right, we see how the dormers have been consolidated a little bit. I also just want to note in this, you can't really see it so much in the rendering, but the spacing between the secondary structure and the primary structure, there was a wraparound deck and its low proximity. The applicant restudied that and moved the shed farther to the alley, farther to Shadow Lane, giving it a little bit more space with the primary structure as well as reducing that deck. The result is that the secondary structure goes farther into Shadow Lane by about a foot. And, that was discussed during the commission. The commission sort of recognized that that might be the result. And it's a little bit of a tricky situation where we want that separation, but then we also don't want the secondary structure to go into the alley. It was aligned with the neighbor at 730. I don't know if we need to, but I can go back to that aerial shot of the neighbor. Shadow Lane, just as a little context, has quite a variety of secondary structures, decks. It's quite a variety, but a lot of the secondary structures don't come this far close to the setback. So that's why that's one of the recommended from staff conditions is perhaps the applicant can find a way to still keep the spacing with the primary, but also maybe just get it to where it was in the last application. Along those lines, bottom left, secondary structure, the busyness of the roof has been restudied, and now it is just a single shed roof. During the work session, staff had commented that the pitch of the gable of the secondary structure preferably would be a little steeper. Right now, it's proposed at 712. I think just 812 would be a tiny bit more of an improvement. Or staff feel that perhaps just a single expression, single pitch shed might just simplify it also. So two options for the commission to consider, and they're in the proposed motion. A minor note, as I go back and forth here, just the garage has sort of gotten this very sort of short canopy. Staff didn't really comment on that because staff really felt that the primary thing to discuss is the setback in the alley. And, the commission may want to mention that canopy structure, but that was really where the wall plane is, where the garage comes is a little bit more the important thing. Okay. So just moving on, just a note for the public, this is still, we'll need to go through planning, public works, and there might be some additional comments there that will affect the eventual permit. Just to kind of sum up, overall, staff was felt the applicant was very responsive to the work session, and mostly it's compliant. Just a few minor suggestions and conditions for the commission, but welcome questions from me, perhaps other conditions that we may have missed. But right now we have sort of the proposed conditions, those sort of three highlighted things that I mentioned. And yeah, I know it's getting late. Thank you very much. Let me know if you have any questions.
I have a question on condition number 1, further broken up at the west facade. And I couldn't figure out what you mean by that. Wouldn't that wraparound on the east side of the building?
That's a clerical error. I'm sorry.
And, yeah, okay.
It's, yeah. I'm sorry, I just missed that right here.
Other questions?
I have a question on the land use code compliance chart. There's a note on max site coverage and max height that it cannot be verified. And it says see note 1, see note 2, and I don't see note 1 or 2 on here. So I'm wondering if that's resolved. I did find this information in the applicant's packet and it looked like they provided their calculations and it complies. It's like the height is 24.9 and the primary, and the height of the secondary is 15 feet, 10.5 inches. Did you confirm that?
So the land use, those comments were shared with the applicant, and the applicant, there was a number of things that were pointed out that the applicant actually already changed. There was a minor thing with an ADU and some labeling that was improved. I think I'll let the applicant address that. That might be easier because it was from David Hunter, the planner. And he's not here tonight, but my understanding, it is essentially, yeah, I'll let the applicant.
You satisfied that it's compliant?
From my understanding from plan, yes, essentially, yeah.
That's the only question I had.
Well, okay.
Great. So Dylan Henderson, Salt Architecture. I want to thank you guys for staying. I was in the audience thinking, I can't believe you guys have the bandwidth to keep going. So hats off to you. That was a big application the last time. So I think for the most part, all of you were in the meeting previously. And so you saw this a short time ago for the work session. As staff has said, I think I'll just read off the things that you had some great comments at work session, responded really to all of them. So changes made since that work session include, as already stated, the revised east facing dormer, reduced height of south side dormers, removed the west facing garage dormer, reduced south and east facing glazing, revised window proportions for historical character, revised deck width and depth on south and east facades, added a shed roof to the garage to step down the massing, increased material differentiation on the step down south portion of the main house, increased the belly band depth for facade articulation, relocated the garage approximately a foot to the south, and increased separation between the primary residence and the garage. And so I guess I just want to work through these comments. I think that to directly address staff's comments, I guess I should just share my screen. Let me do that. Okay. I'll address the first one, which was the site coverage. This sheet, Matt was missing from my early application, and they sent a letter saying, hey, can you include a sheet with your site coverage calculations? And that's what this was. Same thing on the heights. The heights were called out. They just wanted greater clarification because graphically it wasn't showing as well as they wanted it to. So as I understand it at this point, both of those comments have been resolved. And so we're showing compliance on this sheet. I wanted to talk about the west, the west wraparound, the east wraparound. So in the last meeting, I think Stacy, you had mentioned that you all had recently approved a project similar to this, that this wraparound roof has this sort of vintage feeling of enclosing what was previously a screened-in porch. I really liked that statement, and I think that it rang true with me, and I think it definitely rings true with the architecture that we're trying to convey here. And so you can see in floor plan that you get a lot of articulation of the facade on the first level by doing this. I think the comment of, can you reduce the length in the north-south direction, you could certainly take this back. Currently, this roof comes out to cover the barbecue area. That doesn't have to happen. I could take that back, and I could even change the material of this roof in relation to the other roofs. I think that might help satisfy the comment. But I'm hoping that we can sort of keep that intent of the enclosed wraparound deck in place, because I like Stacy's comment. And if you've seen this and approved something like this similar, I just hope that we could consider keeping the form and talk about material differentiation, and then possibly shortening that north-south direction on that side. The next comment from staff is the alley shed roof pitch. So let me go directly to that elevation here. So let me I have to move this toolbar out of the way. I'm sorry. I want to zoom in. So I have this currently at a 712 pitch on this alley shed roof or alley gable roof. I had a both east and west facing dormer. The comment at the previous meeting was too many dormers, get rid of the west facing dormer. So I went to a single shed dormer on a gable. I guess in my opinion, I think that the struggle is always keeping these 16-foot height limits intact. And the problem that I have with a shed in this application is I think that you'll end up actually getting quite tall on the elevation that that faces east. And so I did model that and I just didn't prefer it. So I'd like to hear your comments on it. The problem with increasing the pitch of this roof is I can't really move this up. If I increase the pitch of the roof, I get that average height calculation where I can raise just a little bit. But the struggle is that this eave starts to drop down into that head clearance when you're walking by this roof. And so it's always hard to keep these eaves out of your headway when you're walking around these buildings on these alley shed structures. So I'd love to hear your opinion on it. But
what is the height when you're standing on the deck and the bottom of the
I can answer that question because I have Revit here. So let me answer that for you. Hold on 2 seconds. This is always dangerous to do live. So hold on a quick sec. Okay. So that height is, you want from bottom of eave to the top of the roof?
yeah, what would be
Yeah.
the head clearance?
Yeah, so right now it's right about 6'3". And so if I go to an 812, it'll go up a little bit, but then drop that eave and I'll be below 6 feet. So it's 6'3", I'm clearing it. Most people, right? But some people wouldn't. So that's the hard part, is circulating around that.
Okay.
Okay. I will
Thanks.
go back and share this. Okay. So that was sort of a conversation. Love to hear your feedback on the pitch of that roof. And then the last one was the alley shed setback. This was a request during the meeting to increase separation between the primary and secondary structure on the lot and to reduce the deck on the south side of this. And so I pulled that deck in, I pulled the shed structure a foot toward the alley. And what that gave us was separation. I'll go to the site plan so you can see this. It gave me nice separation between the primary and secondary structure. If you remember correctly, this was showing, pretty tight. And I think one of the comments was that you'd like to see some airspace for some landscaping, hang on guardrail planters, things like that, that we get a little bit of breathing room between these. And so I reduced this deck, reduced this deck, reduced the width of this deck per the comments made during that meeting, and increased the distance between these two. But if you felt strongly that you wanted it closer again, we could always, I'm fine. That was just a comment that I responded to during that last meeting.
How far is it off the alley? Was it, and how far off the alley is it? I'm looking at.
It was
Vision 3.
9 feet, which to Mike's previous comment, the garage that was permitted to the east of this house, the next house over, is exactly 9 feet from property line. And so that's what I was holding, is I just held that same line. And then when it was asked to be increased, the distance between the primary and secondary, I took it to 8 feet. And so I'm 1 foot further south than the garage.
Well, it says
next
8'11".
door.
Oh, that's what Mike was asking for.
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
And you're what now?
I'm 8 feet.
8 feet, okay.
Yeah. 8 feet from property line. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's sort of everything I wanted to talk about.
Good.
Yeah,
Let's ask questions.
yeah.
Is your secondary structure similar to another project that you have in town? They look very similar. Is that the same pitch on the roof?
536 West Columbia is a project that has a alley structure like this.
Yeah.
I can't recall right off the top of my head if it's the same pitch or not, but it's going to be really darn close.
They look
because
very similar.
yeah,
And that was approved. Someone's on it.
yeah, because when you go to the 8s, it's hard to hold your average height without creating a headbanger. And when you go less than 7, they start to look too shallow.
I've
And
seen that on numerous structures.
Yeah.
It's a scary thing when you're moving
Yeah.
around a corner.
yeah, so 7 is this like little sweet spot for the gables on these shed structures and the alleys. Not that they all should look that way, but
And then also, does anyone know off the top of their head? I didn't look, and pardon me for not doing my homework on this. On A3.3, the bottom right house, the 700 East Columbia, it has a very similar wraparound roof form that kind of like he's proposing. And yeah, I don't know if that's historic or not, but it's in the context of the neighborhood, so that kind of made me thinking. I know I was the one that initially said it looked like a lot of mass, and then now I see it in the neighborhood, and it's
yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that up because this architecture along this street that did help inform initial design concepts. So I do appreciate you saying that.
I have a question about the landscaping plan.
Oh, sure.
There are a few plants in there that I think may have some issues with the Colorado Wildlife Resiliency Code.
Okay.
Specifically the 2 aspens between the buildings. And
Do you mean distance from building itself? For
yes,
W5?
yeah, I think what's in that 5-foot buffer, there's not supposed to be any new trees planted.
It's a great point.
Yeah, so that might be an issue. And also just maybe reviewing the plants on the north side of the property, whether or not they comply. Some of the shrubberies, for lack of a better word, of course, they need to be ignition resistant. And I think the ones you chose, mountain lilac and dwarf evergreen, are. I don't have the official list. But I'm not so sure about, for example, the dwarf evergreen, if that's considered a tree or a bush. I don't know if it's ignition resistant or not, but also the 2, I think they're spruce trees. They have some issues with proximity to the building as
Understood.
well.
Okay.
I have a question, but it probably should have been a staff question. I see that the demolition and the small scale approval are combined into a single motion. I seem to recall that usually we have the demo as a separate motion. Is that kosher to have them combined? I guess, Ally, you
I
think
think it's okay to have it combined. I think it's cleaner when we have it separate. And if you were to, usually we don't approve one without the other.
Right.
So I think it's okay to do it.
I didn't
that
know
way.
if there was a reason why we usually separate it. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions?
I have a question regarding driveway materials.
Yeah.
And the, I think there's a board formed retaining wall in the back.
Yes.
What are the driveway materials? Is that concrete or?
Yeah, so right now I have the snow melt area with concrete and I have the board form concrete wall. I don't have a paver over that. I just have the concrete for the snow melt. Yeah, and that would be an integral color concrete that we would present for final for what that color is.
Okay.
Okay. Let's hear from the public. Well, there they all go.
They're probably asleep.
Okay. You don't get a chance to rebut. So we'll start deliberations. And whoever wants first, we have 3 conditions, which I think there'll be some discussion about here.
I'll start.
When
I would strike number one. I think, mass and scale is fine as is. It's on the side. I think it's simple. I wouldn't require that the applicant change it. Number two, I would revise the roof pitch to be 812 instead of 712. I would allow them to go up to the full 16 feet to help out with that. And I would strike number three. I think having it offset a foot toward Shadow Lane helps. It gives some articulation, and remember, there's the, I think, the historic shed there that's basically across the property line. So
With that change in the, for number two, would that change in the height still have that low eave that would
yeah,
be rows?
it's gonna be a problem. But I mean, unless he can shrink the, for the ceiling heights or the floor assembly, or shrink the width of the building. This happens around here.
So number two would read. Change to
I would
812.
revise the pitch of the secondary structure gable to 812.
Dylan, if you went to the full 16, what do you think your head height would be at a 812?
So I'm trying to do the math in my head. If I went-
Well, you don't have to. I was hoping you had.
I think I'd hit like 5'10" to 6. I'd probably get there if I went all the way to the 16.
My reason for asking is if I was given an option, right, which isn't necessarily happening, but I would prefer the 16 with a steeper pitch.
Okay.
And just as an aside, in a very similar project, the eave that was the problem,
Yeah.
we just cut that back and made it plumb as opposed to
Right.
square cut to avoid that.
Got it.
And I'd be fine with that too. Reduce eaves or change the eave.
I've been on numerous properties throughout town in these newer construction homes that have these lower pitch eaves, and it is a scary thing when you get super close to it in your head, and that's a safety issue. So as he has it, I'm fine with it as is. It's like something that I would never want to put on somebody just to get a little bit higher pitch in a roof. Like you're walking out at night, you turn a corner fast, anything, you can take those to the top of the head, and it's bad. And it's in multiple of these projects around town. I'm just looking at it as a safety, not aesthetics.
It's a function of a 16-foot limit.
I don't have a problem with the pitch of that. It's slightly less than the house, but it's a shed, so it can be different.
Shed, yeah. No problem.
So just in terms of discussion, I like what the wraparound porch is doing on an extra wide lot. It's allowing floor area on the first level and a built-in stepping back to the wall plane above. I'm not particularly bothered by how far it extends along the east property line. This is nitpicky, but the end of that roof is right at the center point of a window. And so maybe if that was pulled, it looks like half the width of that window so that the roof clears that window, or you know what I'm saying?
I do.
It would still give you some cover at the barbecue, which I think is a useful feature. But I could, given that one little tiny comment, I would be like Matt, okay, striking one.
Would you be okay if he grew the roof? Made it larger?
Well, to fully cover the window, go the other direction.
Let's see where you're talking
Yeah,
about.
I think it's set back pretty significant where you're gonna see it.
Well, yeah, we're mid lot at this point. Whether it goes a foot and a half this way or a foot and a half this way, I'm neutral on, I guess. We're really getting down to it now.
So 1 and 3 are gonna be deleted. And what are we gonna do with 2?
I voted for striking two.
We're doing a straw poll, so let's get on the line.
I'd strike them all.
I recall that Dylan had one approval with no conditions. It's the first one I've ever seen.
Wait a minute. This D? Okay.
Man, it's late.
And I think
Okay.
they all like, we definitely brought some of these issues up in the first one, so. Rightfully so, they should be in here, but.
And Michael reacted to our comments. So. Straw poll, 1, 2, and 3.
I'm not voting, but I would
Oh,
say strike all 3.
If it were just up to me, I'd keep 2. I like Bob said, well, no, not like Bob said. I prefer the steeper pitch, like Matt said, with a slightly higher ridge. If given the choice.
and then he has more headroom.
Yeah, well,
You won't
it
have.
it ends up
You
being
pull the-
roughly
Oh,
the
Pull the
same.
gables back and you really just have the gutter
The
to
eaves.
deal with. It's just,
The
sorry,
eave,
the eaves.
yeah. But I'm not gonna die on that one either. If it stays 712, so be it.
well, I think someone should try motion. Let's just see. Why don't one of you
What
two?
if you wanna-
I had a couple other issues,
You got some
questions,
questions?
as usual. Yeah, I just wondered if you could bring up your A 3.1. And this I'm definitely gonna defer to the architects in the room, but there are the guidelines relating to vertical emphasis on windows and having a low number of different window styles. So I know the windows in each of the dormers actually on the west and east are essentially square. So I don't know if that's something that the others here would want to consider as being revised to have a vertical emphasis.
We, on dormers, we've allowed that kind of small square window, but I mean, I'll let anybody else speak to it, but I'm just saying in the past.
You know, overall there, you have the verticality of the windows. And then on few little occasions, you have these like little bunched wall square ones, and this is typical for town, so I don't
Right.
see a problem with that.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, and the last couple of questions again relate to, or discussion points, I guess, relate to the driveway materials and the retaining wall, both being formed from concrete. Sort of makes a little bit of a concrete bathtub there, so I don't know if there should be consideration maybe for some
Different material, you mean?
different materials, or what do they call it, grasscrete or whatever that is for those, or maybe to do some stone on the retaining walls.
Is that concrete, board form concrete on the house and the garage?
Just the retaining walls in the side.
Yeah, the retaining walls.
The retaining wall.
And I can't do snow melt in Grasscrete.
Oh, you can't.
Just
No.
big picture, right? So,
You're talking about on the horizontal surface, your driveway, yeah.
So what's the rest of the board think about that?
I'm sympathetic to the fact that you can't snow melt Grasscrete. And being that it faces south,
Yeah, it's gonna fry.
yeah,
Grass isn't gonna grow.
not this year.
What about the board form? Should it be more textured? Wall or no?
You know how high that retaining wall is?
it's between 24 and 18 inches.
Oh,
So it's
yeah.
short.
Would it be
I guess.
simple enough to ask him to do a different color or texture? Or exposed aggregate on the driveway, somehow to differentiate so that the board form is not replicated in its materiality on the driveway.
Yeah,
Make that a condition.
just to differentiate.
Differentiate the driveway from the retaining wall.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
Concrete
gonna
texture.
naturally be that way. I don't think you're gonna.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be an issue.
They're gonna be finished differently. The
Yeah.
the board form is board form and the driveway's
Oh,
not,
Yeah.
so.
okay.
I guess to me, it does bring up a question though, is the amount of concrete hardscape there, is that what is minimum necessary to sort of park and circulate a vehicle? Or could we introduce some little more green space between the concrete and the wall? It's kind of a question to Dylan. Do you?
Oh, yeah. So can you see that okay? So I pulled back from the board form concrete wall. So let me just mark this up. This is your retaining wall area. And then this is all planter area. So right now, I basically tried to get a full car parking spot. And then if they had like bikes and things like this that they could have here. So if you wanted to increase the distance for greenscape here, that could be a condition that you could say, pull that to grid line 3, because I'm already satisfying a single car parking here plus within the garage. So I was trying to accomplish overflow. But if you wanted more greenscape, you would just say, pull that to the west, essentially.
I think it would be better to have more green space, and that way we could at least give him one condition.
Well, I have one relating to the CWRC, but or I'm not sure if that needs to be a condition.
What's that?
Ensure that all plantings comply with this Colorado Wildlife Resiliency Code.
Well, that's up to staff really to
that's in the
review
legal
that
course.
when they submit the final.
Yeah, we're kind of playing catch up with that with multiple projects.
Gotcha.
So, but it's a really good point. I just think we just didn't have time to really apply it here, but I think as we got to final and then further permitting, it would have come up.
Okay.
But I appreciate it now, so we could start talking about it.
Yep, good point. So do we want to add do we want to make a condition that there's more green space to the west to grid line 3 of the driveway?
We have to.
Move the wall.
Huh?
We have to. We have to find a condition.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Chair Shambo, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
I move to approve the demolition of the non-designated structure and the construction of a small-scale construction of a single-family residence and secondary structure at 726 East Columbia Avenue, Lot 6R, Block 26, East Telluride, ACC. Isn't that, anyway, minor subdivision plat recorded 12/22/25 at 49176 Town of Telluride. Based on the findings in the staff memo dated July 15th and with the following conditions. 1, increase the amount of landscaping at the perimeter of the driveway per policy 15, sorry, EWT 15. This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at a public hearing held on July 15, 2026, with notice of such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code. Revised plans incorporating the conditions of approval shall be submitted within 60 days of this approval, or this approval becomes null and void unless otherwise indicated. The revised drawings submitted for a certificate of appropriateness must be a complete set with any changes to the drawings clouded and labeled. Any changes to the drawings beyond the conditions of approval may result in more than one submittal being required.
I'll second.
Okay, so
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our final project tonight is 259 North Aspen, the CAA one. Consideration of application for minor scale amendment to 24010 inside the THLD with code 7212. This item was elevated by the chair meeting and then continued by HARC from June 17th. Legal description, lot 38, block 3, West Telluride, addition Dakota, addition in town of Telluride per replat. Recorded 3/11/25 at 488-492. It's 239 North Aspen in the historic residential zone district. Owner is Harley Barnes, applicant Narcha Studer, and staff member Kristen Clothier.
So, um, I'm going to do my best to provide what you had requested, both efficiently, quickly, because I know it's late, but also thoroughly, because I want to make sure I do a good job on behalf of this group to answer all of your questions. So I'll go speedily, but I also want to make sure you feel you have the information you need to make decisions. So 239 North Aspen. Mark just read the project description and overview. You all recall that this is the property that's located at the southwest corner of North Aspen and West Galena. Two contributing structures. I won't go over the history. We went over the basics for this project at the last HARC meeting as well as at a prior HARC chair meeting. So I'm going to keep it quite straightforward. Project review status, just to remind everyone in the public, the original certificate of appropriateness was issued on May 21st, 2024. The applicant subsequently prepared and submitted an application for building permit review. The property is located in flood zone AO2. During the building permit review process, the project was determined not to be compliant with floodplain codes, regulations, and policies. To address the permitting requirements for properties in the AO2 zone, the applicant is requesting consideration of a CA amendment for a minor scale alteration to raise the primary structure, which is contributing, inclusive of the new connector addition, the minimum amount necessary to elevate the first floor elevation to the flood protection elevation to come into compliance with floodplain codes, regulations, and policies. Proposed CAAs that involve minor scale activities require a public hearing at the HARC chair level. The May 2026 HARC chair meeting, the HARC chair elevated this item to HARC. So we had a continued public hearing at the HARC level on June 17th. After deliberations, HARC made the decision to continue the public hearing to this HARC meeting. And at your June 17th meeting, you requested that staff, number one, schedule site walks for proposals to raise historic buildings over 6 inches. So a site walk for 239 North Aspen took place today at 2:15 p.m. To meet that request by HARC. Number two, provide additional details, further explanation on what interpretation aspect of the floodplain codes, regulations, and our policies changed to require the structure to be raised to come into compliance. Staff will address this request now. And I will provide that during this presentation. So now I'm moving away from the specific project. I'm moving into the space of providing you with the additional information you requested, and then I will move back into the project. So blue slides are the additional information, not specific to this project. So as a reminder, a few months ago, during the review of building permit applications for projects in the AO flood zone, additional information pertaining to floodplain review requirements, measurements, calculations, and code compliance were brought to the attention of Telluride's building official floodplain administrator, inclusive of items of which he was unaware previously. The building official floodplain administrator, as you recall, immediately elevated the matter to myself, as the issues raised were complex and required significant due diligence and organization decision-making to determine a path forward. So, due diligence. This was the sort of behind the scenes. I'm trying to make sure I give you the background so that you know where this is coming from and answer your questions. So standard review, if you look at the code, which is our land use code, buildings codes, all of the above. So standard review process is you follow the code. So all new construction and substantial improvements within flood zone AO would have to provide a survey confirming the existing highest adjacent grade and the boundaries of the zone AO, certified by a licensed professional surveyor, and demonstrate conformance with the provisions of the established Telluride floodplain codes regulations prior to building permit issuance. That would be with no variance, just straightforward, you follow the code. Our codes are very specific, and I can go over some of those definitions and details that you were asking last time to provide some clarity. We also have a Telluride variance process to specific provisions of the floodplain requirements that may be applied for per Telluride Land Use Code 8-626. So now going into some of the definitions that you were asking about at our last meeting, just for clarifications. So the flood protection elevation is defined as the pre-project highest adjacent grade plus the AO zone, the zone AO flood depth plus the freeboard, which is 1 foot. And that 1 foot is coming from Land Use Code 8624A and per state code. So even if it weren't in our code, the state code would still be the requirement for that 1 foot of freeboard. The definition of the highest adjacent grade, which is used to compute the flood protection elevation for a structure, is based on the ground surface prior to construction, i.e. pre-project grade, and that's per 44 CFR 59.1. So there was a question about pre-project grade versus post, and that's just definitional, that the definition of highest adjacent grade is the pre-project grade. So now, little background, that has not always been the way that has been calculated. So there are some variations that have been taking place in town that we became aware of as we were going through this due diligence process, because the building official floodplain administrator became aware of sections of the code and definitions and various items that necessitated due diligence to understand where we were and how to move forward. So again, trying to be super detailed, but go quickly here. So you had also, I think, a question had arisen about the elevating of the first floor to the flood protection elevation. So just straight land use code without any variances for residential structures in land use code section 8624A. All new construction and substantial improvements of residential structures shall have the lowest floor, including the basement, electrical, heating, ventilation, plumbing, and air conditioning equipment and other service facilities, including ductwork, elevated to 1 foot, there's the 1 foot, above the base flood elevation. Upon completion of the structure, the elevation of the lowest floor, including basement, shall be certified by a registered Colorado professional engineer, architect, or land surveyor. Such certification shall be submitted to the floodplain administrator. That's per code. So technically, per code, the black and white, following the code without any variance, you would have to have your basement elevation at that flood protection elevation, which is the 1 foot plus the highest adjacent grade plus the zone AO flood depth. So, and then within any AO or AH zone on the firm, all new construction and substantial improvements of residential structures shall have the lowest floor, including basement and attendant utilities, elevated above the highest adjacent grade, at least 1 foot above the depth number specified in feet on the firm, or at least 3 feet if no depth numbers specified. So that means AO1 is AO1 plus 1, so 1 plus 1, AO2 is 2 plus 1. This is where the 1 is coming from that we were asking about at the last meeting, and this is in the land use code. So now going back to FEMA to the higher above our town codes, 44 CFR 60.3 C7, it includes that no residential non-habitable below grade spaces below the FPE are allowed, and no residential habitable below grade spaces below the FPE are allowed for various structures. So that's just, again, no variances, following the code, no non-habitable spaces, no habitable spaces below the FPE. So now,
Put that back on just for a second.
sure.
Get through it.
And this is just really high level, but we are, so let me say it this way. As a community, we have requested variances to FEMA regulations 2 years ago, a year ago, and we are just finalizing a much more expansive request for variances to FEMA, not our town variances, but the broader variances to specific aspects of FEMA regulations. Our asks include many of the things I'm going over now that we currently offer our Telluride variances for, to see if we can get FEMA to agree that those variances are justified in this community because we are unique. We have various factors such as steep slopes, geology, geography, many factors, which I'll go over with you, that come into play, making us unique and needing this request for variances to be able to work within the environment that this particular community is situated within. And so as I go through these things, the variances that we offer, we're asking FEMA whether they would approve at their variance level us to have those variances. If they approve them, then we codify them. Once they're codified, we no longer need that variance for those specific items. But in this point in time, we have this variance process, which I'm going to go through very quickly.
Is one of those requests to, as Colorado law allows in certain cases for historic houses to eliminate this, call it freeboard, but it's a 1 foot safety factor in case the base calculations are wrong.
Can I circle back to that, Mark? I'm going to go through our variances first, but let's circle back to that because I think I can answer it better after I walk us through
Okay.
the next steps. So again, very quickly, and tell me if I'm going too slowly. I'm trying to answer the questions you had. Okay. All right. So Land Use Code Section 8626 is variances and exceptions. Very high, quick going through. We have this variance process within our floodplain regulations where they may be issued for various things, new construction, substantial improvements, various things. Here's the historic piece. So this variance, there is a historic variance in the FEMA regulations. That variance is very specific, very narrow to historic rehabilitation, restoration, reconstruction, repair. Our variance repeats that language in A1, but the way we've been interpreting our variance is very, very broad. So things I became aware of during the due diligence process when this came to light were calculating highest adjacent grade. How are we doing it? This variance process, how is it being executed? Well, there has not been a formal process, and it is codified. There are rules and standards and procedures we are to follow when issuing variances that must be met, and that process is needed to review requests, make sure that we're meeting all of the standards, and that's kind of what I'm going through now real quick. So variances, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to go through all of this, and this is just one section of a much broader section of code on this variances and exceptions piece. But variances shall only be issued upon determination the variance is the minimum necessary considering the flood hazard to afford relief, a showing of good and sufficient cause, determination that failure to grant the variance would result in exceptional hardship to the applicant, and determination that the granting of a variance will not result in increased flood heights, additional threats to public safety, extraordinary public expense, creation of nuisances, or cause fraud or on or victimization of the public as defined in subsection H. So I'm going to get into that, or conflict with existing local laws or ordinances. Then there are these standards. So again, projects, I'm not going backwards, but I would say that their projects have been moving forward in ways that didn't have a formal evaluative process or standards for said variances. That is where this is coming from. So standards include considering all technical evaluations, all relevant factors, standards specified in other sections of the division, a much longer section of code, and then also things like danger that materials may be swept onto other lands and injure persons or property, danger of life and property due to flooding or erosion damage, susceptibility of the facility, various provisions which are standard, but making sure that there's safety, life safety. Also, one of the requirements is that the expected heights, velocity, duration, rate of rise, and sediment transport of the floodwaters and the effects of wave action, if applicable, expected at the site, etc. And so all of this to say that we, in doing this due diligence, became aware of a number of things, one of which was we have a variance process. We need a process to be able to make sure that these variances can be issued in a way that is protective of the requirements of our code. And again, our variances go well beyond what the FEMA regulations are. We're very broad, and we've been interpreting them very, very broadly. We are going to continue to do that, but with some standards. So I will go through those. So conditions upon consideration, this is another section of the purposes of division. This is just an excerpt, but as applicable, may attach such conditions to the granting of appeals or variances as it deems necessary to further the purposes of this division. This is not a direct quote. I'm just trying to like summarize the parts that are relevant, but we can set conditions when we issue variances like with any other variances. So I, in consultation with the town manager, town legal department, a third-party floodplain consulting team that I hired to provide neutral expert guidance, determined after conducting significant due diligence that we as a town would, so there was discussion. We could follow the code. We could continue to have variances, but have some standards. Like, how are we going to move forward without, we're not going backwards, but we're looking, how do we move forward in light of what we are now aware of? So we decided we would maintain the flexibility of a variance option to specific floodplain regulations pursuant to Land Use Code Section 8626, formalize the variance review process, and establish conditions of variance approval to ensure consistency in calculations, establish standardized floodproofing standards, and indemnify the town when granting variances. It was also determined by the town in consultation with the town legal department that projects under review at the time the building official floodplain administrator became aware of new information of which he was not aware previously, as well as any new projects submitted for permitting since, are required to come into compliance with standards relative to the granting of variances to the floodplain regulations. And so that's kind of where we are now with some of these projects. So given Telluride's unique characteristics, geology, topography, significant historic resources, et cetera, we went with a solutions-based, case-specific, flexible, and collaborative approach to project review based on consistent, balanced, and fair requirements and methodology for granting variances. This is consistent across all applicants. We're asking for them to provide data that is required per the code to be able to review their variance requests, to be able to then make determinations, and then the standards we developed with our third-party floodplain consultants to be consistent in terms of the life safety, flood protection parts of these projects. And so the third-party floodplain consultants have extensive expertise in floodplain reviews in Colorado, including in rural mountain communities and working with FEMA regulations reviews. We have a concise checklist to streamline the variance process and outline the specifics of what the applicants have to meet. I lost a word there. Conditions, requirements associated with variance issuance. There are 3. We require residential floodproofing standards, which have been developed with significant guidance from the third-party floodplain consultants. A property owner indemnification release and waiver was developed by the town legal department. Sorry for the bullets. I don't know what happened, but anyways. And I have been working with the third-party floodplain consultants extensively with applicants in this building permit process to come into compliance with the conditions of variance approval as quickly and efficiently as possible, taking a collaborative and solutions-focused approach. And as soon as they take the steps necessary to receive variance approval, we're issuing these preliminary prep permits. So I think what I would say is we're continuing to have these variances. You're only allowed below flood protection elevation, habitable space if you are historic, contributing, or supporting. That is consistent with past practices in this community based on that variance process. Habitable space has been allowed. That is something we as Telluride do, and we are continuing to do that. But now we have standards for protection of life safety. It's people sleeping in these spaces and making sure they're flood proofed. And you can also request a variance for this steep slope method of calculating highest adjacent grade. We also have this variance for non-historic, non-rated. We've always done this. We've allowed below flood protection elevation garage storage space in residential buildings. That is not allowed per code. That is something Telluride has allowed per our variance process. We are asking FEMA as part of our big variance request to allow us to do these things. So to allow us to calculate highest adjacent grade with the steep slope methodology, to allow us to have garages and storage space in residential buildings below the flood protection elevation with the high floodproofing standards that FEMA requires. The standards are based on FEMA floodproofing standards. We're asking for all of it. Everything that I'm saying is a variance now. We are asking and seeing what FEMA might accept, and then we'll codify those items and just have variances for what they may not accept. I won't get into the details of, we have this indemnification agreement. That's one of the conditions. We have floodproofing standards. And the third condition, there are only 3, is that applicants need to document that the first floor elevation is at or above the flood protection elevation. That is only like in the case of these variances, when they want to put a below flood protection elevation residential habitable storage or garage space. They do not need to do that if they're not asking for that. So if it's a historic structure and they're coming in and they're doing something else and there isn't any below flood protection elevation, residential habitable storage or garage space, usable space, then we don't need to do that. But we can't have 2 floors below the flood protection elevation. And this is coming from our third-party floodplain consultants. We are already going 1 floor beyond what code would require with our variance process. And so with the types of projects this town is, I think it's an incentive, as I understand it, over time in this community for historic preservation to allow that below flood protection elevation, habitable residential space, and then the garages and storage in new buildings. We're going to continue to allow that flexibility as a community. This is our organization path at this point in time. But there has to be, life safety has to be part of what we're talking about here. So normally you'd have to bring the basement base up to the flood protection elevation. And we're saying, look, you can have a full floor beneath the flood protection elevation with a variance, but like, that's it. Because then once you put if you get another inch above that, if you did have a situation, how are you protecting that below flood protection elevation, habitable space, storage space, garage space? Right now we're flood proofing up to that level. So you have to bring that first floor elevation up to the flood protection elevation. So that's kind of the conclusion as we went through. There's code, then there's this variance. It's very broad. Here's how we've interpreted it. How do we move forward? And that's where we find ourselves today. So if the direction is we want to have this flexibility, we want these variances, we want these projects, we're seeing that they incentivize historic preservation in other ways. The other thing I would say is having that first floor elevation for the historic structure raised to the flood protection elevation is also really important for historic preservation, because you're saying if something were to happen, you are ensuring that the historic structure is above the area of impact. And this is debris, this is mud flow there. So you are being protective of your historic resource by doing this as well. That's big picture. So now what I'm going to do, Mark, can you remind me of your question before I move back to the applicant's project? Sorry.
It's like anything else. You ask for X+1 and maybe you get X. So I was asking if in our request of FEMA, if we asked for the right as allowed by 44 CFR Colorado Law 60.3 to waive the 1 foot safety factor, call it freeboard, but it's basically a factor in case your base calculations are wrong. And being an engineer in the business all my life, 100% or 50% safety factor is irresponsible as a professional licensed engineer, and maybe 15 to 20% like on structural and so forth. So I was hoping that maybe that might be an ask and then just go fishing and see what happens.
So that particular ask, I can do further, have further discussions with our third-party floodplain consultants and their team. But at this point in time, based on my understanding and work with that level of expertise, it's a state +1. We've adopted it as +1. It's in our code currently. And so
we can talk outside.
yes, so we can talk further, but that's something I'm happy to explore just to make sure there's,
would allow town council to go have a land use code change and not require the quote safety factor.
And I will,
and it's such a out of bounds safety factor with any of us in the engineering, profession, but
and
I have some additional ideas on that I can share later. I don't want to do it.
Sure. And I would be open. Absolutely. We can think through anything. I did ask that question again to the third-party floodplain consultants. They feel that 1 foot safety factor is really important and should be kept, but and is the law. Basically, it's state law, it's town law.
There's provisions to change our
okay. Well, I will circle back to them and we can talk further, Mark. I'm happy to do that. But in the present, anyways, what we're working with today is the code and the +1. So nothing else in terms of that. Now I'm going back to green. So I'm going back to the specific project now. So did anyone else have questions about the broader
I have a
topic.
quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Sure, just,
I thought that this applied to only habitable space. So if it was just pure storage
Nope.
space at that,
it's
no.
any residential structure, to have any residential space that's active space, non-usable space, that's residential, so garage, storage, or habitable, would go outside of code. And so because it's outside of code, we have to have a variance, like we have to issue a variance and ensure that the applicants understands that that space is something they're indemnifying the town for. It's outside of code and we're allowing it with certain conditions.
Gotcha.
Good question. And that's just residential again. I hope I'm being clear about that piece.
Yes.
So,
And not even
if
just
you have an
historic.
existing
Yeah.
base on a historic building down below the level, you technically, you can't use it if you're in that floodplain. You can have, in historic, you can have habitable. Well, I guess I don't understand, but you still have to raise it up. Raise that first floor up to the level that's required by the flood zone.
To have a full floor below, that's habitable garage or storage
That floor
residential.
has to be up there.
The first floor would have to be. If you didn't have that additional space that's residential, habitable storage or garage, then you wouldn't have to raise the structure. You could, there would be, and you have to, I mean, obviously the trigger is substantial improvements, new construction. So, I mean, this isn't getting triggered by small
I can
things.
see the new construction.
Mhm.
And I know we, a number of, when I was in your position,
Yes.
where we had, you couldn't have habitable space in the flood zone. They just built a basement. They probably ended up using it, but technically they didn't.
Right.
And there was a time when we had these vents
Mm.
put in the walls so
It's the
that
wet flood proofing, which is the residential standard by state law is wet proofing, not dry proofing.
That would be for the garage and storage space, but we are doing something so far beyond, which is habitable space. And to your point, Bob, it sounds, what I've heard, and I think you're saying, is that more than a decade ago prior, we didn't allow, I don't know, but it seems like things were, we were following the code more closely. It's been broadly interpreted for at least 7 to 8 years, as I understand it, maybe more, I don't know. But anyway, so there has been a variety.
time,
Yeah, in your time.
which is now,
15 years.
yeah.
Mhm.
Sam would tell us, he would review the project for the flood zone, say,
Mhm.
okay, this is what you gotta do.
Mhm.
You can't put a habitable space in here, so it's just,
Yep.
concrete walls with slab and that's it, nothing down there. And then, but it was rare, I believe, in historic renovation where we had to raise it more than a foot,
And
typically off the ground. In a renovation, you still have the same issue about the basement usage and stuff.
She's saying that's how it was, but that goes back more than 50.
And that's interesting that the same building official floodplain administrator was doing things differently than has
Well, I
been
think
done.
so.
Yes.
I really had very little to do with it. He would
Sure.
say, okay, he'd talk with the applicant and they'd say, got to raise it this much. That's what we would get to see
Mhm.
in HARC.
Yes, and we're going to start, we'll get ahead of it now that we're aware of where things stand so that you'll see things before HARC moving forward. It's just, I have to
Yeah, I know you're
work
picking
with
up
these
that
in between
permit,
ones. I mean,
like Narcissus.
exactly. So that's the only reason it's coming back. And it's not that something's changed per se. The code is still the code. It's just following the, making sure we're following the language of the code to the extent that we're allowing all this flexibility.
Well, I have a question really quick. I'm going to be asked to summarize this conversation dozens of times
What's
in
that?
the coming weeks.
I'm
I
happy
don't want to
to.
be inaccurate.
Oh, yes.
So is it a much shorter way of saying this is an applicant isn't allowed to add habitable space below a historic home unless they're willing to compromise the historic context and setting,
i.e. raise the house.
i.e. raise the house. There is no variance for raising the house.
There would be the variance, and this is, you know,
The variance is having it at all if you raise.
So two things. If your project does not include below flood protection elevation habitable space, you don't need to raise it at all. But there would have to be an
Well, I think these
agreement.
people bought their historic house thinking that was
Right. And so we're still allowing that, but we will need to make these modifications to get that first floor up
And
to
so
the
we as
flood
HARC members are
protection.
asked to be on board with raising historic structures, essentially.
And you do in the language of the code. So in terms of your design guidelines, you have full support for doing that. And I will go through that piece again that we looked at last time.
No, it's RE4. We
Mhm.
know it.
Yep, but I have
So
just
what-
for the,
We have there's no flexibility at this point for us to say, you don't have. You have, according to the floodplain thing, you gotta be this high. We're gonna say, oh, you can just do half of that.
I think
We can't do that.
that'll be part of our deliberations. I mean, that's what she's saying.
I
It would be
envision a
just-
project where this requirement would cause us to exceed the height limit.
They can't.
Many times.
and they can, in that case, not that we, however, that would obviously, they can obviously ask for a variance, a different variance, not this variance, but the regular variance process for height. And if they can make their case for a variance,
Yeah, but I don't even know that we would approve that.
I'm just putting it out there. Yeah,
This is not what we swore to do when we all signed up.
no, and
Avoid height variances with historic rated houses. We couldn't do that.
no, and I do hear you. I'm not, this isn't easy for anyone.
I know.
And so I'm trying to figure out the path forward, the organization's figuring out a path forward. And I'm hoping we can make this workable for, you know, we're doing the best we can. We were doing things differently years ago. Then there was a period of time where things were done a different way. Now we're aware of what's going on and trying to move forward. So what I'm gonna do now is go back to, I hope that at least gave you some of the information.
Very thorough explanation.
Okay.
It was pre versus post construction to measure the highest adjacent grade that was throwing me off. And so that explanation now I understand
Okay,
what the
great.
interpretation difference was.
And I will say in our letter to FEMA, like when drafting it, it includes even asking for that, even though that's not something, like they have variances you can ask for, but we're asking for everything
Yeah,
and
that's
making the
right.
case for why we're unique.
Well,
And-
incentive for remapping the flood zone now is imperative.
And that is another aspect that we're pursuing. So I want you to know, I'm hearing all this. We have drafted a 7-8 page letter with so many citations, like we are making a strong case and hope that all of above, everything we just went over could be something. I'm not sure about a couple of those items. I think they would be tough but we'll see how it goes. So now,
As the new clerk for this, what does this mean?
what is?
Oh,
Anyone trying
Are
to?
you?
Oh, that's me.
Okay, I can allow you, Narcy.
Okay.
You're allowed.
I'm going first though, so I'm still up here.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let me go quickly through this, because now I need to get back to the applicant and do my job. Reviewing project. So applicant is requesting administrative review approval of a variance to specific floodplain regulations for contributing supporting structures pursuant to Land Use Code 8626. So he has applied, he is asking for said variance. The variance requests residential habitable space below the flood protection elevation for a rated structure and use of a graduated HAG calculation. So the variance will be administratively approved with the following required conditions of variance approval. The applicant must demonstrate that the first floor elevation is at or above flood protection elevation, which requires the requested HARC approval to raise the contributing primary structure, the minimum amount necessary to meet this condition. The property owner must sign and record the property owner indemnification release and waiver, and the applicant must comply with the residential floodproofing standards below the flood protection elevation. The applicant has agreed to comply with conditions 2 and 3. Approval from HARC is required in order for the applicant to meet condition 1. So I'm sorry, this is all going backwards, but I don't know why. The applicant has submitted an application for a building permit consistent with the HARC approved plans. Staff worked with the applicant with review and guidance from a third-party floodplain consultant to determine the necessary steps to bring the project into compliance with codes, regulations, policies, and the conditions of variance approval. Raising the primary structure 11.75 is the minimum necessary. To allow the project to proceed as approved previously by HARC, the applicant is requesting to raise the primary structure, inclusion of the addition and connector 11.75 inches, to raise the first floor elevations, the flood protection elevations, the condition of variance approval, like I already said. So if you approve, the project can move forward as previously approved by HARC with this CAA. And this will bring the first floor elevation to 36 inches above the highest adjacent grade as required in flood zone AO2, again, 2+1. Rehabilitation standards, I'm just putting them up. I know you all know them, but we do have language in the design guidelines recognizing that a historic structure may be minimally raised if deemed necessary for its preservation. Design guidelines also specifically state location of the floodplain is one of the circumstances appropriate for consideration of raising a historic structure. In this instance, the property is located in the flood zone AO2, so the 11.75. And I did note that relationship of the first floor to finished grade should be retained through grading, landscaping, post-construction to the greatest extent possible, taking into consideration site-specific factors such as existing topography. I have asked our senior historic preservation planner to give his perspective on raising the historic structure 11.75 inches, and he is prepared to do so. So I'm calling him up for that one set of comments on behalf of staff.
Thanks, Kristen. I know it's late, so I just wanted to mention a few brief things, sort of one big picture and one local picture. If you have follow-up questions regarding our specific protocol, that really should go to Kristen. But, the past 2 decades, if you look at preservation conferences, municipalities across the country, in terms of climate change, resiliency, we're seeing things like this happen more and more, raising structures. And, I think even here, put it in perspective, we have approved composite shingles instead of cedar shingles. So in terms of fire, we're thinking about different materials that are more sustainable. And then, so I think that we're already starting to look at historic materials and historic perspectives and trying to be more resilient while also preserving the historic character of these structures. So I want to put that in perspective as well. And then one final note, Telluride has a lot of particularly steep slopes. We have guidelines about this. The house at this particular location is a really unique steep slope in multiple ways. And I think that there's such a variety of roof heights and forms at that particular intersection. Also in this particular case, I think that raising at the height, in my opinion, is acceptable and appropriate based on these other things. But yeah, so I just wanted to add that real quick. Kristen just asked me to share. Yeah.
Just wanted to perspective stuff.
Thank you.
Went out to the site.
I think the one thing I know we haven't done it recently, when you're looking at doing another survey, I'm just concerned that changing these elevations of these houses could have a detrimental effect on their rating. Could, I don't know.
I've got some evidence of that we can talk about during deliberations from the Secretary of Interior's office and also the National Park Service. I'd like to share a few minutes, but I would like staff to finish and then hear from Darchis.
So staff will finish based on a review of the application submittal materials, multiple meetings with the applicant and a third-party floodplain consultant, the findings and analysis above, site visits, etc. Staff recommend approval of the proposal with conditions. And again, it's just 11.75 inches. Many members of this group were out on the site today and saw what that looks like on the ground. So there is a motion to approve this, and that is staff's recommendation. So, and I will add one comment that there are variances, exceptions for historic structures in the higher level floodplain guidance, but that is intended for rehabilitation, restoration, etc., with no intention that those exceptions are being allowed to then lift a structure, build an entire floor of habitable space, put the structure back. That is not the intention. The intention is to restore, rehabilitate the historic structure. And if that were all that was happening with these projects, then you would not need to, you wouldn't have a whole other floor below. So yes, the variance can also work if a historic structure is below the flood protection elevation and it's first floor, but it just has a basement or crawl space or something beneath that. In this case, it's a whole different thing that Telluride is allowing. Henceforth, it's not consistent with that part of the variance. So anyways, I hope that was helpful. I tried to give you as much background as I could briefly. I am done.
Okay.
Okay.
Just so I understand that, if you're renovating a house, historic house, you're not changing anything below it. You just, you might have to put a foundation under there that just, it's sitting on logs like a project you worked on once. It could stay at the same height.
Yes, if it's like crawl space, that type of space, that unusable space, yes, it's just when it starts to become residential
It's gotta go up.
usable space, then
But the
But,
existing first floor
stay
elevation,
right where it is, unless you put a whole floor below that.
I got it.
Okay.
Okay.
So the existing first floor doesn't need to be elevated to the floodplain elevation.
Not if you don't add an entire floor below, because the variance piece, which actually would be consistent with the federal regulations, is designed for that situation. So our variance would say, yes, you can have one floor below the flood protection elevation. And in that instance, the floor would be the first floor of the historic structure. So yes, but you add another floor and then you have two floors below, and then you're getting into, yes. Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Can I dive in? I know, thank you guys for staying late. I know everybody's tired. And I really appreciate this. A couple of things that I want to address. So in the land use code that Kristen read regarding variances that may be issued. Okay, so one of them is determination or proof of hardship. We're in a situation right now that this historic structure in its original location has a basement. It's a historic basement. I'm not adding a new basement. It's an existing basement. The current structure itself cannot be touched because it's not compliant. I'm not asking this because I'm trying to make it something it's not. The current structure itself cannot be preserved. The preservation part of the structure is part of the development application. A third thing that is discussed here. So we discussed the floodplain, we discussed the building department and planning department's involvement, HARC's view on it, but there's also the incentive that nobody would actually touch a historic structure to preserve it without any return benefit to the actual client. So the town of Telluride has applied some flexibility in saying, look, we're gonna, if you rehabilitate the structure instead of letting it fall into despair, we'll give you this bonus. So as to how stringent they were in applying it varied during different periods of time. So where I am currently right now is this house cannot be touched. I have a CA that I received over 2 years ago that's useless at this point. So the hardship is, had we known that this was the situation, this project probably wouldn't have gone forward. But we move forward, we received the CA, my client spent the time in the finishing the design, the engineering and everything. And now we're basically stopped, dead in the water. The contractor has cleared his schedule. He's sitting there just waiting to see what's going to happen tonight. And this is the third month in which I'm coming before you guys asking for this. Okay. Now, the questions, and I'm going to address these, based on last month's meeting. So I heard the discussion. Kristen was very thorough in addressing it. You guys had a strong interaction going back and forth. Matt, you asked me the question. You said, why is this now being enforced where different times it wasn't enforced? I can't answer that question. The only thing that I can actually answer is this. Every time an application is submitted for HARC, That application is distributed to the different departments, to Public Works specifically, and to the building department, and they give us their comments. I'll show you guys a precedent from 2013 where the building department said, it's in the floodplain, it needs to be addressed. In this situation, and I'm just gonna roll through here, you'll see here in this, this is when we submitted for HARC. So it says building department, because basement connects both the ground, above ground structures, all existing structures must be fire sprinkler. It didn't address the floodplain. So then we move forward. We had a work session with you guys, move forward, got approval, everything. Why was that not brought up? I don't know. And I cannot tell you the reasoning behind that. Another application that says it's in the floodplain, it needs to be compliant. So that came before HARC. So that whole review during HARC was, hey, we need to raise the structure. How much? Etc. This now is asked for the same thing, is just out of sequence. So I'm coming to you guys now saying, look, had I known then, I would have brought it up then. I'm kind of stuck now because we're basically in this no man's land. So is there hardship? I would say there's significant hardship in this. Now, regarding how much to raise it, okay? So I'm gonna go into the guideline that addresses this, right? So this has been adopted recently or before I was actually on HARC, but this isn't the first time that this has come before you guys and before previous boards. And I've been on boards where we had to address this. So there's always been this question of how do you determine it? And if you're going to raise it, it's going to be out of context with the surrounding structures, and it's going to lose its historic significance and designation. And then as a town, we're going to lose our historic standard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And ultimately, there had to be something that is put in there. So when it says a historic house may be minimally raised if deemed necessary for its preservation. So what does that mean? That means in order for us to move forward with this application, which preservation is the big part of it, it's necessary for us to actually raise it. Okay. And it says circumstances may be considered for a house to be raised are location in the floodplain, comma. That's the condition that I'm in right now. I'm not asking to raise it to my maximum height. I'm more than 3 feet under the maximum height. So the issue here, which Mark, I think you brought up, you said minimally, and you and Stacy had a different opinion as to what that was. You were mentioning numbers. Stacy was saying to bring it into floodplain compliance. There's obviously, I have more than 3 feet from my actual max height with this 11 3/4 raise. So I'm way under my max height. It's very easy for me to say, look, we already have to raise it. Give me another 2 feet so I can get more sunlight into my basement, right? That's what this condition is saying. Just because you're raising it doesn't mean that you can just go run amok. You can only raise it the minimum allowed so you can preserve it, so you can meet the floodplain compliance, okay? And then it goes, or the relationship between the house and grade has been changed due to the flood, which is not what we're dealing with right now, okay? So I'm asking for this 11 3/4 raise. In the last hearing, I brought this up, and I appreciate you guys who made it to the site visit, because what I wanted to show you guys is this context. Okay. So when we look, this is the house across the street. Okay. This is the house right adjacent, which was non-contributing with qualifications. They needed to raise the rating to supporting so they can actually have a basement, and HARC approved that. So if you look here, they basically have 5 steps on their porch. Okay. When you look at our house, we have 3.5. I'm asking for 1.5 risers, which will give me the exact relation from my front door to the sidewalk as the house right below me with a consistent grade that's sloping. So I'm not asking for anything. You can see this house is the lowest one on the block because it's sagging into the ground. So when I'm saying that I'm asking for this 11 3/4 raise, does that throw us so completely out of context that somebody walking by goes, oh my God, what have they done here? That's not where it's going. It's actually coming into compliance with the house next door, which is supporting, and it's still significantly lower than all the other houses around this intersection. And I think you guys saw that. So I'm asking this. I know out of principle, you guys are saying we don't want to do this. The planning department saying you have to do it. I'm stuck in the middle here. So if I was saying, look, I'm asking for a height variance. I need to raise it 4 feet. I need to do this. I understand that. But what I'm asking for is just to take an existing house that's currently not, I cannot touch it, and bring it into compliance so we can actually preserve it. That's my request. Now, I'm gonna address this because I think this is very important. So another project that, and this is on Main Street. So this is in 2013. Bob, you were in Kristen's position or in Mike's position. You were the architectural preservationist. It was one of your first projects. And this is on Main Street, the residential portion of Main Street. So when you drive into town, you don't drive up on Galena. You're driving onto Main Street. So this was the gateway. The HARC board at that time was very, very conservative regarding any repositioning and any raise of a structure. So the building department received the drawings, and look at what it says. Building department notes structure is in the floodplain. It went to HARC. We said, we need to raise it. HARC said, well, how much? We said this. Well, that's out of context. What about the neighbor? The neighbor's a 1-story house. We had to raise this thing. We started off with 4 feet. Then the longitudinal way, we dropped our floors in order for our front door to be the lowest possible context with the rest of the streetscape. Okay. The height that was finally approved, they reviewed it. They weren't flippant about it. 42 inches, right under 42 inches. Okay. That wasn't because of the sidewalk. It wasn't because there were mudslides and the street was raised. It wasn't. When you look at the streetscape here, you can see the difference between the neighboring. So this was reviewed and they put a magnifying glass on this thing with a lot of neighbor feedback, et cetera, et cetera. Finally, HARC realized, look, in order for them to preserve it, it was falling into disrepair. In order for them to preserve it, we need to allow them to raise it for the flood variance so they can continue with their project. We did. You can see it currently now. So this is where it used to be. It was falling apart, right? A lot of rot. And you can see the proximity from the front door to the actual sidewalk. You can see where it currently is now. What's happened with this house? Did it lose its supporting rating? No, it didn't. It's preserved. It looks great. And it was approved. It had to go through this. This was 13 years ago. So there was talk here that, hey, in the last 10 years, they were a little lax on. I wasn't asking for any of that stuff. Whatever the town has required me to do, I've done. I'm at a point right now where the project's dead unless you guys give me this 11 3/4. There's nothing I can do. I'm really stuck. So is this a cause for hardship? Will this fall into that category of the land use code and of the HARC guidelines as to why I'm asking for this request? Again, I just want to stress this. Raising the house 11 3/4, does it throw it out of context with the rest of the block? I don't think it does. And I've been on your side of it, and I've been here for 20 years dealing with a lot of this stuff. It's extremely hard to incentivize someone to take on a liability, the cost of rehabilitating a structure, and to hold them to a standard or leave them in the middle where they're stuck and they can't go one way or another. Had my clients known this before taking on the project, they wouldn't have done it. So I'm before you guys, not to ask any favors. I'm just simply saying, I followed what I was asked, and I'm stuck between these two departments. I understand your guys' purview. I also understand the planning department's purview. But I'm asking you guys to just consider the situation that I'm in and vote as how you guys feel is appropriate in the situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Why didn't you take the second picture with the same bicycle that I know you still have?
I don't have it anymore. It's been stolen. My guess it's a Shandoka, but I haven't gone there to look for it.
The other questions?
I have a question about the proposed condition number 2, the relationship with the first floor grade should be retained. And you were showing it not retained in that elevation? Was that more diagrammatic of just trying to explain the height increase, or are you intending, or are you able to bring revised grade closer or match what was there prior to the construction?
So Matt, if I hear you correctly, I'm gonna share
Can you
here.
make the grade match? If you're allowed to raise the building, can you essentially slope back up to
I can,
the
yes.
site? Could you add a little stone curb around,
So-
to elevate the lawn?
So on the north side where that pinch point is,
Yep.
I'm not adding grade because then that defeats the purpose, right? So that's where I have to be. But around to the south side, at the site meeting, I did propose that we're gonna do our planters, we're gonna increase that so it doesn't look like one side is like way out of proportion. It is a steep lot, right? So the house next door, their north side is like less than a foot above the ground. Their south side is a walkout. So that's how big that difference is in that block. So yes, we're not trying to create on the south side a super tall foundation wall. We're gonna put planters, we're gonna terrace it and blend it in. We also want it to look good. It's a hard angle to see when you walk by, but yes, we are looking to level it.
So on this east facade, do you need to add another riser?
Yes,
Can-
so it'd be right, yeah.
1.5.
So it would be 1.5. So you see here 1, 2, and 3, and then you got this half wedge here. Obviously, we would straighten it, so we would have a total of 5. When you look at the house right next door, which is supporting, this has 5 risers. So we would have the same relation between our front door and the sidewalk as these guys. Right now, we're that, so again, 11 3/4. If you divide it by rise run, you're gonna end up with 1.5.
I will say from the sidewalk today, the yard slopes down towards the house
Yeah.
from the sidewalk.
On the north side.
Raising this in this instance will actually create an appropriate
drainage
away from the house. Without, what I don't want to do is encourage this mounding
Yeah.
where we're raising houses and then setting them up on a mound of dirt.
Well, so also to add to that, when I've walked by here in the past, and it seems like at the pinch point on the northern side, your grade at the fence is actually about 6 inches or so below the sidewalk. What I've noticed, and then the grade drains into your building there. So it just seems to me that there would be the flexibility to essentially bring grade up without mounding. And I think as another idea, if you were allowed to do a little curb underneath a revised fence, you could essentially lift the entirety of the grade up.
Well, you could tell them what you told us out there about the fence.
We discussed basically exactly what you just said right there.
The fence has to move in.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Closer to the house. For Public Works.
Other questions? Let's hear from the public. And my computer died. So can we see on the screen if there's,
No hands raised.
thanks, surprise.
Shocking. Really.
Well, it's 12:04.
Yeah.
So I would like to just share a couple things. First of all, I'm torn on this also, and I feel bad for the applicant, and I empathize with staff's challenge here. I mean, I honestly do. But I would like to share a few things that I know to be facts before we, and then we'll open it up for all the deliberation from anybody, but I'd just like to get off. And of course, we all know the easiest path forward is very simply the remapping, which I would like to encourage, we can talk about outside this meeting to be done this year, but because there's more of these coming at us, and we're gonna set a precedent by whatever say. But one repeat of some information from last time, but then I have some new items I'd just like to share regarding the historic preservation, the floodplain. Again, the 92 floodplain map, the structural engineers, the geotechs, and some people much smarter than me in town truly believe that it's inaccurate and based on the following. At 12:57 p.m. on July 27th, 1914, the flood of 1914, flood of all floods happened, and it created over a 10-foot wave. And that wave cannot happen for these 5 reasons today and to this damage. Number one, we know this, there was a reservoir in the dam that broke, which increased the flow over 20 times. So it's gone, can't do it. Number two, the 69 flood altered the creek southwest of this property. Number three, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Association confirmed that we've had rainfall 50 times that were much greater than this, including in 24, and there's been no damage to this house. And then there's infill, and then there's new foundations today. But clearly, the map is still based on the 1914 flood. So that's the frustrating part. So I'll move on now to what I understand from the Colorado statute that, and you all have seen it, the 44 CFR 63 says, hey, for a designated structure, the community may require no elevation, partial elevation, or using wet proofing, which I understand from the state is actually what's preferred for residential. Dry proofing was more for commercial. With that said, the design guidelines do clearly give us an out here, a path forward with the word minimally. But here's where I'm hung up. Okay. It doesn't say raise it enough to get it out of the flood zone. It just says raise it minimally. And with our past history, my 11 years, 3 to 6 inches is the most we've raised unless one thing happened. And it happened on Colorado. It happened on Columbia, where we just had a house we raised 3 inches the other day, was down a hole. It's quite different. But if the road elevation changed, we've gone past it up to a foot or even in some cases more. If the road elevation changed, this road elevation never changed. So therefore, one of our values is to be consistent. And to me, what I'm struggling with, and be glad to solicit others' opinions, is that 3 to 6 inches is what we've done unless the street changed. And it did not change elevations. And therefore, to be consistent, my belief is, the minimal would be 6 inches. I really want to get this right. Okay. And so just a few other facts. The National Park Service preservationist Justin Henderson, of course, we all agree in the room, say there's one solution, remap. But before making decisions or elevating this house, you're causing, and if you go with dry proofing, another $150,000 to the applicant on the foundation. And even if you can dry proof, because the concrete people here say they cannot even pour this monolithically. But basically, you have you have to make the right decision with preservation because you have only one chance to get history right, or you're going to lose the history forever. Now don't mean over dramatize that, but that means whether somebody would degrade it in the survey, which we've got to have that survey next year. I mean, in 27 somehow. I mean, we're 2 years overdue. We're not being responsible to our community by not having that. So then in the last point, I guess I'll say, is in the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, the guidelines on flood adaptation for historic buildings specifically say the guidelines on flood adaptation for rehabilitating historic buildings should only be applied to historic properties that have an established risk of flooding. Goes on, I'm not going to talk about dry proofing anymore, but as far as elevation, they go on to talk about the risk of including the loss of designation or the lowering of that. And I know our charter, we talked about strategic planning, is to try to reach out and actually upgrade historic preservation of the town, meaning elevating ratings in house and encourage applicants to go from supporting to contributing. And you're not going to get a gold star for doing it, but I did it once and I felt good about it, so I think that's our mission. So I guess in conclusion, my opinion is that, you know, we're relying on the floodplain map based on the 1914 flood, which is a 10-foot wave of water that will never happen.
Mark, I just want to make sure we cannot argue the floodplain map at this meeting. It is what it is. We have to accept that. We can change it moving forward after a new survey, but for purposes of this application, tonight's meeting, it is what it is.
But here's the bottom line. Common sense, I won't refer to the map. Common sense, we went all through this and all these 5 reasons why, quote, it's based on something that can never happen again. And when we asked at the end of the last meeting, there was not even a stone that got wet on this building in 1914. So what kind of common sense are we applying?
Again, the map exists and we have to accept it. We can't, it does not work that way, Mark.
The Secretary of Interior says that you should only be applied to the historic properties with established risk of flooding. This didn't even flood during the flood of all floods.
The map establishes the risk, and until that map changes, to accept that.
I cannot accept something that is obviously not true. Anyway, that's my personal.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the certificate of appropriateness amendment number 1 for contributing primary structure, THAS 5SM.1710 at 239 North Aspen, based on the staff memo dated July 15, 2026. And with the following conditions, 1 and 2 as stated, this motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at a public hearing, which began on July 15, 2026, with notice of such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code. Revised plans incorporating the conditions of approval shall be submitted within 60 days of this approval. This approval becomes null and void unless otherwise indicated. The revised drawing submitted for certificate of appropriateness must be a complete set with any changes to the drawings clouded and labeled. Any changes to the drawings beyond the conditions approved may result in more than one submittal being required.
I'd like to have more discussion on it before we vote.
I'd like to make a comment before we vote, before we do it as well.
Sure.
So we need a second before we discuss.
Second it.
Well, what's the room for discussion if we're?
No, I think you can. You could go back.
I would like to request that discussions are pertinent to the project that we're reviewing,
Well, that's what I.
not all the projects that we may review. It's midnight.
Yeah.
So you can discuss at this point, and then if the discussion could lead to a friendly amendment. I just wanted to make sure, we just needed that second before we could discuss.
Matt and Bob, you had comments, and anybody else is welcome to.
Matt, you want to go or?
I just wanted to have discussion instead we jumped into a motion, so.
Okay. I think the problem with this is, yes, we do need to make a change to the map. We need to make maybe possibly some other changes to the land use code regarding historic buildings. But in this particular case, if we don't approve this, he can't get a building permit. And the
Just like
project,
every project, if we don't approve it.
I understand, yeah. But he's gone through, we've approved it before, this came up. It's just, I feel we've got a lot of issues that need to be addressed, but I don't think it's at this time is appropriate to dump all that stuff on this applicant.
Well, there'll be more coming.
Yeah, I know. Well, then we need to work on it and get it fixed.
But they'll know that going in, not midway through their process.
Yeah. Okay, well, we have a second on the floor. Any other discussion? I mean, I'm not gonna rehash anything at 12:16. I mean, I'm gonna state on the record that I agree to disagree, but Well, let's vote.
Well, if we're gonna discuss it for, I don't think 11 3/4 inches is a particularly significant raise for this house. It's
I was-
already below the curb. It's
I was only
already
going on past precedent. That's
okay.
a street race. Oh, by the way,
Well, recent past precedent, we had the applicant present us with 3.5 feet.
if the street raised, but the other thing is, the truth is, if this was in the middle of a block somewhere versus the corner, and as Kristen always properly reminds us of the sensitivity of the corner lots, I think even I would be more flexible on my vote, but I can't do it on a corner lot and think that we're being consistent with, oh, well, this street didn't change, so therefore we don't go a foot, but I've already said that, so I'm ready to vote. Unless there's other discussion points. So I welcome the vote.
Stacy, yes. Matt, yes.
Mark, no.
Bob, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Okay, it's passed. Thank you all. We will
Guys, I really appreciate it.
turn at 12:16. Would you be available Friday?
Friday's great.
Talked about West FEMA.
Sure, absolutely.